Ba-da-ba-ba. Okay, are we good? We're good. Hey stream, what's going on? Welcome. As you can see, it is early Saturday afternoon. Was it 3 p.m. my time, so 2 p.m. Eastern, roughly. We're gonna check out No Rest for the Wicked. There wasn't really anything much going on. I considered jumping back into EQ2. I'm gonna have to rethink that because I went to the broker today and went to look for spells, abilities, weapons, gear, anything that... Not that I wanted to get something because we were playing just fine, but just to see what I would need money-wise in order to buy spells. I don't think we're going to buy a single item off of another player in EQ2 on a live server for the rest of history. Because I got on there, and there were spells that were anywhere from 50,000 to 42 million plat. Now, I've been out of the game for a minute, but the fact that I was seeing pages of spells that were anywhere from 500,000 plat to 674 million plat for spells that weren't even max level. My tune has, like, I think 58 plat on them from doing all the quests. 58. Might even be less than that. Might even be 38, I think. 58 or 38. 38 plat. Is like this. And the cheapest spell is like this. So needless to say, I might have to rethink. If I spend more time in EQ2, I might just have to sign and go to a progression server. Because at least there I know the economy won't be tanked. Anyhow, we're going to check out this game, No Rest for the Wicked. I don't know anything about it. I know it's gotten a lot of good reviews. A lot of people enjoy it. It's a bit challenging. I believe it's an action RPG in the vein of Path of Exile or Diablo, I think. Anyhow, I'm not going to waste any more time. We're going to jump in. I got my green tea here almost finished, and then I went and made coffee for the first time in a long time. I made it in the pot. I think it's all right. It smelled all right. I haven't tasted it yet, but we'll see what's up. Trying to find ways to keep my ass in the house so I don't keep going to the store. Alright, create new character. I mean... Oh, it auto-change... Oh, okay, well... Guess we gotta move... in sequence. I mean... Okay, sure, why not? Select. Oh, spacebar. Increase. Okay, I don't know what I just... Alright, whatever. Krushnek, enter... I don't want to play hardcore. We'll go create. I hope you guys are doing well. I wonder if this is going to be the best place for the camera. Hang on a second. This might be a better location based on the UI. Join, refresh, create a realm. Craft a realm where your legend begins. Name your realm. Krushnekia, that works. Select my path. Balanced for Sarum, who prefer an equal blend of difficulty and story. This is the intended experience. Brutal punishing. I don't want that. I need to get a hang of the game first. Alright, path of the chosen. Create realm. Over the past 6 years, we've poured our hearts and souls into creating a next-level action RPG experience, one that we hope will push the genre forward. This early access launch of No Rest for the Wicked marks a new era for us at Moon Studios. We are grateful to have you with us on this journey, and we deeply value your feedback and help in shaping this game on the road to our 1.0 release. Be prepared for an epic adventure, visceral, challenging combat, and the fact that this is still a work in progress. If you are ready, onwards to Terminus. Sacra. Just saying. Just saying. Right? Parallels. Main story? I guess we want main story. When dealt enough plague elemental damage, enemies are infected and take additional damage with each subsequent blow. Any of their healing effects are also decreased. Okay. Is that level 1, 0 of 50? So 50 XP gets me level 2? I'm guessing. Alright, I don't know why it turned on that setting. YouTube decided to go and turn on vertical, but it cuts off. So, like, how do people do vertical content, man? It cuts off half the process. Oh well, anyways, okay. So mouse movement? Nope, mouse is attack. Oh, I'm WASDing. Bum, 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 bum. Right mouse button. Okay, bottom left. Okay, I'm guessing that's stamina. Okay, yep. Excuse me. Alright, we have a dodge. Ooh, am I going to be able to do this with WASDA? I guess we're going to find out. I'm sure you could probably change it. The Shallows, controlled by the Risen. Tab. Inventory. Okay. These resists over here, maybe? No. Stats. Inventory. Now, I saw a body back this way, so I think we're supposed to go this way first. Ah. Needs a shovel. Okay. Well, can't harvest anything. Anything can go in the water. Do you drown? Nope, but we swim. And that's stamina there. Okay. Open the inventory to equip items and manage collected resources. Tab is the menu selection. Okay. Gotcha. Oh, is that a power-up move? So it is. Sorry.
I knew it. Should have never brought you on board. You'll never make it to Sacrament. From here, this coast is crawling with the Risen. Oh. The waves. Can you feel them, Father? We're back at sea.
Press tab to see details. Ship's captain told us to try and get to the city of Sacrament, but he warned that more of the raiders who attacked our ship may lurk up ahead. Okay. Oh, I keep wanting to... That's... Okay, okay. I'm gonna die so many times in this game. I keep mouse clicking. Come here, you. You too. Grabby-go-lucky. Fire pits. At fire pits, you can cook meals using obtained resources. Every meal will recover health, but some may also provide buffs. Always be on the lookout for food recipes. Okay. Pick all is V. Did it again. Grabby doo doo. Got a box? Nope. Alright, we got some room. Ah. Oh, wow. Okay. My hand is definitely going to be busy. Mushroom. Artemisia herb. Which is what we looted. Okay, so this is by design. So craft. You've obtained... Okay. You've obtained food. Eating food typically restores health. Right. Then up there. That leads to water. Could there be... Maybe there's something hidden? No. Excuse me. That was pretty cool. The sound changed when our foot hit that plank. Kind of like the way Pantheon does it. Ooh, one-handed weapon. Okay, I get it. No. Okay. Weight class. Weight is divided into classes based on the total weight of equipped gear. Equipped load increases class limits. Broken gear will not contribute to weight. Each weight class changes the dodge performed. Green is quick step, yellow is roll, red is slow roll, just like the souls, okay? So... Okay. Pretty big spear. Okay, it's a 3-hit combo. Leaving Drifter Hood. What's this? Oh, nothing. Hello, bad guy. Sneak behind. Runes are powerful special abilities. Most runes can be performed by focusing or gain focus by attacks or parries. Perform rune 1, 2, 3, or 4. Okay. Use tools to harvest resources and materials. Higher tier tools work faster. Where's it go? Tools? Alright, did this guy have anything? No? No. Need shovel. Gather again, harvest faster, increase loot drop chances. Okay. No other fish, okay. So, did I go the wrong way? Oh, we can climb up on rocks. Okay. Still need the herb. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Here we go. Mariner's Keep, controlled by the Risen. Danger level 1. Dead warriors may fall, but we will not. Upon deaf ears, prayers may fall, but we will not. Struck down, our allies may fall, we will not. We rise. Who are you? You a bad guy? You are a bad guy. You begin with the heal utility rune equipped. This rune allows you to heal by using Alt 1. Utility runes are character-bound abilities which aid and assist in your journey. You can also find other utility runes throughout the game which can be equipped at an enchanter. Alt 1. Okay. Two-handed weapon, a Spearin? Two damage, or less, weaker 2 damage, but more defense. 40% chance to deal 125 damage, Ice Bolt and Frost Nova. 20% chance to deal 150 damage, Gales with strength and range. Whirl Spin. I don't really want to be a caster. I hit you before you got your shield up. Rude. There we go. Oh, you don't have anything? Oh, okay, you don't have any loot. Hello, rat. You dirty rat. You have a bunch of hit points too? Nope. Okay, destructible environment. Out of the way secrets. Fine fishing rod. Isn't that what we just got? Or what we're using? Yeah. Wait, if it wants us to go up... Oh, if it wants us to go up the stairs... Small vial of focus. Increase focus gain by 10 for 3 minutes. Another fishing rod. That's currency, I'm guessing. Use a quick item when the situation calls for it. Quick items may repair. Okay. Okay, I feel like this is a boss fight. Can we heal again? Okay. Oh, we got 2. Oh, we got another one there. You drop down to say hello? No? Who does what here? Oh no. We may die here. Okay, that's too far of a roll. I rolled. I don't like the target change. Oh, brilliant. Brilliant. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. You've gained a level. Every level up grants you 3 attribute points. To assign your attribute points, open the tab window. Okay. Use to research items at a scribe table. Okay. Increase stamina, increase focus. Okay. Those are food items. Do we save? There's no save. Is there an auto save? What's... Does anything ever come out of these destructibles? You got a hammer? Oh no, it's a barrel. You may throw grenades or something, maybe? Good night, Irene. Oh, interesting. Okay, yeah, but how do you climb? Is it a jump? How do you climb? I guess you don't. It's funny because we could step up on rocks, but another fishing rod. Oh, you need a climbing object. So this is just like Dark Souls, like everything, it's wide open. Pretty much. Oh, what is that? We don't know. We can't turn the camera. What is that doing to us? We have no idea. Whispers. At Sarum Whispers, you can rest and record your progress. Oh! If death should find you, you will incur a durability loss, but be spoken anew. So this is our save. What's channel do? Refill us? I don't know. Now hang on, before we go down, there was a ladder that went up. There's something over there. Oh, E. Cool. Can we go any further down? Nope. but we can fall. Dude down there. Is that a floor? I think so. Oh, something down there. What was... Okay. Elemental damage. Elemental damage builds up status effects. Burn deals damage over time. Freeze temporarily solidifies. Shock will chain to multiple targets. Infection gives lifesteal. Bleed deals damage. Okay. Claymore. Damage and defense skyrocket. 25% chance to deal. But it is heavy. I'm guessing that means we go into... I guess it would be the slow roll? Ah, gotcha. Oh, and there's a delay. Okay. So this might get us killed. File of defense, some more money. You can swap the selected quick item. Q and scroll. Oh, gotcha. You need the gate lever handle. Guessing that probably comes off a boss. There's something down there. What is that? Maybe that's the lever? That might be the lever. Can I drop down? I don't know if I can drop down on somebody. I don't think so, right? We'll take damage. We can't climb back up. Down we go. I don't know how this is gonna work. Just like that, I guess. Cool. Wretched archer gloves. Shoulder barge. Oh. Interesting. I'm not gonna remember to do that. I know there's a dude back there to fight. No worries there. Just checking to make sure we're not gonna have friends show up. Alright, I'm guessing we go through that gate after. Craft leather, okay.
Leave me be. I'm no soldier. I have no fear.
Okay, we're only gonna get 2 max out of that. Okay, I don't know why I couldn't roll. Maybe it's because of the heavy. Alt 1. Must be the lever. Storage room. He is needed to... Okay. Nice try. Let's try this again. Okay, we still need the lever to turn that. We need the storage key to open that. We have a sign here. What does this say? All fall, only some rise. Failing chokes us and then taxes us. We ask for food and medicine, and they send soldiers. Ellsworth, Elias Grafston, and the Lords of Tyr are just puppets of the mainland. Rise up, take back your home. You have always been risen. Mess hall key. Not even the item we need. Okay, we're back here again. The place where we can't climb. What's this? Oh, hello. Research paper, armor shard, weapon shard. Interesting. All right, we'll take all of those. And then, so we climbed up here to get to the save, right? I'd like to save. Whoops, no, get down. Now we'll go through the door with the dude that's talking. If we can go that way. Oh, yo. Ah, the mess hall key gets into the mess hall. I'm not fighting... Oh, I guess 3 dudes? I guess that didn't work. This is not cool. At all. And then there was 2. And there was 1. Then it was flawless victory. Holy smokes. Okay. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Nothing to loot. Not cool.
How's that, you bastard? Who's squealing now?
That's right, shopkeeper. Fillmore.
Thank you, stranger. Thought I could sabotage the gate, keep more of these savages from reaching Sacrament's walls. But I got my damn fool self trapped too. Suppose there's a reason I'm a blacksmith and not a soldier, huh? Name's Fillmore. If you ever need anything repaired, you come to me. Nothing I can't fix.
Now here. This will open the gate. Get yourself to Sacrament. Through the Auburn Glades to the east. It's the safest place for both of us.
Cool. Is he going to give us the lever? He gave us the lever.
But keep a careful eye out. I heard some of these Risen speak of a foul presence outside the city's gate.
Buy, sell, repair, talk, sell. We have so many fishing rods. Oh, wait, there's durability. Hang on a minute. Maybe we should... Well, let's sell one. And let's sell the helm. And I don't really want to be a caster. And we don't need this. Okay. Ooh, we fished once and it took 6 durability? Repair equip. Why does it say free? You can barter? Oh, you could probably barter. Alright, we're good with you. Well, actually, hang on. Buy. What do we have for money? What are you selling? We have 1 silver, 46 copper. Oh, wow. Paddle? Ooh, up by 47? 46 coin. We don't need that just yet. Oh, wait. He sold a shovel. He sold a shovel. Basic tool to dig roots out from the ground. 68 copper? Yikes. Alright, we're gonna buy one. 78 copper. Do we want a pickaxe or a woodcutter's axe? I have no idea. We don't need any gear at the moment. I think copper pickaxe, right? We want metal? Minerals? Alright, we're probably not supposed to do that, but we did it. Now, we're going to backtrack. We're not going to go through the gate just yet. Because we need to find that storage key. Day 41, surveying the backcountry hovel. Is there no inch of Sacra that these wretched people aren't able to let fall to squalor? Do they still see the ancient ruins all around them and think, let us add to this noble tradition? I make camp in an abandoned coastal fortress, what I'm sure was once a proud structure, a beacon to arriving ships. Now, a roofless monument to poor masonry. I hope it doesn't rain tonight. It doesn't help us. Ingredients, okay. Excuse me. Okay, we were already here, but we gotta go back to the beginning. Oh, I wasn't here. Okay, I'm really annoyed that the third swing doesn't go off in time. Alt 1. Basic hidecraft leather, V takes all. Oh, there's a chest down below. Okay, am I gonna die trying to get to that chest? Of course I am. Okay, game. You dirty buggers. I knew that was gonna happen. I saw that the ledges didn't quite line up, and I didn't know if we could push up to shift our movement. That was annoying. Now, does everything respawn? Actually, now that I think about it, did we keep... We don't... Oh, yes, we do. Okay, hang on then. Before we go... Wait, do we have to go collect our stuff? No, we still have currency. We still have that. We still have our gear. Stuff took damage. Needs axe. Okay. The one tool we didn't buy. Okay, that stuff stayed open, no respawns. No respawns. Alright, where did we see the shovel stuff? We saw 2 places we could dig. Here's one. Oh, do I have to equip it? I do. Oh, I see. Now, there was a second part. Wasn't here. Oh, we got the woodcutter's axe after all. Don't like that it didn't count that second one. Pretty sure we hit it right where we were supposed to. Ooh, now. Is this gonna kill us? Is this toxic? Is this a boss fight? Oh, okay. Just water. Oh. Cool. Right. Okay. This goes nowheres. Can't climb that, but that clearly goes somewheres. That leads somewheres. Hello, Krabby Dabby. What am I supposed to... Okay, so I see a red area, and then I see a little tiny orange thing. Am I supposed to aim for the orange thing? That's insane. Can't go that way. Okay, see some plants. I see a big chest. Crafting material, we'll take it. A way out. A light at the end of the tunnel. I clung to that foolish notion, even as the cave sloped downward and walls grew slick. Not until the light began to pulse and throb did I realize my mistake. Perhaps they had once been men, buried alive or lost as I was, before the pestilence dripped down their throats. Now they were the gloam, and they hungered. I held my breath and crept backwards. For once, darkness was my ally. From Adventures in the Wild by Sulin Froth. Okie dokie. Little bit of story. Doesn't really help us. Alright, we got everything here. Now, that's a platform, a ladder. Is that a gold glint I just saw? It is. Something's right there. How do we... We can't turn the camera, can we? No. What was the middle mouse button? I just did something. Is that a parry? Or a block? Might have to get hit in order to try that. The ladder stops right there. So unless it's not clipping in the upper floor, and it looks like... What side is the wood on? On this side. You do climb down. Okay, so there's something that's not rendered in. I thought maybe this swung down, but I think you're supposed to be above it. Maybe it's through here? We don't know how to get here. Maybe off this rock? Oh. No. No. Can't go in. Okay. Now there was another climb spot. Or dig spot, I mean. We smash that door? He's shaking. Hey! Nope. Probably beating the durability all the crap. I tipped my hat to the surly innkeeper, for I wouldn't be needing her services. I hadn't come to Sakura for creature comforts. No cold ale nor warm bed for me. I'd come to sink my teeth into the Isle's wilderness and see if it would bite back. Ancient ruins loomed. Unseen birds called out to one another. The sun set over the ashen sea. I shouldered my pack and set out through Sacrament's gates. Again, from Adventures in the Wild by Sulin Froth. Bum-ba-da-bum. Okay. Let's see what we got. I keep clicking the mouse button. I know. Ooh. We got a shield. We got some nice-ass pants. Plague scale oil. Applies plague infusion to your weapon and increases plague damage. Okay. So we'll take all that. Nothing dropped. Ready a shield to block enemy attacks. Yep, but I got rid of my one-hander. So we're going to put this on. And that's going to change my heavy even further. Wait a minute. Where'd that come from? I don't know where that came from. Okay. I don't know about this. Wait, that's ore, I think. Yep. What? When are you supposed to hit? I don't know when you're supposed to hit it, chat. I hit it on the red, I hit it before the red, I try to get the little orange arrow, and every time it fails. Dig. There it is. What do you mean? Early. Perfect. I don't... It has to be right at the start of the red then. Don't get up on the rail. Level 3. Oh my goodness, I did it again. That was in the red. Oh, okay, whatever. Wow. Spalled axe. Less damage, a little more defense. Leg crush, 25% do it. Nah. Fine with the sword. So is stuff I guess stuff is respawning. I have no idea. Chat. I'm about as good as done giving up on how to work the harvesting. Another caster. Oh, there's another save point in there. Okay, where's the way in? Alright, I have no idea. It's not that way. Alright, now, we need to put the fishing rod back on. Oh, we could put 4 items. Now, where did I see that fish? Oh, you only get 1 shot? Do not miss your chance to pull. Oh, wait a minute. That boat is tilted upwards. That's a ramp up, my friends. That's a ramp up, my friends. Is this the way in? This is the way in. Okay, I get it. I get it. Cool little design there. Day 1, surveying Isola Sacra. Today I begin my grand tour of the island of Sacra. It's my first surveying assignment, and admittedly, not my first choice, but every journey begins with a single step. With any luck, I'll be home on the mainland submitting my report within a week's time, 2 at the most. As for what comes next, I am breathless at the possibility of it all. Good for you, my friend. Let us save. I have the power. Alright, let's climb up here. Sorry. I feel like we could walk that beam. Let's see what's over here. Oh no. There's no way that's a jump, right? Yeah, we're heavy. We roll. We don't jump. We have no way to get over there. Hello, big guy with the fire axe. I have no way to get to you, so we're just gonna stare. Yeah, I can't get over there. Come at it from a different way. Uh-huh, I was right. I was right. I felt like we could straddle this beam. We need to go up to that beam. Come on. Don't you dare. Don't. Come on. Come on. How do we... Get back. Oh my okay, so I just had a little bit of praise for the game and now I don't. We're gonna fall to our death. You can't jump. Where's the bloody controls? Yeah, there's no jump. Great. Run, dodge, walk, run, sneak, drop down. There's no jump in this game. So we're stuck. Fine, whatever game. I don't care. Looks like a drawbridge. Doing it again, chat. Don't care. There has to be a way to get up there to get onto that beam. How? No, don't care. Don't care. We got a save point there, so if I die 30 times, I die 30 times. Can't tell if gear's taking damage or not. Let me ask this. Has anybody played this and made this walk? That's lower staging. I feel like that's the way to get up. I mean, do we get some kind of upgrade to come back later? Do we get something that allows us to climb slippery rocks? I have no idea. Why are we allowed... Okay, alright, whatever. I think we're done. We're gonna move on. See, we climbed up on the boat like that, no problem. But I can't climb up in that little bit of rock? Or stone, I guess. Why is this chest full again? I have no idea. Stuff is respawning over time? Bud of the Everlasting Tree. Two-hand great hammer. A strange growth cut from a holy tree. It continues to grow with each swing as if fed by blood. More defense, 2 points damage, 25. I mean, I guess we could try it. Why not? What do they say? Walk tall and carry a big stick? Okay, nothing new here. Actually, since we have this, we should probably go save. I'm guessing because it has a name, it is a rare item. Look, see, we can even climb that from the boat, but I can't get up on that rock. That's stone. That's ridiculous. I have no idea. I have no idea. We're done. We're done, we're done, we're done. Go elsewhere.
Split you from ear to arse, I will.
Oh no! I rolled back a step too far. Hey, bud. Splat. Oh, that was cool. Was that done from a dash? It is done from a dash. Wait a minute, why does that have hit points? Can I take it down with this hand? No, no. Oh, my mouse cursor. My bad. No, I can't. But...
Get over here.
Scythe of Wretches. Oh, hello. Archery. I'm guessing you're going to be able to hit me from up there. What do you mean early? You've got to complete the circle. I think that's what it is. You got to get it by the time it goes to the end of the red. Oh, it's blue. See the blue background? Attack stamina cost reduced by 7. It's a little weaker. Chance to do 200 damage at 10%. Why not? Let's see what's up. What did I just see? Oh, that's that stone. Now, we got this archer.
Fresh meat.
We got a blue mark there. So we come out here. We got a copper pickaxe. He's gonna fire right away, probably. We're gonna roll. He's gonna miss. We're gonna finish him. You're dual wielding. Looks like there's just the one of you.
Let's go.
See you later. Is that a gold glint? That is. We need something to open you. Western Bridge Key. I don't know how I just go wandering. Oh, hello, whatever you are. You're across a beam. Can't climb there. I can't turn the camera, so is there... Is there a walk around? I'm gonna fall to my... I'm gonna fall to my death. Wait, what was the map? I can't. If I can't see it, we can't go. Although, we can save, and then go afterwards. Uh-oh. See you later. Now, where was that grenade dude? Near you. Mushroom and meat curry. Alright, let's go save. Tree I forgot, apparently. Oh, there's a chest right there. Now we gotta fight the 3 dudes again. Yep.
Today it's your first and your life.
I get all 3 of them? Hey, fantastic. What's going on, Fillmore? I'm back. And you're free yet again. Don't make it a habit. Though I have a feeling he makes it a habit. I rolled. Okay. What? Oh, this guy's a turd. I rolled. Bugger. Now, can't get whatever that is, right? We'd have to... I don't think we can cross this. Beam is right there. We can't go up there, and that's where we fell. No climb. That's no climb. There's no climb. How do we get up there? Can't get it. Okay, whatever. Oh, hello. Yeah, it's Fillmore, right. I don't want to move on and leave this stuff. Let's sell another one. Excuse me. Ah, I did parry. So there is a, okay, so there is a perfect parry system.
There'll be nothing left to bury.
Okay, all right, I don't understand. Oh, come on. Now, where does this go? I think I'd rather just walk through the door. Wait, what happened? What happened to the door? We have to use it again? Oh, we have to use it again. No. Okay, I saw him and I rolled. How do we get him down? Can't climb. Can't get him down. I don't... How did we get up there before? Ground shield. Baloney that he puts that where I'm going and not where I was. Nonsense. Solace ring? Alright, hang on. Gain 25% regainable health? What does that even mean? Deal 11% damage on parry. We need to get a one-hander. Well, why did I roll? I should be able to drop down from here, right? Yeah. Alright, let's go see the next area. Oh, hello, fire weapon dude that's not stopping. Now, question is, does he do explosion, like splash damage, or does he do like a line? We don't know. I'm about to die and find out. No, what just happened? Tiddlywinks. How do I... Okay. That's... that... Okay, alright. Alright. I can't sidle. So we rolled, the game rolled us into a little hole. The hole doesn't allow us to climb back out on any of the 3 sides, and when we drop down, we fall exactly here, and we can't get out of wherever we are right now. That's what I'm getting right now. Ah, check that out. But now it's put us all the way back here again. Fallen embers can be used to add or reroll enchantments. Okay. I don't know why stuff... Okay, so it's interesting that stuff is respawning. Kindler's broadcast? Come here, you. I mean, why wouldn't a person just run around here for a while, letting stuff respawn, and then just gathering items? That's too far down. We gotta try it. We gotta try it. Nice. Storage room key. Yeah, but... Okay, so we sidle here, I think? Now, something's down below there. As I raced through the putrid swamp, the Nith rose up to my left and right. The pestilence had rotted their minds, the acidic waters their limbs, leaving only savagery and bloodlust. My sole hope was to reach solid ground, draw my sword, and make a last stand. Even if I were to die, I refused to surrender my corpse to these noxious waters. Again, Sulin Froth. Sulin Froth has made it all over the place. Still hot. Ooh. Where are we now? Okay, we made it to the save, which is good. Now, we know the storage chest is over here, but we also know that dude throwing the bombs is over here. Oh, no, he's not. We got him. We should be able to open this now. Fantastic. Ooh, a gold chest. Shovel, we'll take it. What do we think is here, chat? Let's find out. Wooden howler. Doesn't say what it does. Reckless tallbearer gloves. Cross scale oil. Okay. Fallen embers can be used to add a... Oh, we already read that. Leather helmet. Damage resistance increased by 9 for 10 seconds after consuming food. Okay. Gotcha. Alright, we should be okay. We're looking pretty interesting. Now we should probably go back and save. Alright, fire dude, let's try this again. Just between me and you. I thought I rolled. I did not roll. Did I roll? I rolled. I didn't roll that time. I might have rolled that time. Nope, I'm on fire. I did not roll that time. I healed though. See you later, buddy. Thank you. Reckless Tallbearer Pants. We'll take it. I think they're an upgrade. Durability increased by 70. Enchantment, 1 of 3. Interesting. What are we wearing currently? 56 and 6, 56 and 6, same thing. Okay. Doesn't matter. Still an upgrade. Hey, what is that? Sorry. That's a lever. This looks like some kind of walkway. I think it is, but can we get back up after we drop down? We haven't saved. Oh, I don't like this. Okay, you know what? We're gonna go back. Oh. Hello. Why could I not combo? Yep, we're going back down. Go. And we have to go up. And we have to go around and bring that lever down, and that becomes a shortcut. Gotcha. Now, I'm still intrigued here, but I don't know if we should go back and save. Or if I should just wing it. Because if we have to load, we might not have the gear that we have. Nah. See what happens. Same thing. We're on a rock that we can't. Oh, I'm dead. I'm so dead. I'm so dead. Oh, this game, chat. This game. This game, this game, this game. What are the odds of us landing in the water and not dying? Slim to none because we can't get over there. Oh. You would think there'd be a way to climb out. You really would. You would think there'd be a way to grab hold. But instead, we just fall to our death. Well, we kept our gear. Okay. So what do we lose when we die? I guess just the energy? Now, I can, okay, so I can climb up here. Level design needs work. Those 3 guys are probably going to be here, right? Nope. He only offers what we've already had. One-handed wakizashi. Takes us down 4. But we could put a shield on and see how that goes. Although, how does shield work when the weapon is enchanted? I guess we could experiment and find out. Was it 61? 69. That scales with strength. That scales with archery and spell? Oh, fire flurry. We could try. Let's see. That's the parry. That's the block. A block is aimed. Oh, great. So what's the sword combo? 3 and then we're out. Okay. We need to fight someone. Whoops. Okay, interesting. How do we continue? We can't jump. There's no way this lift takes us to this one area and that's it. It's the way we have to go. Oh, I'm not gonna like this. Nope. All right. So I'm guessing we come back here, I guess, after we figure out how to climb? I have no idea. Now there's a beam there. That doesn't do anything. No. Ah, that's the opening that we saw. No, that's below us. Oh, hang on. There's a plant right there. This is the ladder I couldn't see the top of. But now we're back here. We don't have to be here. Damage increased by 13 for 10 seconds after block. Sounds like we got a new shield. Deal 11 damage. Okay, hang on. So we deal 11% damage on a parry, or we get the damage increase of 13% for 10 seconds after a block. I feel like that's the easier option. Yeah. Deal 11 damage on parry. Maybe we got to get better with the parrying. That's parry there. Oh, we should read this. I mean, we already read it, but we'll read it again. Then we got to go all the way back around again. I hit the wrong button. Excuse me. That was a parry. That was another one. That's probably the best parrying I'm going to do this whole time. Oh, I'm not going to finish that sentence. Hey, Cross, what's going on? Checking it out, eh? Yeah. It's pretty good. I'm enjoying it so far. Up to 98 so far, shooting for 100. Dude, I might have to reevaluate or re-roll or resub and start on a progression server. I went to the broker this morning to check on prices of spells, armor, weapons, just in case there was something I wanted to pick up. I wasn't struggling with anything, but I thought I'd look for a couple key ability upgrades. Nope. My character has, I don't know, maybe 30 plat, 20 plat, something like that. I think my cheapest spell for my level was around 66,000 plat. Then I logged on my Dirge, who's level 90, and I figured I'd go around and see what's up with the Dirge. We did a whole bunch of content, I did a whole bunch of quests, because I was trying to figure out where I left my Dirge at, because I hadn't played my Dirge in probably 15 years. So anyhow, I jumped in, ran around, found out where we had left off, cleared all the content, said, okay, you know what? I'm going to go to the broker, I'm going to check out a couple of spell books, and then I think I might play the Dirge. I went to the broker. My cheapest spell at level 90 was 66 million plat. I was like, nope, I think I'm done on the live server. I can't do it. If the handful of players still playing on the live servers have billions and billions of plat right now, nope, not doing it. So live servers are out. So I don't think I'll be back over on the Swashbuckler. Now, mind you, maybe I sign and start on... where am I going? Wrong way. But yeah, I think the Swashbuckler might be done for now. I'll never be able to afford skills or what have you. I'll still be able to go through content. It'll be slower than I would like. I just didn't realize the economy would be that broken. I went the wrong way again. Like, there's no way the average player has 600 million plat. But that's how much. Like, just go on a live server if you haven't already, and go to the broker and just start looking at spells. Just spells for your class. And take a look at the prices. I'm like, nope, I'm good. Okay, let's see if we can parry again. 4 parries in a row. I'll take it. 5 out of 6 ain't bad. No damage taken. Oh, I was a little slow. There we go. Not bad. Excuse me.
Let's go.
Should have parried. Oh, we just need an active guild? I mean... it's just getting closer and closer. Now, we already determined we can't get up here, right? Yeah, we can't get up there. Oh, that guy's there.
For the risen!
Oh, there's 2 of them. I don't... Okay. I must be hitting that too fast. Thank you. Three guys up here? Yep.
Bleed.
Okay, I don't know why we rolled twice. I couldn't parry any of that. He was still doing damage with block. Hmm. Okay, this guy's gonna be up again.
I promise I'll make it quick.
Oh, come on. You gotta give me room to move. I can't. That's so dumb. That's so dumb. We're gonna die from this fall. Oh, no, we're not. I'm not entirely sure what's going on, but when I hit spacebar once to do one roll, it's rolling, pausing, and then rolling again. And I'm not hitting it twice. But for some reason, it's rolling twice. And I don't know if it's my left mouse button clicking too fast that it interrupts the roll. It should just do that. That's the one roll. But it's rolling twice. Reckless gloves, blue. Healing increased 12% of current durability. Yep. Now, what is that there? We can't go that way. It's a dead end. Did we go in the gate? We don't go in the gate. Okay, so the elevator lift takes us up to the one area where we can't go anywheres. What's that? Knave's tunic. I didn't even see that. A garment often worn by the lowliest risen. But we don't want that because of what we're wearing. 50 and 5. 50 and 5, same thing. What does it look like? Oh, we'll wear that. Hey Stogrim, I'm enjoying it so far. There's a couple of things with the pathing, or with the movement, I guess you could say. When I bought this game a long while ago, when it first went EA, I actually went out and bought a controller specifically for this game. It feels more comfortable. Really? I mean, I guess we could always try a controller. I never thought to. So, okay, so down takes us to where we've already been. Over here, the bridge is out. We can't go. The lift takes us up, so there's got to be something we're missing up here. I don't know exactly what, but there's got to be something. Okay, both these dudes are dead so far. There's nowhere to go here, nothing to interact with. We run up here, there's nothing to climb. Can't go out the window. There's this, but there's no jumping in the game, so there's no way to get across. And we need to get across to continue. Well, actually, no, we don't. We need to kick that ladder down. So this isn't the right way to go at the moment. Can't climb that. Oh, hang on, hang on. I don't think this is right. I can't see what's outside this window. Hello. I might have just figured out how to climb. That's not it. That's not it. I'm gonna jump out the window, I know. I knew it was gonna happen. I knew it. Shoot. Although, this guy's back up. He fires his grenade close quarters. That's the first time he's ever done that. I call shenanigans. No. Hello. Yeah, but we can't. I don't know what I just. Chat, there's no jumping in the game. I don't know what I just did. I have no idea what I just did, but there's no jumping in the game. Clearly, I was wrong. Let me see if I can do that again. Oh, wait a minute. It's auto-triggered. Climb, run. Wow, I didn't have to push anything. It's auto-designed to go into the... Okay. Oh, it's garbage. Oh my goodness, I didn't know that's... Oh, wow. You just sprint into an... Like, all I'm doing is sprinting. We sprint, sprint, sprint. I haven't touched any keys, not the mouse or anything. And then we sprint from here, and away we go. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. No idea. So wait, does that mean... Where's that climbing spot? Oh, I'm gonna die, aren't I? I'm gonna die. I think it's up here. I'm so dead. Wow. Dude, my mind just got blown. Would be nice if the game explained that. Would be fantastic, actually. Then we should be able to get on this. Find out what this is. Oh no, inventory's full. Discard, yes. Discard, yes. Wildling helmet, tattered jute. Gain 11% armor penetration. It's 30, so what? That's medium? Is that heavy? I don't know. Alright. Plague damage increased by 4. We're not doing plague damage. And we lose defense, so I probably shouldn't put that on right now. And am I still... Wait a minute, why is it showing... Oh, okay, no, never mind. Similar graphic. Okay, let's discard that. Now, I don't think there's anything else here, right? Am I gonna die again? I'm gonna die again. There's nothing else here. That is crazy. Oh, lordy, lordy, lordy. Don't die, don't die, don't die. Thank you.
Blood's gonna boil.
Nope, not gonna fight you, Mr. Bowman. I didn't know this lift went down. Buried Shamshir. 2 damage up. Stagger damage increased by 7. It's one hand? One hand. New weapon. Inventory's full. Not a new weapon. Hang on now. Discard. Destroy. Discard. Destroy. Discard. Destroy. Loot all. Go to weapons. That on is our new sword. Then we can discard and destroy. Now, before we go down, wherever that takes us. More loot. And then what is this? Anything? Nothing. Read. Day 35, surveying this miserable rut. The Orban glades smell of rot. All day I hear the wet squelch of my boots sucking mud. All night I try and fail to warm my socks by the fire. Strange figures call this swamp home. Years of bog life has rotted away their lower limbs. Something else perhaps has rotted away their minds. It might be time to petition to bring my survey to a close. There's a ladder we can't reach. Okay, so do we drop off over here? I guess. We've been here. So I can't, there's no way I can sprint. No, that's got to fall down. So we got to trigger that from the other side. So this lift should take us up. There we go. So if I sprint at this side, it should auto jump me to the other, right? Wow. Mind blown.
Be careful, Lara. Someone's coming.
Can't drop down. Can't go that way. Okay, a fall like that would have killed me. And there's the shortcut. Beautiful.
Harem. Forgive my father. He mistook you for one of the risen.
If you make for Sacrament, there are worse things than bandits up ahead. A great beast is loose in these glades.
They say it used to be a man. I wanted to go after it, but father says...
Father says the Torn are not to be trifled with. He's right.
I don't think we have any recipes, right?
As long as you're
Yeah,
here.
we only have the
I'll
one.
keep it tended for you.
I don't need it.
Both know what it's like to be lost in the woods. All you can think about is a warm meal.
Danger level 1, Orban Glades. Excuse me. Save. Yes, please. Was it shaken or is that the... Nope. This is going to kill me a few times. I don't think we're going to be able to parry it. It's that thing right there. I'm guessing. Let's see if we can get the Art of Surprise. Maybe. Got a ladder? Nope. Yep. Maybe. Nope. Looks like a ladder. Alright. Boss it is. I'm so dead. First boss, by the way. Or the Torn. Oh, I rolled late, I rolled early, I rolled wrong. Okay, I rolled right that time. Oh, okay, Kellogg's has cornflakes. I rolled. Okay. 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 Okay, okay, yep, sure. Blender. Every swing is like 5 moves. I rolled early. I'm dead. I'm alive. I'm dead. I'm not. What's happening? Oh, I got... Yep. Yep. Nope. That guy, dude. First boss? We can roll 3 times, which foregoes our attack, and he can hit 5 times. So, that math ain't mathin'.
Figured I'd be safer camping out here. You let me know if you need any sickening stench.
Are you sneaking up on us? But that's okay. We're not going to give up. Back in it. We're back in it. Let's go. Bit of a delay. Bit of a delay. Bit of a delay. Rolled early. Rolled on time. I think. Rolled late. Early. Okay. Okay. What is that nonsense? That was yells do damage? Oh my Toledo. I waited that time. Let a person swing. Dude. Nah. Let's see if we can block something. Or even parry. Probably not, but we're gonna try. We clearly parried one of those. Oh my god, you don't give us enough stamina to run. I'm dead. I'm not dead. I'm close to dead. I'm dead now. Ah, what's happening? Get off my screen! I don't know how we leveled by failing. Okay. Now that was a parry. But now I have no stamina to do anything. Okay. Yeah, you mother jumper. Take that. Take that. Give me my loot. Give me my loot. I have the power. Requirements not met. Damage reduced. Oh, 12 archery. Oh, why would you... Why would you give me gear I can't use? Boo. You gave me gear I can't use. Actually, what's down here? Oh, it's the way we came. I did it, Fillmore. Actually, we should probably sell. Do we keep those in the hopes of something levels up first? I don't know. All right, before we go down, Friendly place?
State your business. Quickly. Don't think just because you felled the beast, you're an ally.
It's all right, Winnick. I apologize for the lack of hospitality. My friend here has his guard up for good reason. Once the raiders took the old fortress, their bloodshed has drawn more and more of those things towards our city. How did you manage to slay that monstrosity? My god. You're Serum. The Watcher's call has been answered.
Ha! I told that old coot he was wasting his time. For once, I'm glad I was wrong. Serum, in the flesh and on our island. I thought you'd be taller.
Your kind's welcome within our walls. I trust you'll find a home here. Seek the Watcher, up in the rookery. Welcome to Sacrament.
Oh, this is Sacrament. That looks cool. Yeah, very Souls' Darkest Dungeon almost. Fast travel unlocked. Rest at any whisper to use this new ability. Okay. Alright, before we do that though, there is a ramp going down back here that we must check out. Because it pays to explore. Oh. Oh, it's just a shoot. It's the same path. Every time I see that, I feel like it's a new path. It's not a new path. We did miss some stuff in the tutorial, though, but there's a couple of locations now that I know how jump works that we could have gone to, but whatever. Let's go.
Sacrament's gates are always open to those in need, or those who keep her safe. Help yourself to our food and shelter.
But leave the ale to me.
Head to the rookery.
Sorry. Nope. Nope. I like how the camera automatically shifts right here to show us everything. There's the save.
What if that historian just misread my family tree and it was a mistake to leave the mainland? Maybe I'm not Dasha after all.
The gate to the lowland meadows is closed. A foul beast has been seen roaming outside the walls.
The one I took out? Or a new one? Oh, wait a minute. That was a street sign. Marketplace, Lowland Meadows. Okay, it's a new bot. Okay.
When people ask why I'm
See if you can follow along.
It's another way out.
The stone walls like Serum, Dalsha, nomads, invaders. The dead are stacked high beneath Sakra soil.
So I'm supposed to believe you're a Serum?
The pestilence is already among us, unspoken. You've come too late.
Hands. We are not meant to walk amongst ourselves, eye to eye with filth and kindness. We are meant to float on clouds of ivory.
I went to scour the ruins to the east. The realm of the ancient Serum. Ugh. Nothing but death in those mountains now.
I can feel this.
Excuse me. Restless seeker, he strives for growth, for vision, for valor, for more.
Beyond this gate lies the Nameless Pass, but the way is shut tonight on Ellsworth's orders. We've been told there's some kind of monstrosity lurking outside one of the
Okay,
gates.
so there's monstrosities looking out or lurking outside of all the gates. I got you. I guess doors don't open. Can we not get up there? Nope. Oh, I didn't see you.
Never priest. People will always need ore and stone, my father said. He didn't count on those cowards sealing the mountain gate shut.
The rookery lies just across the bridge.
Is it true? Sacrament's learning all the wrong lessons from Havenport. We gave up half the city. The Silverfish's gangs just wanted more. I came here to get away from all that. I hope Ellsworth's not as soft as Governor Grafston was.
What are you? A dummy? Oh, you are a dummy. Oh, how do I get out of combat?
I don't like you, and you don't like me. I hope we meet in Barcelona one day, so I can wipe that smirk off your face.
That was rude.
Truth will not. Dark deeds swirl around you, stranger. I can see them. I have the gift of insight and outsight. Do you wish to know more?
If she looks like that picture on the right and sounds exactly like the way she... Man, you want to keep 50 yards away from her?
Hope those bowling knights march right into the sea. Everyone's too scared to say it, but Sakra and Phelan are better off apart. I love the king about as much as a wart on my eyeball.
Anybody ever have a wart in your eyeball? Ew.
If Ellsworth had any sense, he'd sweep Beggar's Alley clear. Those sorry sods dragged down me property value.
Hang on now. Do over. Wait, what's this? O hero, O breaker of the way, where no ship had sailed, no noble foot set. Since the days of the great plague, he brought life and light and built this city. O father, O child of the embrace, through these cobblestones and flags, plowed from earth and bone, he brought order to heresy and built this city. We built this city. I mean, come on. It was right there.
Onward to the rookeries, Sarah.
Wait, did you just point that way? We just came from that way.
Not much respect. Or to just let the Risen sack the place. Then they'd learn a thing or two about...
Oh, is that a read thing? Yep. Day 113, surveying I know not what. I'm finished. I'm through. Even if they throw me out of the Surveyors' Union, I will not abide another step on this cursed isle. No more horizons. No more blank maps tempting me to fill in their lines. All I ever wish to explore is the bottom of a bowl of warm soup. Farewell, Sacra. Someone else can complete the damned assignment. I'm departing these cursed shores, and I will relish every moment of the journey home. Why is this not signed? The other three pieces of lore were signed by, what's his name? Lumen Filth? Firth? Whatever. This should be signed as well. Somebody dropped the ball here. This should be signed by the same dude.
Not much respect for us these days.
Excuse me. Lumen Firth. Lumin? Lumin? I forget his name. Notice. Work has been halted on the scaffolding due to lack of resources. Seek me in the town square once proper materials are obtained to resume construction. Maybe he wants us to gather material?
If you're so intrigued by our cages, why don't you hop inside one?
Okay. Excuse me. I shouldn't sprint. I should not sprint. We're going to grab hold of that railing and jump off the side. I haven't even made it to the save point yet.
Our gate is a sign of the blasphemy within our walls.
Who am I to play with now?
Have you seen her? She's such a pest, always wandering off. Please, please keep your eyes out.
Do you need any help? My husband fell when Risen took the old keep. It's just me now. But I'm quite capable. I can even speak a bit of Dasha.
Cool. Dash a pretty cool trick.
You want to see real filth? Visit Sacrament Sewers. 100 years of shit and rot and decay. Sloshing about like in a tub.
Now, he's going to tell us that this is some other gate that leads to a monstrosity.
The gate is closed, traveler. Best stay inside the city tonight.
Oh, nope. No monstrosity at this gate.
So long as food goes in.
Man, this place is huge.
If you ever find yourself in battle, just lie under a corpse.
There's a whole lot of nothing here, but the place is huge.
My hat to them all. Just professional respect. Put sacrament bodies neath the dirt even faster than me.
All of the city's gates are shut. You'll not be visiting the Marin Woods tonight. There's rumors of a torn guard roaming about. One of Sacrament's own, they say.
Oh, so that boss was called Warwick the Torn. So, okay, so something's corrupting the people here. That was his name, right? Warwick the Torn? I think it was the Torn. The stone masonry is closed due to a cave-in. For those seeking entry, find historian Elsa. Okay, everything's pointing us towards the town square. And I've been everywhere's but.
Eyes up.
I mean, it doesn't help. Oh, there's a map. My whoopsie. Okay, is there a way? Nope, there's no way to move the map. Oh, wait, what's that? Zoom in and out. Oh, wow. Okay. How do we... So you can zoom in and out, but you can't... These must be whispers? No, those are whispers. What are these? Don't know. We mark that? Place marker. This doesn't matter. We gotta go down and around. Okay.
You're not voting for... Ellsworth, let the Risen take the old fortress. How long until he surrenders our very homes?
I don't know. But I'd appreciate you not yelling at me.
Sacrament still stands.
This is the wrong way? Who are you?
A man of peace is a man at war. Your eyes will betray you. Your ears will lie to you. Your blade will shatter. Crutches, all of them. Trust only in what you can feel, what you can strike. For you were born with the only weapons you'll ever need.
Oh, hello. What are you selling, lady? Woven wraps. Front flip kick. Slot this rune into a weapon to gain the front flip kick. Swipe kick. Slot this rune into a weapon to gain the swipe kick. That's martial arts, it seems. Not for me. Vendors. Within Sacrament, you'll encounter a variety of vendors, each offering unique services. They might sell special items and resources, enhance or repair gear, or they could even change Sacrament itself. Vendor stalls can be upgraded further. Oh, interesting. Yeah, it's got a bit of Darkest Dungeon in here.
You cannot rush an oak.
That's cool.
Welcome, young sprout. I go by Whitaker the Woodcrafter. That's because I craft wood.
Designed for the rugged traveler, this bed enhances the sleeper's health and stamina. Must be placed inside a house. Homestead Lucina. Must be placed inside a house. Okay, so apparently we get a house at some point. And I'm guessing we unlock somebody to come here, and I'm guessing this could be alchemy or mage of some sort.
Does this mushroom seem off to you? I swear it's giving me a dirty look.
You should go to the rookery, high above.
Okay, people are talking town square, and this guards are talking rookery. And I'm going the wrong way.
Sneaky little bandit.
Sacrament still stands.
Nope. Back up and around.
Sacrament needs fresh blood in her veins.
This looks like the way I came. Yeah, I remember that fountain. Wait, who's that down there?
Feeling squeamish? It's all right, it happens. You need a man with a strong stomach and no morals? That's me.
Wait. Does this unlock part of the map, or does this go to a dead end?
I don't hear it roaring.
That just fog of war? There's the save point. Oh, it's just fog of war. Wow.
I was fetching my armor when I pulled a muscle. Important to limber up before battle.
Someone really ought to set this right.
They were backwater scavengers. Nothing but thieves on the road.
You can't still think that.
But that's the point. Time was they couldn't mount a horse, let alone an attack like that.
Can't talk to you? Nope. Okay.
You know, the
Oh, it's you
pestilence
again.
should count as...
Hey, wait, we in the right place? No.
Perhaps next time my manservant can come.
Should you find your way to Tyr, Sirim, you'll be treated as royalty. We know.
Okay, it's an envoy of Tyr.
The beast outside our gates is a sign.
There's no door to open.
So I'm supposed to believe you're a seraph.
What am I supposed to do? We met the governor, a man named Ellsworth. He told us to find the Watcher up in the Rookery Tower. Oh. So we gotta find a way to climb up?
We try to keep these trading
Not you.
ventures short.
The doors don't open, it
We
seems.
must accept God's embrace, or we will all end up like that wretched thing.
Better off sleeping under a doorway.
Are we doing it? I don't even know if we're going the right way. I don't think this is it.
Is it true? There isn't. Taking the old fortress.
No, maybe it is.
You've arrived. I knew his letters were not in vain. It's an honor to meet you. I've only ever read the ancient texts about your kind. They have come, Master, from across the sea.
The pestilence. It...
Hey, it's Bran.
Everything it touches.
Did you not hear? The Serum have arrived.
He's old.
They won't come. Never answer.
I apologize. He is a brilliant scholar, but it's been so long. God's reach. They're already here.
He looks happy.
Governor Ellsworth.
Madrigal Celine, I apologize for the lack of a formal welcome. If you sent word, it must have been lost.
A welcome sight, though, aren't they? About time Phelan sent reinforcements.
My Inquisition is here as an act of mercy, Baron Winnick. There is an unholy presence on this island. I have come on behalf of King Magnus, who sent me...
King Magnus? The boy?
Forgive me. I thought you had heard.
I was a big fan of Darkest Dungeon because of its graphics. Like, if you look at Darkest Dungeon's
Your brother,
appearance,
the
you'll
king,
know it's unique.
has passed.
I'm digging this art style.
How long?
It will be a week tomorrow. You should return to Phelan, Governor. Your nephew has extended his hand. He invites you to rejoin the family.
Thank you, Madrigal. But Sacra is my home.
Sacra will be in capable hands. My Inquisition have quartered ourselves in Fort Reach, and will remain for as long as it takes to heal this island.
Fort Reach? Sacrament's a bit out of your way then, isn't it?
My outfit encountered a group of raiders as we came ashore on your coast. We sent all of them to rejoin God, save one.
Me?
I thought she might be of particular interest to you.
Oh, she.
We
Hello.
could have left her body by the side of the road with the other animals. Consider this an offering of goodwill from the church.
Okay, they're the bad guys. Excuse me.
Where was the church when our people were sick and starving? We're done begging for scraps. We take what we need.
Odessa. Don't.
Leave her. I'm sure the governor can properly discipline his own daughter. At least as well as he governs his city.
My apologies, Madrigal. It's... She does not stand for sacrament.
Damn right I don't.
Guards, take her away.
I say one of the monsters in this game is going to eat Madrigal.
This way, Rhythm. I should have never taught you that little move.
You will arrange an escort for my vanguard to Kalen.
Kalen? It will be done. Is there anything else we can do?
You can rejoice, Governor. Your salvation is at hand.
She's going to screw up.
Oh, the Inquisition at our gates, and Sarum in our rookery.
He's going to be around to the end of the game.
We've prepared lodgings below. A humble room, to be sure, but safe and warm. I hope you've arrived in time to save our fair island. Not only in time to witness its ruin.
We are Sarum, holy warriors sworn to vanquish pestilence, summoned to the backwater, inside the gate. The Madrigal then presented Ellsworth's captured daughter Odessa. We are left to contemplate our next move. This is a very interesting game. I'm digging it. I'm digging it for sure. Wherever they decide to go with this. Rookery lodgings, 12:11. At noon? Why are we rocking? Do I have to stand? Oh, I have to trigger it. This is all of our stuff, okay. Welcome to your new lodgings. You can stash your inventory and share it with other players by using the community chest. Every player on the realm can place and remove items from it. Gotcha. Until we find something else, I guess we could store that. We don't need multiple fishing rods at the time being, so we have one equipped at 94. We'll bank that. We've got a woodcutter's axe. We can bank that. We're not going to use the scythe for the time being. We really want to use the coiled dawn, but I need to level archery, whatever the book is. 12 and 12. I don't necessarily know how to do that. Do we have to get gear to increase the stats? And I'm not worried about the bud. So we'll bank that for the time being. We have a shovel, we'll bank that. We have a pickaxe, we'll bank that. So the sword is the goal. We gotta find a way to get this to go green. Alright, does this game have a long campaign? I have no idea, my friend. This is my first time taking a look at it.
Balls. Gade. Who's that? Oh, a visitor. Of course. I've told the Watcher this tower's not fit for livestock. And yet there he goes, boarding any stranger that comes along, when there are plenty of houses in Sacrament for purchase. You'll have to head upstairs. There's no way down for now. A fine staircase should be too. Would get us to the market in half the time. Most days you'll find me not far from there. In the square by the wardroom. Maker Danos.
I can repair anything with the right materials. Except laziness.
Okay, so he's gonna be the dude to upgrade our gear then. Yeah, I'm really digging this. I mean, we've only just gotten out of the tutorial, but looks pretty fun from what I've seen, but don't know much about anything about it. So if you're familiar with like a Dark Soul or Bloodborne, it's kind of like that. You start in the tutorial, you washed up on shore, Path of Exile style. You fight through the first little area, you meet a couple of individuals, they gently push you towards the next area. You end up tracking down this monster, you kill this monster, you don't know anything about the monster, but then you get out of the tutorial and you go into the first act where you come across Sacrament, which is this city or this town. You're starting to meet these people. Your race, your character's race, is known as the Serum, C-E-R-I-M. And apparently the Serum is kind of like savior, I guess you could say. So I'm guessing we're the only Serum in the world currently. So the town is now vying on us to help them with their problems. It's very Dark Souls. It's I'm using keyboard and mouse at the moment. I've been told the controller might be a more comfortable way to do it, but it's not too bad with the mouse and keyboard. It's a work in progress for me. Having to WASD is interesting. I haven't had to WASD in a game in a very long time, so I'm trying to get used to it. But I love the art style. I love the combat. The first boss definitely has a challenge.
Some of the poor torn soul you killed at our gates.
I love the art
left
style.
The of its blood here on the table, but when I returned, I found it altered. The Watcher, he must have refined it, purified it. An ancient technique. Now you just need to I apologize. It's my nerves.
Even the voice acting is really good.
The ichor must flow through your veins.
It's not ichor, it's ichor. It's pronounced ichor, not ichor.
Go to the Watcher. This skill is it's beyond me.
Plague ichor. Nothing out here. Again, the camera panned. That's pretty cool to give you the view. You gotta be very careful in this game. One wrong move and you can run yourself right over a ledge.
Where is Rune? Are you? Rune, come here. There's a stranger in the rookery.
No, we've already met him. We met him the day prior, but he doesn't remember us.
Why have you gone?
Plague ichor. What is this? Huh? What am I supposed to do here? Is this allowing me to pick one of these? +5 inventory slots, +5 food slots, +5 consumables, +5 resource, +5 miscellaneous, +1 to hunger, +1 tool slot, +1 ring slot. So that unlocks a second ring. That unlocks our offhand. That's main hand. Main hand, offhand. That's not. We're not really. I'm not looking at switching weapon styles. Whatever we have in our main, we stick with. Utility rune. We haven't even filled the second one yet. Let's what? Let's do the ring? Or the inventory? What do we think is more important? A second ring or 5 more inventory slots? I think we do the ring because we don't know what we're going to get for gear, right? Let's do the ring.
There. Now, if you should encounter any more of the Torn, collect the Rykor and bring it to the Watcher.
It's Icker.
And if you ever want to know the comings and goings within our fair city's walls, I'm your man. Roan, scholar, guide, inquisitive soul, unrepentant gossip, at your service.
Spilled blood. A young scholar named Roan advised us that if we collect any more plague ichor during our travels, we should bring it back to the Watch. Okay, so we have to get the plague ichor and then come back here and they alter it and then we get the upgrade. Gotcha. Alright, what else do we have? No other quest showing. Ah, this is okay. Oh, this is where we pick. Oh, gotcha. Okay, so we need book and bow to 12. Oh, do I want to do this? Ah, whatever. We're doing it. Okay, we're going to save those points for the time being. And we're going to be able to put that sword on now. Oh, beautiful. So we go up 8 damage, we go up 2 defense, we get the damage increased by 9%, weight reduction of 4. Okay. That's our new sword. I dig it. Now, I'm going to try and save attribute points for gear that we come across, and that way at least we have the points to bump up the stats we might need to put the stuff on. So any combat fight, we'll just do it without the added points. I don't know where I'm supposed. Where are we supposed to go? All the doors are closed. All the doors are closed. The doors are closed, and there's no way out. No way out.
It's all I knew with the pestilence returned. It wouldn't be long before your kind did as well. But I fear the plague has already crept within Sacrament's walls. 2 days ago, I offered a potent rune to a woman who said her husband was ill. A small mercy, but I have not heard from them since, and I worry he was worse than she let on. Please, visit their home in Beggar's Alley. You can find me at the marketplace after. The plague knows we are weakest when alone. But we are not alone, Serum. Not even you.
Okay, so this was our first interaction with a non-marked quest. I hope this isn't the norm, because if you have to run through this entire city to try and find somebody with an exclamation point over their head, that's a negative for me on this. Because when I opened the map 2 minutes ago, there were no icons anywheres, and the moment we crossed the bridge here, she had the exclamation point over her head. And it didn't just pop up, it was there. The previous quest showed up on the map. We knew where to go. Quest can be advanced by any Serum on a realm. All story progress is shared. Check your quest log in the menu to view quest updates and map markers. If you miss a tutorial or cinematic, it can be revisited. That's cool. Now, if I open the map, there, see? That's what it should be doing.
On watch.
Down below. And then in this door, doors don't open. Oh, doors do open. Oh my goodness. Turn.
Be out soon.
They'll be out soon? Okay, you're gonna have to forgive me, kid. Nothing.
told me to wait out here. Is it supper time yet? I hope Mama makes dumpling soup.
So, am I supposed to wait? Not only does this game teach you difficult encounters, it teaches you patience as well. Open up. Knock, knock. Knock, knock. Open up the door. It's real. I'm not entirely sure. I mean, I guess we wait. Do we sit down? No? We met Eleanor the Enchanter. She asked us to check on a family living in a house in Beggar's Alley to whom she sold a powerful rune. She said they'll be out soon. This is where the quest led us. Yeah, that's it. There's no arrow. This is the door. I guess we wait. Are we supposed to get up here somehow? Not that way.
They told me to wait out here.
Okay, I get it. Do I have to make noise? Oh, hang on a second. Gotcha. Little puzzles. Oops, my bad. Little puzzles. You're not going to get anything past me. Come on. Give me the sidle option. I knew we'd have to get up on that ledge.
They'll be out
What?
soon.
Oh, do we have to shimmy over? We might have to shimmy over. No? What? There's no shimmy option. We have to get up there in there and see what the parents are doing. Not that way. It has to be this way. There's no ledge there. There's nothing to climb. There's no ledge there. We have to be able to make it off.
They'll be out soon.
Did we try sprinting on the beam? I guess. I don't know. Aha! Gotcha. Call me Shinobi. Oh! Hello. They're not having dumpster soup, or dumpster. They're not having dumpling soup. The husband and wife were sick with the pestilence and took their own lives to save their child. Wow. Okay, yeah, this game's gonna be dark, man. Whoever finds this, Noah had no other choice. The pestilence took hold of Noah, and I feel it's crawled beneath my skin as well. I hope to keep her safe. Tell Maeve we love her. Tell her she's kind and generous and to never let that part of her go. Tell her to eat her carrots and cabbage and not just sweets. Tell her anything, please. That's Noah there. So she killed Noah and then hung herself. No chest or nothing? No chest or nothing. Bummer. This has got me mixing this with, like, it's got the Dark Souls, the Souls-like type combat, but this has got like Darkest Dungeon and what's it called? This War is Mine. Something like that. Like everybody's at the end of their rope. Oh, that's a bad pun. That was such a bad pun.
You can take it back to Eleanor. I need to stay here, in case they wake up.
Illuminate. We should bring the rune to Eleanor. I got a feeling quite a few people are going to be sick, chat.
You there. Please. Wait. Corpus, please. I beg you. I can work. I'm good for it. Just need a bit of strength.
You're not going to like me.
Just a few coppers for an ale. I'm so thirsty.
Nothing.
I can get back on my feet.
Everyone speaks of the suffering outside our walls, but ignores those of us suffering within them.
We may know a wretched bunch we are, but a family of sorts. They're all I've got anymore. Them and old Casper here. Lost it all to that cursed drug saver. Say, you wouldn't have a drop or two of it on you, would you?
Sweeping here.
I can feel... Have you ever felt fear? Doubt?
Oh, we already...
Longing?
Did we talk to this guy? No, it's just the same character model.
Reach inside you.
A different name.
And purge these pathetic instincts.
The island will chew you up and come to gaze upon my misery.
Oh no, we have been here. This stuff repopped. All these apples, and the game gave us one. Alright. Go turn... Oh my goodness, could they have put her far enough away?
Just a few coppers for an ale.
I was going to give them to you, but the game won't let me. So we're going to go... Yeah, probably that way.
Make a fortune in Sacrament?
Sarah, a moment.
Oh. See? This wasn't up on the map. See? What's going, like...
If I might bend your ear, I've a proposition for you. I saw how you dispatched the raiders in the old fortress. You've had a taste. Any interest in the meal? My men spotted the risen warlord, Darak, in the Orban Glades. He's been a thorn in Ellsworth's side for too long. I sent a contingent after him, but if you were to find yourself heading west, you might join them and do Sacrament a service.
Wait, didn't we come from the west? Didn't they say earlier when we got here that we're
We
supposed to
would
go
all
to the
sleep
east?
better knowing Darak's below ground.
Sarah, look with the tide washed in.
Well, you have a quest too. Or an
I
update.
didn't think you survived.
Oh, it's Odessa. Wait a minute, he put his own daughter in, I'm guessing, jail?
Seems our fortunes have changed since we last spoke. I'm afraid we might have to postpone our fight. But if I'm spared the gallows, perhaps we can finish what we started.
You weren't swinging at me, lady. You were swinging at what's-her-name?
Although judgment might take a while.
The Madrigal.
My father would rather play servant to the Madrigal than speak with me. Could be worse. We could be at the bottom of the sea.
Swimming with the fishes. Oh, that's the tower. Oh, wait a minute. Do I see? Nope, I don't. Chad, I told you if I was going to be sprinting up and down stairs, I'm going to be falling off of them. It almost happened. Almost happened. There's no ladder down. Look, see? Another quest update.
So, you found me. Perhaps you're developing a fondness for this city then.
Oh, this is the smith.
With my hands and your copper, we can make Sacrament bloom again. Anything you come across that looks like it could be restored, tell me. Why, even the vendor stalls can be improved. And for yourself, perhaps you may want a home here one day. You can find vacant houses for sale all over Sacrament. Each one has a sign out front that tells you all you need to know. There was greatness here once. Let us uncover it from beneath the dust.
Building projects. Tanning rack, basic workbench. 182 silver. That's a lot of silver. We'll do it later. We don't really have anything to sell. I guess we could get rid of this. How am I getting?
I won't let your
Down here?
before I leave the island. You think you're up for chasing
Look.
down a few bounties?
Look, exclamation points all over the place and not on the map.
I told Ellsworth I thought it was a mistake letting you past our gates. A soldier with no rank is a stone's throw from a bandit. But orders are orders. Or is that a foreign idea to you? Orders, discipline, training. Well, as long as you're here, perhaps you might learn a thing or two by serving my guard. You can start by showing your captain a bit of respect, with a proper salute.
Express yourself by performing gestures. Use G, select, and space. G, select.
Very good. Perhaps you're not quite the miscreant you appear to be.
I guess that's
Well,
teaching
then,
you how to
sir,
communicate with other
bounties to
people.
collect, challenges to complete, and not enough men to carry them out. Every day it seems there's more. If you help me keep chaos at bay, you may find Sacrament's guard can be a potent ally. What do you say?
Hunt down bounty targets or complete challenges to claim daily and weekly rewards. Inactivities from the activity screen and then use the activity log to track progress. Upon completion, visit Randolph to claim your rewards. Okay. Excuse me. Battle the cage. Daily. Preview rewards. Chip diamond. Chip spike can be used to infuse weapon and armor to gain bleed. Okay. I feel like bleed would be good. Get in quick, bleed a mob, get out. Enchantment power increased by 40% if it's the only elemental gem. Brothers Keepers. Tiny feather. In a weapon, weight reduced to 20. Okay, weight reduction. Chipped shield. Can be used to infuse weapons and armor. Enchantment power increased by 50% if you have barrier. Gain 10% barrier out of combat. Barrier's got to be some kind of shield? Like a buff, maybe? Orban Glades is the next area over. Mariner's Keep. We're probably not there yet, so that's probably not worth doing. Swamp Rises. The Shallows. We haven't been there yet either. So Orban Glades has 2. Mariner's Keep is not where we came from, was it? I like that one. Do we just take them all? Oh, we can't take them all. Alright, we'll just take them all. Oh, look at all that stuff. Flagicker. Holy Prisoner Pillory. Gain 4% armor penetration, gain 9 focus, inflicting any status, which would be good with bleed. Entwined Root is a wand. Upgrade legs. Phenomenal chest. Okay, this gotta be a difficult fight. Alright, whatever. We'll take it all. I guess. Challenges. Pinewood, we own 3. So active, active, active. I have no idea if we're going to do any of this chat, but we're going to take it all anyways. Entitlements. Connect to Twitch, claim early access rewards, back. Okay, we'll do that after. Actually, I guess we could do that now. Hang on a second, chat. Just be on the safe side. Why did that not work? Be another moment, chat. May as well do this now so I don't have to do it again. Okay, that's good, that's good. So if we do that...
Your true armor is your will.
Okay, I think we're back. Poise defense. Enemy attacks deal poise damage. This can interrupt actions and stagger you. Equip heavier gear to raise poise defense. Okay. Serum glow. Oh, was that the pre-order stuff? Required level 13. Oh, we gotta get to 13. Okay, that's okay. That better be on par with level 13 stuff. It could be. We're a long ways away from that, right? What are we, level 5? We're level 5. Just gotta go in the bank. Where's our house?
Saren, death is a lost art. People trip in the street, drown in creeks, choke on chicken bones. But your kind perfected the form. That's why I've devoted my life to studying you. Your ruins, your ways, your slaughter. Sorry, I never introduced myself. I am Elsa, an historian. There are relics of your kind all over Sacra. Another was just discovered in the stonemason shot by the cemetery. You should see it for yourself. Perhaps it's your temple, your library, your tomb.
I doubt it. Oh, wow, okay. These are all the bounties, I'm guessing? Yeah, that's the bullseyes. Oh, yeah, see, now it's showing a quest icon up here. I'm guessing that's just what we got from her. So maybe the starters don't show on the map, but the follow-ups do? Maybe that's it. That's still rough. If a person's got to, every time they come into town, they got to run through the entire town to try and find stuff, it's not cool. Wait, is this the way up? Oh. Run there. Am I going to fall to my death? I'm going to fall to my death. That's the biggest jump in the game right there, chat. What happened to you? You're all cold. Oh, you're accessible.
Do not ask why the Inquisition has come. Ask yourself if you are worthy of the embrace.
Oh, you're crazy, lady.
Maybe she's hiding in last
Who's this dude?
Church welcomes all. Is that? It can't be. A serum in sacrament? Welcome, welcome. I'm the Orison here, Orison Haley. God speaks in countless voices, and I'm but one of his humblest. Try not to be intimidated by those inquisitors marching around. The church is a place of peace. It is when we are still that we're most likely to feel God's hands upon our shoulder.
Who am I to play with now?
Ah, here's the stall.
Make the world yours.
So it was as I feared.
Excuse me.
Our stone walls mean nothing to the plague. I didn't even know their names. I never thought to
I wonder if
ask.
she becomes the vendor. This is probably her stall.
I will look after the girl. We are, all of us, the children of those who survived. And the rune, I see you have it now. They are potent things, yet fickle.
Each carries its own blessing.
Rune management. Equip, extract, or destroy runes on an item. Modify your equipped ability runes. Illuminate. Summon a radiant light that follows you, illuminating dark areas, and that's 2. Okay. Nothing socketed there that's in utility.
Runes can be bonded to your weapon, or to your being itself, but removing them carries its own cost. We are all soldiers now, in the one true war. The one my mother and her her spoke of in whispers. A door was opened 1,000 years ago. Perhaps together we can close it.
So she becomes the rune merchant. She offers to take care of the child. Of rats and raiders. Historian named Elsa. Mysterious ruin beneath the stonemason shop near the cemetery. Okay. That was this way.
The eyes of the city.
Yeah.
The stonemasonry is closed on Ellsworth's orders.
Oh. Fancy you being here. Why are you here? We don't have any new recipes. Oh.
There you are. Look at this. The floor of the masonry collapsed, revealing this chamber below. Isn't it remarkable?
Clearly a sword.
No one's breathed.
Looks like somebody holding the sword. That also looked like a hand up there. Yep.
I believe a deeper ruin lies beyond this seal, but I'm unsure how to access it. You know, in some cultures, the faithful pleased their gods by ritualistically disemboweling themselves.
Yeah, I'm not about to do that.
Wouldn't that be a sight?
Excuse me. Hang on a second, chat. That's weird. That's very interesting. Never mind. Oh, it really does want our blood? Oh.
Yes! Yes, that's it! Your blood was the key. Astonishing.
Save point.
This is the largest Sarum ruin I've ever seen.
Is it our back cave? Might be our back cave. We made a blood offering inside the Sarum ruin, and a doorway opened, revealing a much larger chamber below.
How strange. It's the same as that spot near the square. By the gods. The Sayer speaks to you. You've awoken the chamber. I think I know what this place was. A training ground. The ancient Sarum built it to hone their skills as they fought against the plague. See, each of these statues will lead to a gauntlet, stitched together from different times, places, dreams. Well, what are you waiting for? Go on, make an offering. Just a drop should do it. You've got plenty.
Enter pool to start Crucible run? What is this? Is this like some endgame stuff? Enter the pool. Let me save first. See what's up, chat. You said gauntlet, so I'm assuming it'll be the Sarum Crucible. The Crucible is an ancient training ground where Sarum can undertake trials and challenges. Every time you enter a trial within the Crucible, you will find a different series of chambers. You must clear all the enemies from each chamber in order to advance. Dying in the Crucible will return you to the atrium, and you must begin again from the start. If there are other Sarums still inside the trial, you must wait for them to die. Okay. Oh man. Can we do one at a time? I'm guessing not. Ow. Okay, the environment works against you. Oh, but the environment hurts enemies too. While inside the Crucible, you can collect traces and Gloam Seed. Traces can be used to invoke effects called Echoes. Echoes bestow various temporary effects. Gloam Seed can be spent elsewhere. It's kind of like the maps in Path of Exile. Oh, I like this. Come over this trap, whatever you are. Stop going around the traps. Step in the traps. Thank you. What about you, Chief? Can we get you into a trap? Let's get you into a trap, shall we? There we go. Look, that's fantastic. Beat him without even swinging. Come on, dude. Come on, dude. You can do it. Fine. Fine. Thank you. Alright, is there anything to loot here? Oh, there's that. Anything else? Nothing to loot. Okay, next chamber. Oh, we need to heal. I see ya. Ooh. I need stamina. Oh, he's flopping me around. See, it did the double roll again. I only dodged once, and it rolled twice. Oh, are we not done? Oh, I didn't see you. Oh, fiddlesticks, man. Nope, come inside. Fight you in here. Bugger. Next chamber. You look like you spit. Nope, you silly slap. Now you don't do anything. Oh. Good to know. Put us at full, allowed us to heal. On to the next one. What's this now? Nothing. These are bombs, I'm guessing, or grenades of some sort. My shield was up. You don't come off that platform. And there's two of you. You do come up on the platform. Or I come down to you. Cool. Might be the last, maybe? He's had kind of a camera pan. These guys throw something. See anything? How are we supposed to get up? Why do I feel like we're supposed to run up that rock? Can we run up the rock and then drop back down? I don't know. Don't think so. Oh, wait. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh my goodness, there's 10 stages? Yep. I think that's what we have to do. Ow. Baloney. We have no other way to climb up. That is what we have to do. Oh, that sucks. Oh, no we don't. There's stairs in the back here. One down. I was facing him. That's fantastic. I didn't know they hit each other. That's beautiful. That helps me immensely. That was flawless. I'll pick that up. Thank you, Cleric's Mace. Now, what are you? We don't know. We're about to find out. Okay, fiddlesticks. That's a nuisance. I could see where playing a range class would be highly beneficial. Spellcaster or something. Okay. Alright, shield doesn't work on him. Well, that's a shame.
What did it feel like for your story to be
What it feel like?
untold,
You go in there.
told again? Look, Sarah. I found a new inscription. We remember the chosen few. Sivian and his fiercest unspoken, who fought these trials through wrath and silence. I can't read the next part. The stone is all but crumbled. Then it just says, forever the tomb of the Echo Knights. Damn. I wish I could decipher more. Saren, can you think of anyone who might be versed in ancient texts like this?
Ah.
There's a story here, begging to be told.
Maybe what's his name? Forget his name. Roan?
It sounds like a group of mighty warriors are buried. I'm sure you'll know lay about yourself. Follow in their footsteps, Sarah.
Okay, we'll come back. Actually, let me just tag this again since we had that talk. I'm really digging this game. It was just too short. Well, keep in mind, it's still in development, right? This isn't a 1.0. Or is it? I think it's still being worked on, isn't it?
Some men got a job.
The madrigal brings salvation to our island.
Maybe she's hiding in last night's drink.
I fear it's happening again.
I think I was right. I think we have to go to Roan.
This island will be healed, one stone at a time.
You can now purchase a house. There are several houses to choose from. You can buy or sell a home. Once you own a home, you can buy furniture, crafting, and customize. Manor's available for 35 silver. Nope.
Is it true? There is a
Oh, hello again. I hear you've met Elsa, local historian. Or, well, not local, I suppose. In point of fact, she's an outsider. Just as I am, from Havenport, I believe. Or so I've heard, or may have heard. We're just acquaintances, colleagues, associates. Oh, dear. Right, she told me about her find beneath the cemetery. Wonderful, isn't it? But this inscription she unearthed. Echo Knights, is it? I swear I've come across that phrase before. Perhaps I should do a bit of digging myself, in the literary sense. The Watcher's library is vast. Perhaps there is a tome here that could help Elsa. I mean, Elsa's research, of course.
Roan has a thing for Elsa. He said to look into it. All we can do for now is keep exploring the Crucible. Yeah, okay, we're not going to do that. Let's, okay, that's to progress forward. So that quest, that's for Elsa again. We need to get back here.
Is it true? The Risen have taken the old fortress.
Actually, where's the save point out here? I don't know.
You don't look from around here. It's okay. Neither am I.
Right there, right? That's the save point. This is the wrong way.
Miss home, but she don't miss me.
Is it true? The Risen have taken the old
Oh, we just came this way.
I'll take this post any day.
Okay, running around this town is problematic. Okay, Cross. Have a good evening. The roost is available for 18 silver. Nope.
Wonder what Zephyr has in store for them.
Seasons come, seasons go.
People ask why I'm leaving.
Oh, there it is there. Fast travel. Okay. Oh. It doesn't allow it. Wait. Oh, Orban Glades is back. Okay, Orban Glades is back the way where we came from.
On guard, Conrad. Someone approaches.
The Sarim! About bloody time. Are you hunting the Torn? Or...
We're on the trail of a warlord.
We've searched the lowland meadows to the south, but...
The only place left to go is north.
We just thought we'd take a...
We're not delaying.
Replenishing.
It's important to be well nourished.
Indeed.
north, but also all the way to the west. All right, let's go north first. No, not this way.
Come on!
Well, so I couldn't parry any of that. Alright, well, it's a good thing we saved. Alright, chat, I'm gonna take a brief AFK. It's about that time where I grab something to eat, and then we see what's going on or if anything is gonna go on in Pantheon. If not, chances are we may be back here. So what I'm gonna do for about 5 or 6 minutes, I'm gonna go AFK, or be right back, and then we'll see what's happening. What time is it? Yeah, I'll be back. Okay, are we good? We're good. We're back, chat. We're eating. So, this is the Pantheon AMA that I didn't get around to. We're going to go over it real quick while we're waiting for some more people. Ah, okay, Snapper. Thanks for letting me know. We're going to browse over this in a minute. Oh no, it's pizza. Mm. I'll say one thing, chat. I wish people would stop asking about the Bard. This is the start of the AMA. 1, 2, 2. Two messages before somebody brings up the Bard. 2. It's a 90-minute thing and 2 posts in. Okay. All right, we're done. let's see what's going on. So why is it called the Goblin Caves when you enter if it's just one cave? It's not one cave. The series. There are 2 entrances. That's 2 caves. It's a cave network. Craft interdependence. As you move into higher craft. Yeah, we know that. No, that's not going to happen. It's going to stay interdependent. You're going to need somebody to play leatherworker, somebody to play armorer, somebody to play weaponsmith. They're all going to play with each other. And that's just the way it's going to be. Grow up. When are we getting mastery points? So that's already been talked about. That's part of the spring update. They mentioned in their dev diary that mastery is slated for after the spring wipe. Really? I guess we're not getting mastery at the wipe. Is there any chance for another character model update in the spring before 1.0? What? I struggle to get more friends to look past the current models to try Pantheon. Well, then they should go play something else. Not for spring, but we do want to make some improvements to customization, hairstyles, and so on. Yeah, but the actual... man. The art style stays. There are cave systems with invisible walls. That just means that there's content coming. I told you guys this 6 months ago, 7 months ago. If you come across any invisible walls that you bump into that you can't move, they're invisible for a reason. They're a holding area for content. So don't think somebody was lazy and left some asset box in. Something's going to be there for content. That's why Neff here said there are plans, secret plans. They're not secret plans. Now you know. You run into a blank, invisible wall, something's going there at some point. People think we have the whole continent available to us right now. We don't. There's like 7 zones we don't have, or 6 areas we don't have. Can you talk a little about the Harbor City and Silent Plains? What is its place in the world? It's supposed to get you to the other continent. It's the Port of Raloon. While it has a few vendors in it currently feels empty, of course, because there's no ships. I wish people would pay more attention to all the information that's out there as opposed to waiting for an AMA. This has been answered a dozen times, 15 times over the last 6 months, 7 months. What you see in the Port of Raloon right now is actually very temporary. As part of the Badia Dakara release, that entire town is going to be updated and should have much more character as a result. Exactly. It's a travel town. Man. I could go right now and find at least 5 other places where this was mentioned 7 months ago. I think one of the reasons so few players start in Wild's End is that it's a zone it's very difficult to navigate. That's true. It's difficult to build up a map in your head as there's so much vegetation. That could be true too. Are there any plans to revisit the zone design? Joppa, yes, specifically for Wild's End. We plan to revisit that zone and add some additional minor POIs, guard presence, and road work to make early traversal and mental map making easier. Good. We also plan to take the lessons we've learned from Wild's End and apply them to all of our future starting zones. Okay. Will there be harvesting nodes in Silent Eastern Plains? Yes. I don't even have to see the answer for that. Are you following Shalazam and or mods of Pantheon to see what the longtime core community is talking about? Looks like that didn't get answered. I know this isn't part of the update, but really wanted to ask, was there ever a decision made on the Necromancer summon skeleton levels and how that will work? Yes. We will be moving away from the current pet roulette for Necros. Instead, we'll develop a different system to ensure bone fragments stay valuable. Right, they'll have different quality bone fragments to summon different quality pets. Can I still donate and join the VIP forums, and if so, how? I don't think so, because the game is out on early access now. Unfortunately, no. Pledges and the VIP rewards were limited to pre-EA, yeah. Are there any plans revolving around tacos, taco carts, or taco stands? No. I hear that the recipe for Scar tortillas is a closely guarded secret. Please tell me you're not going to put in Scar tortillas. What's something that from a design perspective was awesome to see come to life, and what is something that you wish you had a little bit more time to spend on before pushing out? Overall, I think our taming system came out well. Players seem to really enjoy it. We even had to tell some of our developers to quit riding their horses. Just about everything we work on, we wish we had more time with. There's nothing like a few thousand players getting to help point out all the flaws and missed cases and things you could have done better. Right, of course. You can't please everybody. So there were some armor class changes mentioned. Which classes are you looking at in that aspect? Like a shaman going to chain, monk to leather? Are these the changes that we're talking about, or did they mean something different? I don't know if monks should go... Do you guys think monks should go to leather? I feel like monks should stay in cloth, right? They need the freedom of movement. Am I wrong? Monks would look weird wearing leather, right? We'll actually be talking more about the specifics of this in a dev diary, probably in February. As far as why to make changes, there are multiple reasons. Part of it is really just trying to create synergy across multiple classes so that we aren't creating items that only make sense for one class, and no one else ever wants them. Another part of it is looking at the current gameplay of the classes and asking if the old restrictions really made sense, but visually and from a gameplay mechanics perspective, makes sense. I still don't see monks in leather. When do you anticipate publishing some form of list features for 1.0? Areas, classes, rate. What? When do you anticipate publishing some form of list of features for 1.0? What? They're not gonna answer that. There's already features in the game. Like that's an incredibly open question. They can't answer that. Perception continues to feel... Okay, so maybe you should take this out and ask about perception. Whereas I thought it would be fully functioning pillar of gameplay, maybe somewhere in the realm of Vanguard's diplomacy. Is it really just still a fraction of what's intended? So, chat, for those of you that are here and for those of you that might be interested, you have to keep in mind, they've only got this upswing with their production 2 months ago, right? 2 months ago. You guys have any idea how long it takes to make a game? Right? You gotta just give them time. Perception has not been a thing because it's not a core point of the game. It'll be a feature when it's implemented, and it will do what they've said it's going to do, but it's not going to do it today or tomorrow or 2 weeks from now. It might take a year before it comes out. They have to get everything in the game that perception is going to ping off of. Never use this platform. Is this thing on? Yep. How can you effectively balance the upcoming combat adjustments when you don't really have the support role implemented at all outside of... What do you mean? The Necromancer support, the Rogue is support, the Enchanter support, the Druid can be support. The Paladin can be support. This doesn't make sense to me. They're saying support. This must be a silent reference to the Bard, again. When will mounts other than horses become available? Probably once they have more continents. First additional mounts will come later in 2026, yeah. Hey, homeboys, what's going on? When do we get guild and raid tools? I don't know about guild, but raid tools would be nice. It'd be nice to have a raid window. Planned, but there are higher priorities right now, yeah. The first thing we'll probably do is raid frames. Yep. Obviously, Pantheon isn't a traditional MMO in the sense of what's popular today, but endgame content, specifically raid content. I know there are a few open-world bosses out there. Is there any plans for instance content meant for coordinated groups? Huh? So, Mythic raiding... So, you're not going to have that at launch. Mythic raiding and Mythic Plus raiding is instanced raiding. You're not going to have wide instanced raiding in Pantheon. What's going to happen is, for however many raid bosses are going to be in the game, you'll have the contested one that'll be out in the open, and then once your guild has killed that, your characters will be flagged, and then you'll be able to zone in afterwards to a private instance of that fight. And that's where it'll happen like once a week or once every 4 days or whatnot. We're already planning on instancing our major dungeon boss. See? Right here. For the UI update, does this plan include any possibilities of player maids? Nah, they should not have mods in the game. The UI is absolutely dated and clunky in its current state. We're not ready to make a public statement on our stance related to UI mods, but I can say that we want to maximize player control over the UI. Yeah, make the UI flexible, but you don't need mods. You'll go the way of WoW, and then someone's going to go out and design 12 mods, and everybody's going to install it, and the game's going to be easy mode. Are you kidding? Are you that horrible of a player? I'm curious as to why we don't have visible sheathing when casters put the weapon shield on the back when casting. Could mean the animation exists, and it's just a question of putting it on the sheath function. We actually had this at one point, but kept running into problems with the animations and clipping. Yeah, clipping was bad with weapons and shields going through bodies. They'll have to get back to it. Are there plans for graphical overhauls, texture updates, modernizing the animations? They'll have more animations come in to make the combat a bit more fluid, but as far as graphical overhaul, they just did one to get it out of their previous engine into Unity. That's not going to happen again. Will the chat window get better formatting and color coding? Probably when they do some yeah, okay, yeah, he's already got it mentioned. Quality of life. How much more damage do you intend for a coordinated group to deal compared to one in which no one is taking advantage of synergies? If he means techniques, I mean, they're lessening techniques as is. Didn't they just say the other day that we're now going from 4 techniques to 3? Like, I don't understand the simplifying. I don't. Players really must be lazy. Why is there no way to bug report while in game? You would get people reporting issues more reliably. That may come closer to launch. I collected some questions from the community who were shy about posting on Reddit. Really? Regarding the Nightfall Crypt dungeons, they supposed to be completable in a session? Yes, they're supposed to be 2 to 3 hour run, I think is my understanding. Or maybe a little less than that. The lack of respawning bosses is the mechanic to keep people moving and not camping the content. In the newsletter, they mention the intent of people rolling through to the end and not camping. What's the implementation strategy going to look like? Probably a timer. Will the new underwater content introduce the appropriate acclimation system for pressure? Probably, but it might not be there at the start. Can we get another example of mastery from a different class? Pay attention to Joppa streams. When could we expect the public test realm? That probably won't happen until closer to the reset. What are your plans for making this a world, not a game? What? What's this mean? Do people not realize how much lore Pantheon... I recommend all of you go to YouTube when you have a couple hours and look up Pantheon lore and just fall down some rabbit holes, man. There's a ridiculous amount of lore that we don't have in the game yet. Yeah. They have a whole thing with dragons and deities and quote-unquote gods and all the different cities across the continent. Like, there's a lot of information. I'll ask about wet stuff. In just about every game, water levels sound like a great idea, but everyone hates it. Water temple and... water's great. Trying to get to, what was it, NEQ? Vexar? Trying to get through the Aqua Goblins? The damn level in Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Okay. All right. This one here, for those who know, this one here, the underwater level on TMNT, man, corrupted a lot of kids. A lot of kids went mental, specifically with the underwater level at TMNT. Entire game of Eco the Dolphin. Are you going to make swimming great again? Play Subnautica. Go ahead and play Subnautica, and then reevaluate this. With chevrons being removed, how exactly is this going to function? Will each mob just know that player X levels above or below and adjust health armor resistance? Well, the mobs will have levels. The intention is to have full groups pursue higher cons, but are you worried 6-man groups will instead opt for easier mobs to get faster and far less riskier experience? The XP will scale accordingly. More than likely, you'll end up getting less XP killing even in blue than if you were to kill yellow. And orange will just be a time waste because it'll take too long to kill it for the amount of XP that you get. I think Joppa showed an example of what it was like to fight a level 3 enemy and a level 5 enemy about a month and a half ago, I think he was on stream. It's quite a difference. Any updates on the keeper system? How is the progress on charm for the enchanter? That's tough, man. Enchanters, with the enchanter having the pet, enchanter doesn't need charm. I know people want charm because of EQ. I get it. It's not needed. Oh, what did I just do? I just closed something, didn't I? Did I close that? Nope. What did I just do? Bug report. Oh, man, I did something. All right, whatever. Oh, I think it was this one? Ah, it was this one. Will we have new continents for the spring update? Yes. I think we're getting rainfall, if I'm not mistaken. Can we get an ignore for an entire account rather than character? That would be rough. You'd have to know the account name. You wouldn't be able to just type a character's name and then all their characters would get the flag. What has been the biggest challenge for implementing seamless zones? I can tell you right now, it's a combination of the server and the amount the amount of assets that the game loads. It's always been the issue with seamless. It's always been the number of objects players have to render. Group harvesting in the spring. I remember group harvesting was going to be a thing. That's what the really large nodes were for. I don't know if they'll revisit that or not. Maybe? I mean, the nodes still grow in size, so I could see them going back to it, but group harvesting, I mean, it was a thing a while ago. Will removing enemy buffs be developed more in caster gameplay? I'm pretty sure they're going to show this for techniques, I think. I'm pretty sure techniques are going to have something to do with this. Since you asked so nicely, let's look at the cleric. Mastery theme name subject to change. Conviction. Mastery path for the melee healing battle cleric. Devotion. Mastery path for the ranged healing cleric. Retribution. Mastery path for the ranged damage dealing smite cleric. I like those ideas. Yeah, I like those. Excuse me. This is a lot. I'll try to answer what I can. Our general idea is that game sessions average 90 to 120 minutes in length. Right, so they plan on doing these crypts to be an hour and a half to 2 hours. Makes sense. Adia Dakara will definitely introduce the pressure environment. Yes. Ah, the well pond. I couldn't think of the name of the zone. The well pond in Wild's End. That's the other underwater area. Level range for the crypt right now is still being dialed in, but it will be a mid-level experience. So 20 to 30. Probably 25 to 40. Well, it wouldn't be 25 to 40. It's probably 20 to 30. Hey, Spectre, what's happening? Somewhat wrong already. There will only be 2 mastery paths now. That was a new change that was decided after the AMA. Really? Classes are only going to have 2? Okay. Okay. I could see that. EQ2 did it. It worked. It worked for them. I guess in a sense so it would have to be, so for the cleric, for example, where they gave the 3 masteries above, it would have to be heal cleric and DPS cleric. Would be, so you would have probably devotion and conviction. Devotion would be the heals, conviction would be the melee. Or the smite, or both. It will happen this spring. Exact dates will be announced when we have them, but we're on track to get it opened up in the spring. That is a big question. Achieving that goal is more than just a set of actions. It's about making sure we build a world. We include things that help make it feel real and alive. And ultimately, it's going to be the eye of the beholder. Yeah. Some players will view it as a game to be beaten no matter what we do, but we hope that many players will see it as a world to be explored and inhabited. Yes. And people need to understand, for a game world to have environment, you need to have script. You need to have text. You need to have lore. They only just got their writing team back 5 months ago? Maybe 6 months ago? You got to give them time. They're probably working on a bunch of stuff that still hasn't been put into the game yet. To answer some of your questions, the first areas in Rainfall will probably come online for players early in 2027. Building a continent isn't just building those zones, but it also includes building out the ocean between the continents and making sure that players can cross that ocean from the port of Rulun, which was mentioned earlier. There's a lot of prep work that has to go into it. As far as account-wide ignore, that's tougher than it. Yep, I already mentioned that. The biggest challenge for implementing seamless zones is really about getting the data handoff from one zone to the next. It's the number of assets, like I said. Each zone runs its own process, and so when you cross between zones, you need to update both zones to let them know you're leaving one and entering the other. In order to make that happen seamlessly, we have to be able to do it smoothly and efficiently enough that there's no delay in it occurring from your client's perspective. The issue is you might have somebody who tries to zone multiple times and ends up crashing. Group harvesting is something I would still like us to do, but there probably won't be time to get it working for spring. Most likely to happen later in the year. Okay. The spells and cleanses are something we definitely want to improve and expand on in the future. It's an area of gameplay we'll be looking at in more detail. Okay, so there's no immediate plans for this then. Now that you are switching to a public test realm model for testing, the spring update, what about the PTR server is not just for the spring update, just in case you guys are wondering. The PTR server is supposed to be ongoing through development. What they want to do is they want to have a separate server that they can actually implement mechanical changes to that don't affect currently what the players would be doing on the normal servers. So, for example, I think they've already mentioned with the public test realm and whatever the regular servers are going to be after the reset, they don't want the PTR server to be the server that gets everything first. They're going to implement, or I believe their plan is they're going to implement their mechanical and coding changes to the PTR server before, let's call it the live servers. Even though the game's not live, just bear with me. But let's say 5 zones for Rainfall were being worked on, and they were all ready to come out, and they post that they're coming out into the game. They're not going to hit the PTR first. They don't want that. They don't want people to get all the information from PTR and then go over to the live servers and ruin it for everybody else. So I think they're going to try and keep it so that the PTR and the normal servers get all the information for assets and geography at the same time. Okay? So don't get it twisted. PTR is not going to be a jump ahead. It's just going to be used so that they don't annoy all the players who are on the live server. They can make all these changes to those who want to go through the mechanics changes and give their input. Don't get it twisted. For the near term, we'll still continue to operate the focus testing program alongside... Yeah, see? That's exactly what I just said. Pretty much word for word. That's exactly what I just said. They're running the 2 servers side by side. All the content will come out at the same time, but mechanic changes will go to the PTR first. Our focus testers help us to reproduce bugs and test specific fixes, while the PTR will be used for validating game... Again, I just said this. Right there. So, there you go. We're planning to open the PTR this spring once we have the majority of those gameplay system changes ready for testing. The exact date is still to be determined for obvious reasons, but we're making good progress and so far everything is on track. That's good to know. 2 questions. When can we see a new map of the 3 continents? I mean, probably when they're in game. There are a number of questions that regularly come up. Will there be an in-game map? I mean, technically, if you go to Black Rose Keep, you'll find a dozen world maps if you look carefully enough. So, technically, there are in-game maps in-game. Technically. When will new races come? Probably not until we get new continents. Why do buffs drop when changing zones? That has to be coded as such so that they stay persistent. Would it be possible to add a FAQ to digest the AMA as a dev diary afterwards so the answers to these types of questions can be easily referenced? All 3 will probably be a while. We are planning to release an updated map of Rainfall on the website once we get far enough along. Right. And then White Thaw you won't see for now. White Thaw you probably won't see till next year. We were talking about this. Actually, more than likely, I'm pretty sure you're not going to see White Thaw until next year. So don't ask about it. What could we expect from a new reputation system? When the time comes to enable faction reputation more broadly throughout the game, players will experience it in a few main ways. Okay, hang on a second. It is quite... There. Rude. Okay. When the time comes to enable faction reputation more broadly throughout the game, players will experience it in a few main ways. Players will find themselves unwelcome or the recipient of hostile actions. That makes sense. For example, ogres will no longer be welcome in Avelia or Demeth. Yo. Okay. I expected Avelia. I didn't expect Demeth. Oh, I guess though, we're only on one continent, right? So Rainfall's probably going to have 3 or 4 cities. Yeah, okay, it makes sense. Never mind. Forget what I just said. Certain vendors will be locked behind reputation values. Right. That makes sense. You'll have to deal with the same merchants over and over again to build faction. Then they'll start selling more tabs. Yep. Dialogue options and certain... And this is actually pretty cool too, because it kind of... It creatively forces players to stay in the content as opposed to jump past it. So, if you care about what vendors sell, you'll do the content. Any plans to make all classes have viable DPS and not hard locking them to one job? Wait, what? What classes are hard locked to one job? It's up to the player how the class plays. Like, some might say the wizard or the ranger. The ranger's not just DPS. The ranger has track. The ranger has their pets to scout areas. The wizard maybe, because the wizard is mostly DPS and transportation in the rare situation. But nobody's really hard locked. Oh, excuse me. I know warrior class is a tank, and I agree tanks should do little damage, and I'm fine with that, and I think it's the right approach. What I would like to see is that this warrior class can also be on par with other real deep... Well, that's what the mastery system is for. That's the mastery system. I think WoW made it right to enable all classes to be able to do... No. That's everybody win. That's everybody gets a trophy. That's everybody gets a trophy. No. 1,000% no. 10,000% no. 100,000% no. This should never happen in Pantheon. Never. I know Pantheon does not have class specs, but I think this can be achieved with optimizing skills and abilities. They will have class specs. That's the mastery system. The design of the mastery system. We are approaching each class uniquely. Don't expect all non-DPS classes to have a DPS spec. Exactly. But with this framework in mind, you can expect things like a healer-oriented paladin, a tank-oriented monk, or a CC-oriented... Yes. Is there a chance that you will offer higher resolution textures and graphics? Possibly, but there are a lot of technical dependencies. I mean, the game looks fine as is. When will you hire someone for proper marketing? They won't market until they have 3 continents and a somewhat decent world. Like that, there's no sense in marketing the game. So, for you guys who may already know, and maybe some of you who don't, okay, as far as the marketing goes, this was the player base, December of 2024. Okay? This was the player base of December 2024. They kicked Pantheon over to Steam, which is the biggest marketing thing you can do. It was a gamble for them. That's how many people picked up the game. Just to give you guys an idea, that's how many people swooped in day one. And within the first 2 weeks or 2.5 weeks, they had sold almost 13,000 copies of the game. At least as far as I know. That's how many people... You can't get a... They were over the moon. They might have expected this many people to pick the game up. They might have expected this many people to pick the game up. They didn't expect this many people to pick the game up. Like, you guys need to pay more attention to the history before you start commenting. Some of these questions are things that have either been on a web page, in a forum, on a stream, half a dozen times in the last 6 months, 7 months. Might want to be opening the replies and reading some of the replies were in turn. What do you mean? The replies are open. Isn't that what this minus sign means? Do I not know what opening the replies means? Are you again planning with 3 continents for launch? There's no again. It was always 3 continents. We were never not we were never not planning for all 3 continents at launch. Yes, it was going to be all 3 continents. It was just a matter of time. When will you start fixing bugs? There are bugs like the tab target bug that hurt gameplay and should be quick fixes. When engaged in a fight for some time, you need to press tab. Yeah, I noticed this too. I've noticed this too. That's a little weird. I don't know what's causing that. Tab target behavior is definitely something we're going to take a look at and improve. As far as bugs in general, we fix multiple bugs in every patch. Yeah. Also, sometimes tab targeting will target a Herode as an enemy. That's true. I mean, hippies, right? Tenair, anybody? Tenair? Tenair give anybody PTSD? I know as an ogre warrior, Tenair gave me plenty of PTSD. Can we expect a proper guild window soon? In its current state, maintaining a guild is an absolute pain in them. We are definitely planning some improvements for the guild window, but to set expectations, major updates probably won't happen until we're closer to 1 point. Yeah. Will there be zone lines in the final game, or are you still planning on removing them? We may still have some hard zone lines in certain places where they're needed, but our plan is that most zoning will be seamless. Like Black Rose Keep, for example, will probably have a permanent zone, I would think. I don't think you're going to be able to just roll up into Black Rose Keep. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's going to have a zone. When will the castle and Thronefast become accessible? Not for a while. It's a little too early to give dates, but we absolutely have plans to add Thronefast City, yeah. Later in this year or early next year, yep. Wild's End is currently the starting city for 2 races, but even on Stormona it's very hard to get groups. Is the plan for 1.0 to still have each race in their own starting city? If so, what will be done to ensure that splitting us into 9s? Well, once all the zones are in, it'll be a slightly easier way of getting to other zones. You gotta remember, chat. There are certain connections that aren't made right now in the game for players to travel. You gotta wait for them to put them in. They'll put them in. What we have right now in game is not the be all and end all of how you get to places. There's connections in caves and areas that will be put in. The plan is indeed for each race to have its own unique starting city. As far as ensuring that groups can happen, this is really about making sure that there's compelling and engaging content. Right. 4 more replies. I have full confidence that each area will have compelling content. My concern is primarily about having the player base spread out. That's the chance you take. EQ was like that. When EverQuest first launched, let me tell you, I rolled a Dwarven Cleric, so I was in Caledon. When I zoned out into Butcher Block, there was half a dozen people. You know where everybody was? Everybody was outside Kelethan, or Kelethan, however you choose to pronounce it. I say Kelethan. So everybody was outside Kelethan killing orcs. That's where everybody was. There was next to nobody in Butcher Block Mountains. That's the price you pay when it comes to dealing with 14 races on 3 different continents in 14 different zones or what have you. That's the chance you take. You're dealt cards, play the game, or fold. I never fully understand why Thronefast has 4 races that start there, but Wild's End only has 2. Because they're temporary. They're not permanent. They're temporary. This obviously makes it less likely to group in Wild's End as a new player, and there have certainly been players who left the game after that initial frustration. An easy solution seemed, well, they should just wait till the game is closer to done. So they have all 3 continents, and they have races split up, and then they can complain about a bunch of zones instead of just one. An easy solution seems to be just to put a temporary portal from Thronefast to Wilds. That won't, no. No, the point of the game is to explore. Man, everybody wants everything yesterday. Yeah, see? That part's temporary. By 1.0, Thronefast will be just for humans. Yes. I wish people did more research. 9 races, 3 continents, 3 races per continent. If this game doesn't have enough players at launch for that not to be an issue, then it will be dead nearly instantly. So, if the game is going to survive, this likely won't be an issue after launch. We did a level 1 naked run in EA. It's hard, but it can be done. Yeah, it took everybody like 6 hours. Or 6.5 hours. I don't know if any of you were there, or maybe you weren't there for that. They organized a large group of players at the beginning of EA to do a naked run from Wild's End to Thronefast, and I believe it took a lot of players like 6.5 hours to get over there. That comment makes me confused. Did they decide to play a game that was like a world, or a game like, well, that's what I'm saying. Like people don't seem to be cool with uniqueness, you know? It's like I said, people want everything yesterday. When I say people, you guys know who I'm talking about. It's the majority of the individuals here who want to have all 9 races in one zone, or they want to have a plane of knowledge at the beginning where they can just click a stone and be in any zone they want to be without worrying about running, aggroing, dying horribly, leveling, gearing, making friends locally, and then moving out. It's going to happen, because what's going to happen is all the people that are in guilds that are friends and have a social connection or what have you. So 50 people, 40 people jump into a server at launch, let's say 1.0. They all expect or want everybody's going to be grouped up, and everybody's going to be able to do whatever they want to do, and everybody's going to take off running, and everybody's going to race to try and get wherever. That's not how it works. Make your character, get dropped in the game, and figure stuff out. Period. That's it. Figure stuff out. You are a nobody to start. You have to explore to figure out why you're there, what you're blah, blah, blah. You have to decide what you're going to do and how you're going to get there, and then you're going to go ahead and do it. And if you can't do any of that, then you need to go and play something else. Like, see you later. Bye. Like, holy smokes, man. I don't know what players are doing to me. It's like nobody wants to be famous from streaming for 8 hours a day nonstop, but they want all the fame from 30-second TikToks, right? It's that kind of thing. They want everything yesterday. They want everything as fast as possible. Go play something else. Is server sharding something to be expected in 1.0? I don't believe so. Server shards as they currently exist will be going away before 1.0. You're right, exactly. We'll be using a different method to handle overpopulation when needed. I wonder if the mega server technology would work for them. I think ESO uses mega server, right? To handle like PvP and whatnot. I think maybe the mega server. For those who don't know, mega server is a way to take a bunch of little or smaller that connect them together, and then have a large number of people share or jump while the data is moved around to all these different little kind of like a spider web. Feel free to look it up. I'm pretty sure it's ESO that... Is it ESO? I want to say it was ESO that first started using it, but the mega server allows to have large population be able to interact with each other on a single server, because the server is kind of in fragments like Lego. Makes me feel good to see a physical representation of my frustration at some things people say. What do you mean? Oh, you mean me? Dude, I'm telling you, man. Go to their website, go to their Steam page, and read the first paragraph, or read the first 3 sentences. It's a social, challenging MMO. That's it. That's the roots. That's the seed of the tree. If you can't get on board with that, you won't like the trunk, and you won't like the branches, and you won't like the leaves, and you won't like the nuts. It won't happen. Like, my goodness, people. I don't understand. That's like, I'll say it. There were quite a few people who used to stream the game earlier in EA, and they had some very negative opinions about the whole forced social interaction to get somewheres in the game. It's not forced, it's by design. Nobody's forcing you to play the game. Nobody's forcing you to take part in testing. Nobody's forcing you. You're making yourself do all that stuff. Now, I'm fairly certain that as we get closer to, let's say, the spring update, or maybe on the spring update, or even by the end of this year, some individuals may come back, and I'm sure they're going to start saying the same stuff. So, like, if you're not into the social challenging aspect of an MMORPG, you need to go play something else. Save yourself the grief. Save yourself. Don't do it for me. Don't do it for anybody else in the game. Do it for your own mental well-being. Nobody deserves to sit here and, don't laugh at me, nobody deserves to sit here and complain and whine about things not going their way. I know, don't laugh. I'm just saying, I'm with this game for the social challenging. That's it, social challenging. Everything else is good, but social challenging. I want to make friends. I want to make trade skill contacts. If I choose alchemy, I'm not, but if I choose alchemy, I want to make sure I know 2 or 3 armor smiths, 2 or 3 weaponsmiths, 2 or 3 leather workers. I'm going to need a woodworker or 3 to get boxes and so on. Like, it's the social. A lot of this stuff with people saying, why can't we have a portal just during development so we can quickly teleport over? Because what's going to happen is, in your head, it's going to get ingrained, and then 6 months down the road, when they pull it out, you're going to complain about it. That's what's going to happen. And you can sit there and go, no, I'm not. I'm not going to complain about it. Yes, you will. Yes, you will. Yes, you will. Okay? Yes, you will. You will complain about it. If you don't complain about it in the OOC, you'll complain about it on a Reddit thread, you'll complain about it on the Discord forum, you'll complain about it in your guild. It will happen. What else we got? The WoW phenomenon is it's not just WoW. So the WoW methodology works. It's why WoW is the largest active MMORPG in history right now. I know Final Fantasy XIV's got a whole lot of people, but WoW is still tops over 20 years. It works. Being able to hand out participation trophies to everybody works. It pulls in a massive amount of people. But oh, I better watch my animations. Can't. What? It's like WoW allows everybody to do stuff. Everything. You want to do anything in WoW, you can do it. And other MMOs have done this as well, especially the MMOs that throw in the microtransactions, the gacha games, all that stuff. It works. It grabs hold of people. The nails or the hooks get into you, and you end up in a game for a long period of time. Even games that have the daily unlocks, every day you log in, like New World, for example. New World had, every day you logged in, you got something. That keeps a lot of people interested. A lot of games do that. With Pantheon, that was never their thing. They were never going to be this. They were going to be this, or even this, which means it was a specific audience they were looking for. And it wasn't a bunch of me's, but me is included. But it was the individuals who wanted to work towards their rewards, not just do a menial chore and get rewarded for it. That's what it comes down to. And if you don't put in the effort, you don't get rewarded. And if you don't get rewarded, it's your own fault because you didn't put the effort in. Right? You get out what you put in. That's what Pantheon has always been for 15 years or whatever. It's always been, you get back what you put in, not come on in and we'll give you everything. That's not how it works. That's not how it ever worked. Whether it's the old engine, early stages, it never worked that way. It was never about giving everybody everything. It was about you working your ass off and feeling good about it. Like, man, do you complain and whine about things not going your way? I haven't seen it. What I have seen is acceptance of what is in the game and trying to make it work, like what you've been asking others to do. What I have seen you complain about is other people trying to make the game into something it really should not. Yes. The things I've complained about openly are the ability and specific stat modifier. like necros using charisma on abilities. You could say that, Hollywood, but you need to so what ability is charisma on a necromancer? I can't remember. I could probably log in my necromancer and check, but I don't remember offhand. One of their dots. Is it the curse? I don't remember. I look at it this way. Every class could use charisma to justify an ability or two or three. And the reason being is when you think about charisma, it's manipulation, right? A good salesman has charisma, right? A good marketer has charisma. A good influencer has charisma. It attracts people. So whether you're manipulating the undead or whether you're manipulating energy or whether you're manipulating sentient individuals, I could still see charisma being a factor on necromancers. I could see charisma being a factor on bards. I could see charisma being with clerics. I could see charisma being with enchanters, for sure with enchanters. I mean, they're manipulating everything. But for the necromancer to manipulate the energies for their, I mean, I could loosely see charisma being justified as a stat. I understand that most people would say, well, why wouldn't it be intelligence? Intelligence is more of a damage thing, right? Not necessarily a success thing or uh, uh, time delay, so to speak. Intelligence has always been pure damage, right? In blunt terms, when somebody thinks about intelligence, it's always been damage. When someone thinks about wisdom, it's always been healing. When someone thinks about strength, it's melee or, carry weight. When someone thinks about agility, it's dodging. When someone thinks about dexterity, it's how well you use your weapons or how well you cast your spells. So crits, chance to hit or whatever, like all that stuff. But charisma, the necromancer needs to manipulate something. Because you got to remember, the necropet is pretty much charm, right? The necromet is pretty much a permanent charm. Once your pet's up until it's dead, and then you just resummon it again, and it's up again. Right? Enchanters don't have that preference to have their pet up all the time. Yes, it's up for 30 seconds, then they have 4 or 5 seconds to cast it again for another 30 seconds if it stays up. I get it. The pet still needs to be clubbed at the knees. It needs to be brought down. But technically, you could say that the necro pet is a charmed mob because it's permanently with the necromancer as long as you have the bone chips to summon it. But for charisma, I think of charisma as manipulation. Because charisma, by base definition, is sales. It's attention. It's the draw, right? Like even in EQ2, for example, warriors or guardians would have no use for charisma. They're not charismatic. You throw them in combat, they do their thing. You go to a brigand. A brigand's not charismatic. A brigand is a mean, salty, sour son of a gun, blah, whatever. But a swashbuckler, that would be a class that would use charisma because swashbucklers they're very swarthy. Like they're very charismatic. Johnny Depp, Pirates of the Caribbean, that kind of thing. That's charisma, right? So if Jack Sparrow was a D&D character, he would probably have a relatively high charisma. And the fact that he flops around everywhere and is still alive and never beats himself up, he's probably got a pretty good agility. So you could say that if you put Jack Sparrow into D&D, he would have high charisma, high agility. Not much else. I could see charisma being used for curse. A curse is something spawned in your mind sometimes, so having a high charisma would enable the necro to convince you that you're cursed. Yeah. Exactly. But again, keep this in mind. Yes, we're trying to justify this, or maybe they didn't think about this, and maybe they will think about this now, but they are going with a method where all the classes, in the end, will have to concern themselves with up to 4 different stats for all of their abilities. That will partially play into the mastery system because it's going to determine how you build your character. So this is not you as a necromancer, right? This is you as a necromancer. So how are you going to play compared to this person? compared to this necro, compared to this necro, compared to this necro. You have the same number of mastery points. You might have the same gear. But how are you going to think and play your necromancer specifically different from anybody else? Or are you going to wait and then go to somebody else's cheat sheet and use their model of playing a class, right? So I've already got I've been saving ideas in my head about the warrior. I've already got ideas about what I want to get, what I want to focus on, and how I want to build towards something. And I won't mention any of that until we get the mastery system, and then I'll go into more detail for anybody who might be interested with the warrior. But I've got a bunch of stuff written down already. I'm waiting. I've been waiting for the reset for a long time. So I just need it to happen. I know a lot of people struggle with that, having your skills affected by attributes, but I love the idea. Yes, Spectre, that's what sets people apart. If you did not have that, every enchanter would be every enchanter. Every cleric would be every cleric. Then it wouldn't matter who you get in a group. I want to be able to log in and say, okay, 5 enchant. I've got, let's say I have 5 enchanters on my friends list that I run with every now and then. I'm going to be honest about this. If I jump into the game and I'm getting ready to do something that I feel is challenging, I'm going to look at Bob, Mark, Sally, Jane, and Robert, and I'm going to say, well, Bob, he's performed better in situations than Robert, but Sally has, and I'm not using this finger, don't kid yourself. So I need that uniqueness. That's part of the whole social thing. And you can't, someone could sit there and go, yeah, but if you do that, then you're leaving somebody out all the time. I didn't say all the time. I said in certain situations, I will run with people in stuff that I know I can manage and we can get done with maybe a couple of deaths and that's it. And everybody that I run with in the last year, me specifically, everybody you have seen me run with on stream, we're okay with dying. We're okay with wiping 3, 4, 5 times. If it happens, it happens. We laugh it, we get up, we brush ourselves off, we go back into it. Maybe you're not that person. Maybe you've grouped with people who aren't those people. We are. We want this stuff to come out as flawless as possible, and we want to show you guys how everybody would typically act in the game. With that said, because it's a social MMORPG, the uniqueness has to be there. Krushnek has to be different from Hollywood. Hollywood has to be different from Spectre. Like that's the beauty of this game. People have spent the last 15 years getting the WoW treatment, not just from World of Warcraft, but all the other games as well. You've got Final Fantasy XIV. You've got Black Desert Online. You've got Guild Wars 2. You've got ESO, not so much, because the champion system in ESO allows people to do uniqueness, sort of. It used to not be that way, but it is now. But point is, we spent the last decade, last 15 years, with people playing games across the spectrum that allowed you to do more stuff than you probably should have been able to do with your character. Because the dopamine that people get, the reward that you get, whether it's gaming, whether it's any form of addiction, whether it's doing good at your job, doing better than your coworkers, doing better in school, all of that stuff, doing better on your sports team, doing better against other people on different teams in your sport. It's all about that attraction or attention that keeps you focused on something. When you build a game like everybody else, you don't get that. You don't get that attention. What you get is this. Oh, I'm going to log in Monday. Okay. Oh, Bob, Sally, and Robert aren't on. Okay, well, there's nobody else. Oh, you know what? I'm going to go over to WoW. Or, oh, these people aren't on. We can't run this dungeon. Okay, I'm going to go over to Guild Wars 2. They don't want that. They don't want you to just easily say, well, hey, if they're not in Pantheon, then I'll go to this game, or this game, or this game. What they want is, oh, I can't get anybody in Pantheon. I'll go to something else. I'll go to something else. I'll go to something else. They don't want this. They don't want on level. That's the worst thing they could do, because then a lot of players will go online and say, oh, well, if I can't find anything in Pantheon, I just jump over to another game. It's the same thing. It's the same level of difficulty or complication. What? Go away. Go away. Go play something you will enjoy, right? I don't know why I'm speaking so passionately about this game. I don't really get nothing out. I mean, people have told me time and again, I should probably take a break and play other games and get some other material under my belt because I always complain about not being able to play other games. But for some reason, I keep coming back to Pantheon. I've been talking now for what, 20 minutes? We still haven't gotten back to the AMA yet. And I'm going to jinx myself. I haven't coughed. That's a win. Now, I might start coughing now, but I'm not coughing right now. We talking about pretty? I get Maybelline commercial. Maybe it's Maybelline. At least it wasn't a Summer's Eve commercial. I mean, we don't need anybody to be a douche, right? That's my rim shot, right? I don't disagree, but I'm also not saying anything about looking pretty. What I'm saying is, from a role-playing element in my head, a master of undead magic isn't going to be... You don't think so? Okay, so... Arguably, so I'm going to use a reference. In Dungeons & Dragons, there is an offshoot novel franchise, the Dragonlance, right? Dragonlance universe. And there are the companions. For those who don't know, if you know, you know. But for those who don't know, think of it like the Fellowship in Lord of the Rings. There's a character by the name of Raistlin. Now, Raistlin is a crippled wizard who is out for ultimate power. He's tired of the world. The world's crapped on him. He knows he's got immortal life and all the power in the world within his reach. He just has to move pieces around to get to it. He's very charismatic when you read through the novels. He's very charismatic. He's not just angry and sad and whatnot. He's manipulative. You disagree? You disagree that he's not charismatic? Does charisma have a dark side? Yes. Yes. It's a salesman. Think of it like a arms dealer. Right? An arms dealer. That's a bad dude. Now, some people will say, well, an arms dealer could be a good guy because he might give weapons to the right people to do whatever for them to protect their region. Maybe they can't afford to go through legit channels, or maybe the laws won't allow. Okay, it's arguable. But yes, charismatic people can be anybody. They can be the best people. They can be the worst people. That's charisma. Charisma is the draw. It's the attention. That's the attention. If I can make you be afraid, if I can make you like me, like that's charisma. Yes, it's influence. That's what charisma is. Charisma is not a good thing. It's not a bad thing. It's just there. It's how people are. The ability to frighten that absolute mess out of someone is also charisma. Yes, exactly. His brother was charismatic. His brother was dumb. Caramon was just simple. That's all. Raistlin had a plan. Raistlin always had a plan. That's charisma. That's scheming. Scheming is charismatic because you need to know how to play different people, whether it's Tanis, whether it's Kitiara, whether it's Sturm. These are characters from Dragonlance, for those who don't know. You need to know how to, and Raistlin knew how to do that. Nobody else knew how to do that. Tanis was goody two-shoes. Kitiara didn't like anybody. Sturm was holier than thou. So, but Raistlin was manipulative. His whole being, what his goal was to get rid. So if he said he was going along with the companions to go do something, he was doing it because in the story, he got something out of it that put him this much closer to his goal. That's manipulation. That's charisma. No other companion had that. Tasselhoff didn't even have that. He just had wanderlust. Yes, Spectre. Yes. Yeah, he was about himself. Yes. A narcissist is charismatic because they believe they are perfect in every way. They believe they believe they can get along with, well, probably shouldn't say this next part because then it's going to sound like me. I do get along with everybody. That's truth. I don't care who you are, what your thoughts are. I get along with everybody. Always have. So if that makes me a narcissist and for me to make that statement, then so be it. But I get along with everybody. There's only 3 people, well, one person in my real life that I don't get along with, and I hope I never see them again. 2 in Pantheon. Probably 6 in my 20 years in EverQuest on 2 different occasions. And that's about it, really. Everybody else I met in all the other games I've played and my jobs have been pretty cool. So, been a long time since I read the books. I have them, should probably read them again. Raceland wasn't evil. He just cared about his own. Yes, yes, yes. He wanted to bring down the gods. He wanted to become a god. That's what he wanted. And he used his frailness as a subterfuge, right? As a facade. He used it to his advantage. He made people feel bad. He made people feel bad about him. And then later on, he always got tired. He was always tired of listening to everybody. But he did what he did to I mean, he wanted to usurp Paladine. You know, he wanted to be immortal. He wanted to have the power. And he never got it, I don't think. Pretty sure he never got it. Okay. I'm getting off topic. We haven't gotten to the what time is it? We'll be talking about this AMA all night. We have people on. They'll be on at the moment. Let me see. Nope. Nobody's really on. Okay. All right. Let's. Hey, just trying to go over the AMA, but I keep getting off topic, off track. Nobody's been in, eh? We haven't heard from Karabob or Buddha. With UI changes incoming, can we expect the character creation page to also get a revamp? Probably. Rather than a lazy Susan, we were imagining a gnomish conveyor belt. The character creation window will almost certainly get an update. Of course it will. They're working on new assets, new appearance items for the characters now. I started, man, but then we started talking about stuff and we got off topic and I started yapping and I wasn't coughing and I haven't shut up yet. So now I'm forcing myself to go back to the AMA. I think we've gotten like 8 posts in and there's like 100 or so. Mind you, I was only doing this because I was waiting for everybody to get on, but if we don't have anybody on just yet, I mean... Are more character design choices? For sure. Yeah, I was thinking that as well, and we don't usually see Bob's for another hour anyhow. I just thought maybe somebody might have posted something, but it's pretty much going to come down to, you know, are you guys patient enough to bide time, or would you guys rather go off and do something? Like, that's really what it comes down to. Are more character design choices being added for the wipe? I mean, like, character design choice, well, yes. Are you preparing for character transfer requests or sudden heavy server loads? After the wipe, this is definitely something we're talking about internally, making contingency plans. We do now. Would you consider making the night darker again? Yes, please. Oh, racial passives. Nobody answered it. Interesting. Would you please? They probably got tired of asking about it. They probably got tired of me whining about it because I need it to be dark again. I need it to be that you can't see 6 feet in front of you. Would you please consider adding portals? That won't happen. I understand this is not the final setup of the game, but there is no benefit in people quitting over finding no groups. Roll a different character in a different location, deal with it, come back later. Would you consider making friend requests account-based? That might be difficult. We've talked about the potential for this, but it's not as easy to do as it seems on the surface, and so it's not something that we can really commit to. Yeah. There's privacy issues. I mean, blocking people account-based, I can't lie. I'd like that. I would like that. If there's an individual that I think is bad for the group, I don't want to be grouping with them on any of their tunes. Getting to 1.0 has been such a journey. What gives you confidence of expansions, additional content after 1.0? Is VR as a company looking long-term? Well, they need the 1.0 first to see, yeah, okay. Obviously, we need our 1.0 to be successful, and we still have a lot of work to do in order to get to that launch. Yes, of course. Can we get a logout to character? Yes, can we please get a logout to character select? Allowing players to camp to character select is something we plan to support in the future, although I can't give an exact date. That said, you should check out this developer. Oh, you know what? They might not want to do it with the shards. It'll speed up shard transferring. That's probably why they don't want to do it. Never mind. That makes sense. When they take the shards away, they'll probably bring in logout to character select. I wasn't thinking about that till just now. Yeah. See? Don't forget server hopping to farm rares. Yeah, okay. That's what it was. Will we see any improvements to character casting animations? Yes. Brutanga from Discord asked, Pantheon, great game or the greatest game? Great game, perhaps on its way to being goated. Can we get a better spell book? Something more akin to EQs with pages that can be flipped. That's all UI stuff. Yeah, so this person probably doesn't know, but they didn't have their UI stuff for a while. We are planning to make some improvements to the Codex UI. Right, yes. It's part of the it's part of this. So, for those who don't know, we haven't had any significant changes to the UI in years because they didn't have anybody working on the UI. Right, you got to remember, they were a skeleton crew for quite a while. Now that they're not a skeleton crew and they were able to hire people on, they've got UI stuff in the works. A lot of people just don't know this. When will the login, or better said, relogin bug be fixed? It's not a bug. This is one of those pesky issues that is far more complicated than it appears on the surface. Login logout behavior for switching characters is definitely an area we want to improve so that we can get a more consistent, seamless experience. It is going to unfortunately take some time to get there. They won't tell you, chat. I'm telling you, chat. I'm telling you right now. They do. It's not a bug. The login thing is a thing to stop people from organizing quickly to take stuff from people. That's what it comes down to. Deal with it. Move on. Stop saying it's a bug. No game in the history of games has ever had that as a bug, right? Right? Pay attention to that. These guys have been making games for a long time. Right? Common sense. Common sense. Take your two equations, put a plus sign in the middle. 2 and 2 is 4. They did it so people couldn't organize quickly and shard farm, hop, whatever. Hello. It's not a bug. I've been telling you guys this for like since it started. I've been telling you guys like 8 months. Will Necro have some kind of class pass if not done already? Yes, Necros will have a version of Feign Death. Right. So, okay. This here, to all you Necros out there. The Necromancer launched in October of 2024. That's when the Necromancer came to the game, was October of 2024. I made a decision back then, after losing to a character wipe of my warrior, that I was going to roll a Necromancer. I wanted to try a Necromancer, and I didn't want to roll another warrior until early access. Long story short, I almost started a Necromancer in early access. This is true. I spent the last 10 years swearing that I was going to be an Ogre Warrior, but I was really close to starting a Necromancer in early access because they were amazing. I could do anything with the Necromancer. They have always been phenomenal from day one. They were actually packaged together fantastically for those who don't know. People asking for a class pass for the Necro, it is not necessary. and they know it's not necessary, so don't count on getting one. I'm just saying. They may add a feign death, like Joppa has mentioned, but the Necro has had rave testing reviews for a year and a half now. Okay? That's just the way the Necro is. And I'll say this again, because I've said it 50 times before. I've been in the game for like 3 years, okay? Since Seasons and the beginning of Early Access, every single thing Krushnek has come up against, I have killed with every single class. All different types of makeups, whether it's 1 healer, 2 healers, 3 healers, 2 tanks, 3 tanks, whatever. There's never been as many issues with the classes functioning in the game as everybody since Early Access has complained about. It was never a thing. I've grouped with hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people. I'm not even exaggerating. I've grouped with hundreds and hundreds of different people, and everybody was the only thing the classes were missing were spells at the higher levels or abilities at the higher levels. If you knew how to play the class, you played the class fantastic. But when Early Access came out, a bunch of people jumped in, had no idea what they were doing, and started complaining the classes needed work. They didn't. They didn't. They just needed their updates. They didn't need to be changed. They just needed their updates. They needed their higher level abilities. We didn't have higher level content for those higher level abilities to be a thing. But a lot of people ended up fast forwarding their tunes to the high levels and got stuck. So then they complained, not having their ability. I'm level 40. My skills only go to level 20. What's going on here? Well, why did you go to level 40 with your level 20 abilities? Why didn't you just go to level 20 and say, you know what? I'm going to put them on the shelf and wait till we get more abilities. I don't know what to tell you. I don't. I blows my mind. Blows my mind. Are there any plans to improve the starting experience? Right now, there isn't much depth to character creation or ways to really make your character feel unique. The characters still look muddy and not very distinct. They will when you get the gear. I've got 8 warriors to prove it. Which is surprising since they felt rushed during the earlier private beta. At the moment, you mostly just assign a few stat points to begin in a small village. It doesn't really feel like a proper city because the cities aren't in the game. Oh, chat, please stop acting like the game is based off of one continent. Please. What you're calling out here is something we view as critical to the game's overall success. Character creation needs a ton of work and optimization. Even just being able to see your character spinning on a turntable. Yeah. But if a player's going to be in leather armor, a player's going to look like they're in leather armor. If you go and craft leather armor, if you get any leather armor to drop and you put it on, you look like you're wearing leather armor. Same thing with plate. If you put anything on that has the plate tag, you look like you're wearing plate. If you pick up anything that has the cloth tag, never mind the brown jokes. You're wearing cloth. It's there. Like, man. You can look at characters as low as level 20 and know where they got their gear. You might not pay attention to that. I do. Every time I get into a group with one of my tunes, I will look at the group. And when we go into combat, I will look at the group and I will see what they're swinging, what color's their dagger, how big is their staff, does it have the green gem on it, does it have the blue thing on it. I know what people are like. It's there. The uniqueness and the set-apartness of the game is there, but you have to explore and find the gear. Again, this is a hand-holding thing. People are expecting to start their character low, get handheld into a starting bunch of gear, get handheld over time into upgrades, get handheld into upgrades again. That's not how this game works. You might have to go to Chicago to get your helm, but you might have to go to Miami to get your legs, and you might have to go all the way over to Los Angeles to get your wrists. That's just the way the game is supposed to be. It needs you to explore. Yeah. Man. Maybe I should stop playing Pantheon for now and jump in. Like, I feel like I'm getting too wound up. But that's a lie. I'm never getting too wound up. I love talking about this stuff, but I'm incredibly passionate about the social challenging aspect of this game. You are not meant to hit level 20 and then be fully kitted in level 20 gear by 25, unless you know some top-notch crafters. That's not supposed to be a thing. Guilds will have a leg up, right? We all know. Once the game launches, or even in the spring update, you will have 40-player guilds where 5 or 6 people will go out and do the trade skills, and 5 or 6 people will help fuel those trade skills or get material for those people to do their trade skills, and then they'll start pushing out gear and so on and so forth. That's going to happen anywhere in any MMO in existence ever, period, because some people like to craft, some people like to kill. It's just the way it is. But for people to want every time they, like, it took EverQuest like 20 years, but I believe once the Serpent Spine expansion came out, they introduced tiered armor sets. So when you got to, I think it's like levels 1 to 9, or maybe it was 1 to 10. Yeah, I think it was 1 to 10, 11 to 20, etc. But when you started going from level 1 to 10, by the time you hit level 10 running the content, you typically would have a full set of beginner armor. But then all of a sudden, once you hit level 11 and you started killing level 11 content, so mobs that were level 11 or higher, all of a sudden you started getting gear to replace the previous gear with maybe 1 additional stat or 2 additional stats. Then you got up to level 20 and you did the same thing from 20 to 30. You ended up with the 3rd tier. Then you hit 31 and you went to 40, getting a 4th tier. And they kept upgrading. It was their way of trying to handhold people into progression. So people 20 years into the game's lifespan wouldn't get held back because of gear, right? It was to give them a fighting chance. We don't want that here. This game hasn't, jokes aside, this game hasn't been out for 20 years. I know you guys are going to say, oh, it's been out close to 20 years. I get it. I understand the humor. Point is, you don't want that for this game. You need to work for your stuff. And if you're not willing to work, if you're not willing to put in the effort to get something out of it, leave this game alone. And I'm not saying it to be mean. I'm not a mean person. But if you're not willing to put the work in, this game will not be for you. And all you're going to do is cause grief to everybody around you. So that's the honest truth. Looking forward to the UI improvements. Is this just an iteration of the current existing placeholder? Do we happen to know by chance if Bobza is traveling or if he might be here around the same time, or do we want to try and get something started? Oh, fantastic. I don't know how far I'm into this AMA because I just went on like a half-hour yap. However, I haven't coughed yet in the last half hour, which is interesting because I haven't shut up either. So I might have just jinxed myself, but that's fantastic right now. Is this just an iteration on the current existing placeholder UI? Yes. Don't need... What current plans are there for mounts come spring? Are we sticking with just horses? Yes, for the time being. We need more continents, more content, and then we'll get more creatures. Can you elaborate on the stats of said mounts? No. Are there plans to add high-quality mounts? Yes. Well, they're already in the game. That's the rare mounts. You have to have a higher skill in order to get them. And for a specific mount in the game, in Black Rose Keep, you need to have a ridiculously high amount of endurance in order to try and tackle it. So yes, the high-quality mounts are there. There's talks of items being removed. Is there any verification on what items we can expect to be gone come spring? Nope, they won't tell you. And they shouldn't have to tell you. You're in a game being tested. If they took everything out today and gave you nothing tomorrow, you'd have to deal with it. So deal with it. At one time it was discussed that Necro would be able to buff allies from their Siphon stat. Is that still planned, or will they be getting other supports? What's the Siphon stat? I guess I don't follow Necromancers enough to know what's the Siphon stat, chat? That's not in game now, right? Is that something that's supposed to be coming? They say here discussed, but I guess it hasn't been put into practice, right? Will there be some way to CC more than one mob at a time since their mez is channeled? Sure, fire off a root, then do a mez. Hope the group gets the mob under control. there's your 2 mobs right there. Use Hungry Earth, use the mez. You're good. Oh, the Siphon buff mechanic is still planned. There you go. The Siphon buff mechanic is still planned, and they will also be gaining some additional support spells, as well as an expanded crowd control repertoire, with Mastery allowing the Necro to lean even further into a DPS support or CC. Cool. Are there still plans to do away with hard zone lines? Yes. Is there a plan which of the 3 missing races or the elf subrace will be the next to be added to the playable race roster? Next race will be Gnome. Our current plan is to bring the remaining races online as we add the starting areas. Ashen and Ember Elves. They're in Fairthale. Okay. Our current plan is to tackle Fairthale this year. Are there any plans to have separate areas for differing factions within a town or village? No, they should mix them in, so you gotta watch where you're going. Come on, man. You know how many times I ran through North Freeport as a necromancer and got my ass owned by paladins? Are you kidding me? Come on. It'll be much easier to plan and build these areas out while creating and developing new zones so you don't have to go back and redo it again. We absolutely plan to construct certain areas in this way, however, not having these faction accommodating spaces is just as much a part of designing an area as in a compelling way as having them. Right, exactly. You should be terrified. The roadmap seems to suggest that all of 2026 may be spent on King's Reach. Is there a dedicated world builder on staff yet? If so, have the other continents been started? It's a bit disheartening that we were over 5 years since the shakeout test and we are still on the... So this person, I don't think they realize that, like, they've got quite a bit of content on the old engine that isn't in Unity. Or at least isn't attached to the game either. So there's that also. Like, if you've been around long enough, you've seen content 7, 8 years ago that we don't have yet. They've never talked about it in the last 5, 6 years. It's not in the game, it's not accessible, but it exists. But it's on the old engine. In terms of what releases to players, most of what we release in 2026 will be part of the King's Reach continent. We'll likely still have some areas and updates that happen later, but the goal is to get the full continental landmass built out so that we have all the terrain in place to cover us up through 1.0. We have 3 world builders on the team right now. Oh, that's cool. And they are a big reason we've been able to accelerate some of our plans for new areas. Right now, we're finalizing the overall layout for Rainfall. Work on building out that landmass and the ocean space in between King's Reach and Rainfall will start later this year, although it will likely be next year before players can venture to areas in Rainfall. Makes sense. There's a lot of literal groundwork that has to be done before we can bring an additional continent into the game. Right. Do y'all have anyone on staff that actually plays the game? Yes, they have quite a few people that play the game. I'm not even sure if I've grouped with any of them. Maybe I have. I don't know. It'd be cool to know. I mean, I wouldn't say anything. I don't mean just dabble in it, but actually play the game. This is the nicest way possible, but watching Joppa repeatedly try to root an acrobatic mob. He's the creative director and is often quoted talking about specific skills or the ideas he wants to implement. Yet how can one make smart decisions about gameplay and skill class design when the person doesn't even know how existing skills or abilities work? Didn't get answered. With the constant drop in population and active users, what number of active users will sustain the project's growth? Good question. Well, I still think I had a part in them hitting the ground running. I'm just saying. So it doesn't matter what you guys say. You guys can say whatever you want. I got it in my head and it's not going anywhere. Will the other races be introduced with their home cities when released? Yes. Oh, we got a message from Spectre. You still here? You still chilling? We got a question from you, I think. Maybe not technically part of Spring Wipe, although I hope so. Is there any chance Shaman will be able to lean more into being a short-term buffer to enhance the group? For instance, having the capability to boost a wizard's strength, the rogue's agility, and a ranger's dexterity within a few seconds of each other for 20-ish seconds. This may not contribute to a shaman's own personal... Oh, that's like... Isn't that like bolster? Oh, you're right. They didn't answer. And along with this, could we please not have the limited action set be as restrictive as it currently is? If you are a buffing class or a pet class... Hang on a second, chat. Well, so Snapper won't be available this evening because he's got family coming over. Snapper was the most limited of us as far as classes go. So we're open to whatever. I think the next person would be Collins. So maybe we figure out what Collins has for tunes and plan around that. Items from Discord. Torches. What's going on and such with them in your vision, and will we see any changes or updates? We're not finished with torches or lights. Yeah. Going all the way around the circle on torches, bring back Torch Wizard. Just make everything dark again. Acanthus from Discord. Based on the discussion around the concept of summoners being Arcaneers, those are fabricating things out of mana and other items. It sounds like a significant divergence from the traditional concept of summoner. Not really. Okay, so I think what they're talking here is about the EQ summoner, where the EQ summoner was based on elements, right? Fire, earth, air, water. Whereas in Pantheon, it's mana. That's why the fire pet is now blue, because it's mana. It's not an element. So summoners are going to manipulate. They summon everything from mana. That makes more sense in Pantheon than it does in EQ. Yes. The magician. Are there plans to change the class from summoner to the new concept that most closely aligns to the design? For example, it sounds like pets will be constructs more than summoned elemental. Right. The word elemental should disappear. Summoner's not going to be elementals, period. They're going to be mana based, or whatever they're going to call it. I'm pretty sure it's mana. That's why they want them as Arcaneers. Sorry, I was yapping. What were you saying? Nope, not at all. Who did you have again, Collins? You had a 50, and you had somebody in your 20s. Who was in your 20s? 27? 28. 28, probably. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Long ago, we had 2 moons in Pantheon. We currently have 1. If there's still plans for 2, yes, that's part of the whole world. Yes. Any lore to go with the names? Yes. Go online and read the lore. The lore is there. Lauda and Hauna. Yeah, this is them. They will come back alongside a much improved and higher resolution. Yeah, I've told you guys this months ago. The sky is going to look completely different when they get their actual sky in. So just so you know, the sky that we have in Pantheon right now has always been a placeholder. Always. I've told you, you can find this on my streams like months ago. There was always a plan to have a different sky. Crafting progression. Will we be able to choose the stats on the items we craft in the future? Or is the pattern recipe set regarding stats when we get them? It will be a bit of combination of the two. You'll have some flexibility in terms of stat options on uncommon quality items, although it will not be completely free-form. As you graduate into creating rare or legendary, their requirements will become more specific, and the item you get while powerful will also be more bespoke in terms of its stats. This is necessary in order to ensure that we can keep looted items and craft. That's perfect. That's fantastic. Ultimately, we think we can achieve a healthy mix, especially as our game world grows and there are more and more areas for players to explore. I don't think he knows who you're hanging out with. I've been here. Fairthale, will the main city for the elves be included in this? Yes. And regarding the loot system, is that an implementation of need and greed? Yes, that should be in there. Regarding Fairthale, elves, yes. Need versus greed is a loot option we want to add, but the update on the roadmap actually encompasses a larger amount of back-end work that will enable us to add new functionality to how loot works in general. This isn't just quality of life stuff, but for example, gaining the ability to influence loot rolls in certain situations, like gathering, so that if you do the right things, you have a better chance of getting a... That's interesting. Are they going to put in like an EQ2 crafting minigame for harvest? Whoops. For harvesting? So that if you do the right things, you have a better chance of getting a rare result from that attempt. That sounds to me like they're going to add complications into harvesting. If you know complications from EQ2, you know what I'm talking about. That's what it sounds like. Sounds like they're adding complications. I've been watching this new game, No Rest for the Wicked. It has quick timing system that determines how successful you... Yeah. We were doing that today. About fishing, will there be multiple ways for us to fish, like pole, fishing net, or maybe even traps? Plan right now is to have standard fishing poles. Right. About light in-game, already talked about. Will we see lanterns? Other light sources? Yes. Tossing this question out there, I know it's kind of off topic, but who knows, I might roll a natural 20. An ability to stick them, throw them in on the ground, and equip a weapon with a click would solve the combat issue. I know this is a bit of a silly question, but how married is VR to the class symbols currently used in game? That's true. I kind of don't like the warrior symbol. I agreed. Thoroughly dislike the current class symbols that are used. We're not married to them, but we're enjoying the relationship. Not going to say we'll never revisit them, but it's not on our radar. Makes sense. Got to level 14, took a break, and came back ultimately with the inability to meaningfully play any content without a group. Made trying to come back feel like a negative. What? Got to level 14, took a break, and came back. Ultimately, the inability to meaningfully play any content without a group made trying to come back... This sounds like he said he tried to solo and struggled. If you were watching me the past 5 months, I took a warrior. I've taken my warrior up to level 20, so pretty much solo. The only time I've logged him in for a group is the odd time that these guys are running their 20s. But outside of that, I went through on the warrior up to 20, getting all the gear. You guys saw it. The VODs are out there. There's no issue with soloing. You just have to be smart about where to go. And if you've been away from the game or you don't know the game like the back of your hand, then it's on you to get better with the game, because you most certainly can solo. Don't kid yourself. That's ridiculous. That's why I rolled Little Krushnek, was to prove to you guys that you can take one of the worst soloing classes, the warrior, and solo effectively fine. You just have to be smart about what you pull and what you fight. How many artists and devs have you hired with the new funding? They probably won't talk about that. We've actually brought on several new people so far, and we're posting new positions as they're needed. Yeah. They're not gonna say how big the team is. I know that. Why would they give players ammunition? Come on. I know there are some quests here in Pantheon. Some. There's a lot of quests in Pantheon. You have multiple development happening in parallel with new quests being created. Yes, that was part of bringing the script writers back in months ago. I believe we don't need to address that. Did he just mention EQ2? Do you plan to be introducing hundreds of quests in the zone so we see something else to focus on instead of just grinding for gear? Also, I recall years ago there was the subject of collectibles. Oh, don't put shinies in the game, please. Don't put shinies in the game. One of the reasons you haven't seen many new quests coming into the game is that we've been working in the background to consolidate all of our many lore documents. Yes, because yes, they just got their writers back. Will there be character wipes in the course of early access? I mean, there's going to be a reset. That's a wipe. That's the biggest kind of wipe you can have. Will there be a character wipe before the full release? Probably. During early access, talk about what? Their plan is to have them before. I believe we're going to get them in February. I just don't know roughly when. They're going to be mid-level, so probably my guess would be 20 to 30. They're probably going to be like patch in to get over to smoldering or what have you. So I do believe they're going to be like 20 to 30, maybe 20 to 35. I believe the runs of these crypts are going to take anywhere from hour and a half to 2 hours. I could be off on that, but I'm pretty sure they're planning for it to take no longer than 2 hours. So it'll be a solid session of somebody jumping in, running a dungeon, and getting out. But it's not going to be like a half-hour speed run sort of thing. And it's probably not going to be worth it for level 50s to run them. You're going to want tunes around their level. So. Nope. Nightfall crypts don't have a reliance on Badya Dakara. That's two separate things. But the Nightfall crypts will spawn in multiple places around the world when all's said and done. There's no focus on any one zone. Like, they're not going to be in Body Dakara. There could be a Nightfall crypt that spawns in Thronefast. There could be one in Wild's End or what have you. I don't think so. There might be different content. Maybe there's different gear, but I do believe the level range is going to be the same. But I could be wrong. The Nightfall Crypt diary entry they released like a few weeks ago doesn't give a whole lot of information about it, but it was mentioned in the AMA, and they were basing it off of about an hour and a half, or 90 to 120 minutes. So I can log in. I don't know how long this AMA. Hang on a second. Chat, how far am I into this AMA? Do you guys know? Am I going to have to revisit that? We might have to come back to this after. They want me to log in. I should log in. I'll save the spot. We'll come back to it. We'll come back to it, chat. They want to jump in and do something. I want to jump in and do something. I spent so much time yapping. How you guys in chat doing anyways? What's going on? What are you guys working on? Anybody playing anything, be it Pantheon or otherwise? Anybody just chilling? Apparently Hollywood. All this chatting I've been doing, and I haven't. I mean, have I coughed? I don't think I have. What shard are you guys on? And what level tunes are we doing? Okay. Now I do feel a hint of a tickle here, and I'm trying to fight it, but I'm not doing anything exaggerative. Exaggerative? Exaggerative. Playing my ranger in a ghost group in Halniers? Ah, gotcha. Right on. Hey, Lumpy, what's happening? Don't know what to work on. Only have a couple hours before bed. 13 warrior, 21 monk, 33 summoner. You got so let's say you got 2 hours before bed. 33 summoner, you won't make much progress on. 13, you might struggle finding maybe the monk? 21 monk? That opens up quite a few things. I mean, you could even go to Orc Valley at 21 and still get solid XP for the next 2 hours, even if you couldn't find a group. I say the monk. I say you play the monk, man. You might spend too much time sitting around with the warrior, especially at this time. Most groups are probably all situated. But that's just me. That's just my input. Beyond that, I completed the first part of my wife's library. We're turning a spare room into her dedicated library. We just finished painting and throwing... Oh, dude, fantastic. That's awesome. So... They're not on. That means we're probably going to be tanking. So... We should have forward swing. Yeah, that's good. Okay, where do we want to go on these tunes? I am over in the Camp 3 position. I might need an invis. Okay, I will take a look. I can go up around, but I can't go behind the 3 huts. Just after the 3 huts. Well, I'm looking at the cliffside now. Not the climb spot. I'm on the climb spot right now, and I don't see anything on the road, so I'm running to you guys right now. You don't have to come get me. Oh wait, you're already behind me. There you are. Alright, we are trying to get everybody as close to 50, if not 50. Excuse me. If we don't do any silly stuff tonight, I should be there tonight, chat. Which means we'll have 2 level 50 warriors. What is wrong with me? And a 3rd one on the way. I don't have the right weapons on. I just realized I switched over all my skills for tanking and I forgot to switch my weapons. Hang on a second. I'm doing like no threat with the 2-hander. Which is a weird thing to say. The ghost... Yep. Oh wait, no, you're here. You're tanking. You can do DPS, I can tank. I just know Dire Lords typically prefer to tank, but if you want a DPS, I'll tank. I think it's the spear, right? To be honest, I was putting more thought into which weapon I was going to use, because if not for that, if I'd have had the right weapons on, I would have addressed it when you said it. But nope, probably not. Excuse me. Let me know if you need a DPS. Who you got? Who you got close to 50? Or 9 Necro. We would have a spot open, right? Once Bob gets here? Or are we full? I think it's just us, right? We are checking. We are checking, truck. I was curious as to whether or not we were full or not, and Collins was checking. Colin had put out a ping earlier, and he was checking to see if Buddha might have responded. Okay. Yeah, truck, if you want to bring in your Necro, we'll get you in. We have a spot open, it looks like. Up to you. Up to you. It's not important. We'll manage, but if you're in... I got a 49 Necro. Wants to come along. We're on Shard 2. Okay. So we're on Shard 2. Let me know when you're in Silent Plains. Yep. Mind your health. I might not make it back. I might not make it back. We're supposed to get yet another snowstorm starting tomorrow, and I'm not looking forward to it. Yep, because for whatever reason, the enchanter pet always chooses to go on the other side. Excuse me. What can you solo as a 50 warrior? I can't do any names. Wouldn't be able to camp any names, so it would have to be like trash stuff. And at level 50, with what I'm wearing, I'd have to see. I don't think I've bothered to. I mean, I could do the dogs in Silent Plains, but they're, what are they, like level 30? Could I do here in the trenches? No, the fire damage would be too much. Enclave would be the same way. I don't think I could solo the Enclave anyways. But as far as what I could solo at 50, I don't think there's much I could solo at 50. I know it's a weird thing to say. I can solo weaker mobs, but anything on my level, no. With no heal and regen really is only beneficial outside of combat, no. There's not really anything I could solo as a 50 warrior. Even with all my gear. But I mean, you really shouldn't be soloing at level 50 as a warrior anyways. I mean, if you are, something's going on. Excuse me. 12 hit points. Ugh. I'll take a minute. I mean, me myself, I don't really go looking for solo content unless I'm on Little Krushnek, and that's just really to show people that soloing is a thing, rather than have people complain all the time about how soloing is not a thing. It most certainly is. It's just not the best thing. And if you want it to be the best thing, this is not the game for that. So, go play something else. Now be careful, because this is a point-blank AoE to everybody. It's not directed. There's Collins. Fantastic. Now we're rocking. I'm an alcoholic. I would like a tune. Yeah. Yes. Go solo named for gear? Ooh. Gear up a Lobby. So you'd want to do old world, what I consider old world content, because you don't want the level requirement on your gear. I was typing. Keep wanting to hit my haste ability, but I know haste is out of the game, at least for the time being. But I don't want to take it off my hotbar just in case for some weird reason they decide to turn it back on again. I know they won't do it, but PTSD has got me. Looks like Ashes is shutting down. What? That doesn't make sense, too. Where did you see this at? They put way too much out. There's no way that's shutting down. It's on their Discord? Are you being serious? Really? Ashes of Creation shutting down 2026. No, man. People, the internet's talking about one of my viewers just informed me. I guess Ashes of Creation is shutting down or something. The internet's talking about it and said Stephen Sharif has stepped down and there's been layoffs. I don't know. I mean, we're not near April 1st, so I can't see it being humorous. But I had to go on the internet myself and look. That's what it seems like. Wow, I did not see that coming. I did not see that coming. That is a shame, man. He really wanted to make like the best possible product using like all aspects from everywhere. I mean, maybe some people might say it was too big of an endeavor, but it seemed like he was going that way. Just looked, wow, that's crazy. Wow. I'm on a Cinder Focus Iron Will. That too, that is wild if that's legit. Was anybody in chat in the Ashes of Creation, early access, or what have you? Like, what did it have like game-breaking issues, or did it seem like it was going the way of discontinuation? Sorry, I was just yapping to my stream. I'm still in awe about the Ashes thing, and yo, 2. The 49s, 48s, 47s. I just hadn't gotten there yet. I was getting there. It was my next level. We're wrapping our head around the fact that we think Ashes just got canceled. Ashes of Creation. It's online. Yeah. I mean, he had a fantastic, like, it was a fantastic idea. It wasn't Pantheon or Monsters and Memories. Like, he had taken like the 30 best features of all games in the last 30 years and put them together. I thought it was shaping up, but yeah, I mean, if one of my viewers just told me like 10 minutes ago, and I had to go online to double check because it sounds like it's an April Fool's thing, but they just had massive layoffs, and someone said Steven stepped down or something, and oh. Oh, gotcha. That is, oh my goodness, that is wild. That is simply crazy. taunted it. I got it for a few seconds. I'm gonna take damage. I've got it off you, Collins. Ramp. Yeah. If that is fact, if that is the reality with AOC, I can't wait till people following Pantheon start whining and complaining or bring up Pantheon's development timeline again. That's gonna be crazy, crazy ignorance and stupidity, crazy, crazy. If that's fact. Drop a stream on Monday is going to be crazy. I'm gonna wait to see viewers, and if I can tune into Joppa's chat or stream on Monday, I'm gonna have a notepad or something, and I'm gonna watch for every single user that types in something about timelines with Pantheon, or will Pantheon go the same way, blah blah blah, and I'm gonna write their names down just so I have them, and I'm gonna remember them, because that'll help me understand who the trolls are, who the ignorant people are. That'll be fantastic. I can't wait. That's gonna be fantastic. Because that'll save me from having them show up here. That's why I would do it. We have to bring it down off the ledge or it's going to whack everybody. Steven just made a post on Discord. He stepped down and sent out notices to all employees. It's a bit of drama in the post. Makes it sound like he didn't own the game, but was on a board and he didn't agree with the board, so stepped down. Uh-oh. I didn't think there was a board. I thought it was him. I mean, Pantheon kind of did that with seasons. Maybe not that many, though. True. I thought that first one was being missed. Mm-hmm. I'm pretty sure I heard it. I'm pretty sure I heard it. It's going to be so tricky for Joppa to address that Monday, because you know it's going to happen. A whole lot of people are going to jump in there and just start talking nonsense, and he's going to have to try and be as tactful as he can. I don't envy him at all. When you're dealing with ignorance on the internet, it's the worst. A lot of the AOC creators are doing mea culpas. Uh-oh. That's so unfortunate, man. Look, I'm going to be honest with you guys in chat. Yes, I didn't buy into AOC because my priority is Pantheon. It has been since the beginning, and those of you that have been here long enough, you know how much time I've put. I've put more time into this than more than likely most of you. Like, Pantheon has been my thing, like, for years. But I was looking forward to Ashes of Creation. I genuinely was. I was going to play it when it launched. I just didn't want to be involved in 2 games in development, and Pantheon I was having the most fun in. So, and I've said this from the beginning, if something happens and Pantheon does not happen, we will never have another social MMORPG experience. Any company that tackles an MMORPG in the future will use the WoW methodology of being accessible to everybody, or as many people as possible. That's what it will come down to. But I was really looking forward to AOC coming out. I had plans to play it. I just didn't have any plans to go through the development. Oh, he's no, he's tuned into the stream. I'm talking about AOC. I was saying how I'm really disheartened by it because I had plans to look at AOC when it launched, but I can't do 2 games in development, and my attention and, for lack of a better term, love is in Pantheon. So that's the only reason why I haven't AOC'd yet. But I was going to when it launched. Oh, that's a bummer, chat. That's a bummer. That's a bummer. I need MMORPGs to thrive, man. We need more MMORPGs. If we don't get them, companies won't build them. God, a world without MMORPGs? And don't start coming at me with, well, there's still WoW and there's still Final Fantasy XIV. You're obviously not catching my meaning if that's your train of thought. You're not wrong, man. I think, what is it? AI is supposed to take over and do everything. Nobody's going to be able to afford to build a computer or buy a computer. We're all going to have to take art classes or learn how to paint outside in our basement or something. What is it? Get in touch with our creative side. If you go into your character screen and put the buff up or whatever, and go to the 4th tab where you check your offense and defense, you'll see spell haste. If that number changes, it's working. If that number doesn't change, it's not working. It's not working. Nope, I was just telling my stream, I have my haste still on my utility bar, but I should just take it off. But the PTSD, I have it so bad because I'm thinking there may be a chance they turn it on for whatever reason in the next 3 months, so I can't bring myself to take it off the bar, but I just don't use it. I'll say this, I still have my DPS banner, and that allowed my group on the last raid to get all the kill credits for Del Taco. So who needs haste? I just need 4 monks and a cleric. Someone told me the monk haste ability still works. Really? Interesting. You were fine, man. You were fine. You were fine. I can tell you this. If you were a certain kind of way, Kara would have already known about it. You weren't 100%, but you weren't problematic. The only DD, the only direct damage would be life tap. Everything else is a dot or a curse that accumulates. And it does. That's why when a couple of times I've spoken to you when you've been on Tree Burner and I'm like, hey, you use a foundation? You're like, yep. I said, okay. And then I'll just start spamming life tap over and over and over again and the DPS just skyrockets. Without any dots or curses. I just don't like burning through the mana. Yeah. I feel like it should be some kind of rot. Could be. That's a good question. I don't play my Necro enough to know all the abilities names. Oh, Papio, what does the Rigor Mortis ability do on the Necro? I think it's called Rigor Mortis. Oh, you really look? Okay. I mean, in old D&D rules, bladed weapons used to be weak against undead. Oh, it's technique. Nope. Yep. It doesn't do any damage. It's a stance changer. It can break a cast, you don't use it? Gotcha. I gotta say, Chad, I really enjoyed No Rest for the Wicked. That was a lot of fun today. Good homage. You know what I want, chat? I just finished 28 ounces of coffee, which I probably shouldn't have drank this evening. I want a milkshake. I haven't had a milkshake in like 15 years, and now all of a sudden I'm craving a milkshake. Why? I'm not pregnant, at least as far as I know. But all of a sudden I'm thinking about a milkshake. Actually, I wouldn't mind a root beer float, truth be told. I haven't had that in a long time. A&W used to have it. They don't anymore. I mean, it's all right when you get it, but dude, back in the day, they were phenomenal. Oh, wait a minute. I mean... Wow. Wow. Following up more on this Ashes of Creation situation. Wow. Oh, that sucks. That sucks. Yeah, it seems to be official, chat. Looks like AOC is done for. Wow. I mean, I think VR might be needing some people, you know? Could be a thing. That might have a pool of people. So what do we have now? We have Monsters and Memories, and we have Pantheon. Excuse me. Uh-oh, I coughed, chat. I ran out of coffee and I coughed. That's not good. Really? Well, thank you, sir. I appreciate the ego inflation. Yes, I agree. Probably. I mean, as far as Pantheon goes, consistently, I'm probably the only. There are, but nobody as regular as me. I mean, they're growing their team, right? I mean, hello? I mean, right now, I consider it one-sided. Could you imagine? No. I get along with everybody, and I know a lot about all the classes in the game, but if you've listened to my streams more than 10 times, I wouldn't be a good community manager for Pantheon, because I'd be too busy admonishing a lot of people online for being lazy and slackery and just shouldn't be playing the game. Like, that's just... No. That'd be a horrible community manager. I mean, there's no denying it. I've done quite a bit for this game. I am the single most consistent streamer on the internet. I also have my entire playthrough on my YouTube channel. Every day for the last 2 years is on YouTube. There's over 400 videos. All of it is there. I'm the only person that has that. Now, should it be up there? That remains to be seen. We'll see what happens when the spring reset happens, because I might start taking some of it down, because I feel like it's not going to be validation for anybody. So we'll see what happens. But there's nobody out there that's done as much as I have. Nobody. Period. That's true. That's true. I'd put it in the mail, but it would cost me $2 to something to get it to you. There you go. You guys in chat, you can't deny it, man. You can't deny it. I'm here all the time. You have nobody else that's here all the time. All you're used to be all the time people are playing other stuff. So, just saying. And yes, I'm well versed in all of them. And I dare you to try and say there's somebody else, because you're wrong. I mean, I do tend to be right in a lot of situations, so... So I was reading through the AMA. I think I'm only like a third of the way through it. But it looks like we're gonna see rainfall, I believe, after the spring update, or it'll come in with the spring update, but nobody will be able to go there. I was gonna say, we have something called the Modium. Modium works pretty well. Rainfall is the continent where ogres and dwarves are from. Oh yeah, because nerds like myself, like we know Rainfall and Whitethaw. Whitethaw is where the Scar, or the gnomes and the Arkai and the Scar, I think, come from, or what have you. And Rainfall are, I think, Ogre, Dwarf, and Darkmere, if I'm not mistaken. So, like the Barrow Dark, for example, in front of Avelia, will be moved over to Rainfall when Rainfall is accessible. I might have the races mixed up on the continents, but Rainfall is where the ogres are from, and that's all I care about. So Barrow Dark in front of Avelia will actually be moved over there where it's supposed to be. It's only called the Barrow Dark Caves because they needed a place to put ogres and dwarves. They didn't want to pile them on top of the Avalians already, and they didn't want to put them over in Wild's End. Yes, I agree. Excuse me. The main reason with the shards is that there were way too many people for the amount of content. They had to find a way to split everybody up because the initial people from like Seasons were complaining about not having stuff to do because it was all done by... There was like 500 people looking to play and only 10 things to do. So they added the shards so those 500 people could split up between them. And then what happened was the people that finally got camps, they realized that these other people were shard jumping and taking all the spawns immediately. And that's when they put in the quote-unquote bug that everybody keeps whining about that is not a bug. And that was to stagger the reforming so that people couldn't do that. But people, no matter how many times I've said that on stream, people still go to them, like Joppa Stream or the AMA, because it was brought up in the AMA, and they talk about bug. Bug. What about the bug? What about the login bug? Right, but that's... Right, but we don't necessarily know what the reset is going to do. They may remove shards at the reset. We don't know. They haven't said anything. So they're not going to do it right away because there's no point. If they're going to be changing the game as drastically as they say they are, there's no point in removing the shards right now. Right, but Right, but when the reset happens, that could change. And I mean, I never mind the bug. That's why everybody always keys up and says, "Oh, fighting the login boss," like whatever. It's 2 minutes, like. What are we doing? You got 2 here. What's being attacked? That's being attacked. Mez aggro is ridiculous. And with haste being not available, I mean, like everybody's swinging a bit slower too, so the feng, the feng shui is off. There is a login bug. The one where you get timed out for 2 minutes, that's to stop. That was initially put in like 8 months ago. That was done to stop shard hopping. If we didn't have that bug, people would still shard hop and people wouldn't get targets, period. There's nothing else to be done. The only other thing they could do is remove shards, and they weren't about to do that. So that login pause is on purpose, so groups have to get mixed up when it comes to reforming and jumping shards. The same thing with the raid. If you have a guild set up to do Tel Daedrus on one shard, and then they immediately want to go to another shard, they now can't do it, because now you've got 30, 40, 50 people that all get staggered logins, which would allow another guild who might already be clearing their way down or getting ready to do the other instance, to do the other instance. That whole login thing is specifically to stagger hopping, period. It only came in and started after they addressed the shard hopping. That's when it came in. That 2-minute lockout only came in right after they started talking about shard hopping, because it was a horrible situation on Black Moon. It's a horrible situation on Black Moon with shard hopping. And then shortly after the player base exploded with that, the bug started happening. And that's why it's random. Sometimes when there's low population, you'll never see a bug. Or maybe you see it one out of every 4 logins. But on a busy server, you'll notice it shows up more often. You're only supposed to get the lockout if you quit out of the game. You're gonna have to show me where they said that, Spectre. Because I've never read that. It makes sense to me, but I've never read it. The whole point of that stagger is for shard hopping. That's the only reason. It's too many coincidences for it not to be. Because we never had it before. We never had it all through seasons. We never had it at the beginning of early access. But after the first couple of months in early access, when everybody started complaining about not being able to get camps because of the shard hoppers, all of a sudden the login bug showed up. It's not a bug. They won't admit to it because they don't need to admit to it. But it's to stop the stagger. What did you say? Sorry, I was talking. Oh. Oh. Whoops. My bad. You know, someone when someone is relatively full of themselves and they just start talking, everybody else tends to drone out. I trust that you guys have all situations in hand. I mean, there's a character wipe in a few months. What do I care anymore? That's gonna be ridiculous because I'll have it in 6%. Now, how many warriors can I get to 50 before the reset? Maybe that should be a challenge. He'll probably be next, because we'll have to roll. I mean, we'll get tired of rolling on the 50s again, and we'll be on the lower levels, and then he'll just be up there again. Then I'll have 3 level 50 warriors. Uh-oh, the coughs. Gotta be a late night thing. I'm not tired. January, February, March. Steam players who quit or whatever other means to quit out of the game without doing 30-second camp will now get failed Steam login with 153 seconds. I was going to leave it for the next 3 or 4. Yeah. Well, I figured Kara would keep pulling. She's like, I got that part, I'll go get another one, and then I'll just take that one, and then she'll go get another one, and then it'll break, and she'll be like, okay, pick this one up, and then once she gets it mezzed again, she'll go get another one, expecting me to pick up the dog, and then I'll say I didn't hear anything, and, you know. You're welcome. Oh, you mean your fam? Oh, okay, gotcha. I picked up the wolf. I picked up the wolf. I did the right thing. I'm picturing Vol looking at his THC beer sitting next to him. Excuse me. Oh my. One of those nights. It's Saturday. Whatever. It's the weekend. I mean, that's chat, man. That is crazy about Ashes of Creation. That is crazy. I never saw that coming. Do you think the Steam launch was like desperation? God, I hope it wasn't. Your folks loose. Remezing, perfect. Uh-oh. Oh, no, dots, no! Alright, hang on. You should be good, Collins, for heals, if you're still here. And if you're not here we go. I might have to stop by my local and see if we have something up here. I'd be interested. Never done. I'd be interested. Had tons of support from players without knowing what was going on behind the scenes. Impossible. Yeah. I didn't know. I didn't know that he had a board. Like, I didn't know that there was, a body. We got a fanatic that's in investigation range. He's investigating. Ralik, you might want to back up. Okay. That's crazy though, man. Look, see, everybody got to get behind Pantheon now, man. Everybody got to get behind. WoW's not gonna do it for you. Well, I was looking. Yeah. Well, apparently Monday, there are notices being issued Monday, so Monday is when I guess the internet will know. Steven has posted on their Discord or wherever already. He's got a lengthy post about the board. I was under the impression that he was top of the ladder and then everybody was underneath him, but I guess there was a board of some sort, and he's saying that he didn't agree with decisions they were making, so rather than go along with it, he decided to step down. And I think it has something to do with the layoffs that happened earlier in the week. But I was looking at it, and it said there were only 9 people out of 250. I'm like, oh, well, that's nothing. But apparently somebody else has a post on there now that has something to do with the company, and they've said that the notices are out. So, unfortunately, it's a rough situation. And then, of course, you get your trolls and whatnot out there saying, was this a pump and dump, and blah, 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 and so on. Nobody knows, but the internet's gonna run with it. Yeah. It sucks. You don't want to see it. There has to be a handful of MMORPGs that come out and that are successful in the future, because if not, they're going to stop making them. Excuse me. Yep, and the mobiles. Oh yes, you gotta consider them. Look at Star Citizen. I've said this before. Star Citizen has almost made $1 billion, and the players still don't have an A to Z experience. They can get most of the aspects of the game played, but not in one straight line. It's not possible. It's 12 years, 13 years, $1 billion, and still no finished product. Like, people that complain about Pantheon's development lifecycle, again, all you got to say is Star Citizen, and the conversation ends. And if the person keeps talking, they're completely ignorant. I'm just saying, no game has cost $1 billion in any genre to come out successful. No game. Not Madden, not StarCraft. No, they've made $1 billion. Yes, they've made $1 billion in support to get that game out, and it still isn't out in a complete form. And no game in the last 30 plus years of the internet has ever come close remotely to making $1 billion during a development. Not WoW, not Final Fantasy, nobody. And they still don't have a finished product. Regardless of how high quality the game is and what the game looks like, it is still not a complete project A to Z. Because it had one of the largest development teams and 12 years of them constantly working on it, having made almost $1 billion. If Star Citizen had only made $20 million over the last 13 years, you wouldn't have a Star Citizen either. Hey, they came back. Hey, they came back. They flopped the first time, but they came back, and they're here, and we're gonna get it, so shush. Yeah. I have my original receipt from the failed in 2015, and then I have my receipt from the successful 2017. I found them in my old email account. I made sure I copied them in 3 different places so I'd never lose them. I even have screenshots of the original pledges. Where they promised like the ring and all this other stuff and what, like, just a bunch of stuff. I probably could. I will get the information tonight after this, and I will let you know tomorrow. Nine, 8. How long has this dog been back here? Again? Oh. I turned around on a whim just to see how Collins was doing because I didn't look over the group window, and then I see the dog sitting there and I'm like, uh-oh, here we go. It's gonna happen again. Right. I had no idea it was there. I only turned around to look at Colin's health. Yep. I didn't even look at the group window. Didn't even come to thought. Star Citizen will not release until they stop making money. Right, yeah, Spectre. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm going to be perfectly honest. There was enough support there telling Amazon Game Studios to smarten up and throw PvE content in there a lot earlier than they did. They waited too long on the dream or the plan of having a PvP shouldered title. They wanted New World to be 100% player dependent. That's where they went wrong. That's 1000% where they went wrong. They spent the next year and a half. It's a whole reason why I didn't start New World when it first launched. I got into it, but I didn't play it. It wasn't until the Brimstone Sands update that I went in, and that's when the game made a yin and yang, night and day, massive turnaround and had a bunch of PvE content. That's when New World took off, but it was way too late for them. And then they were desperately trying to get content out, so they tried to get, was it Rise of the Angry Earth? So they tried to get the Rise of the Angry Earth content into New World, and that took a long time, longer than they had wanted. Then they realized that as a development team, they weren't going to be able to put enough content out fast enough, so they made the executive decision to just stop New World. But they chose to wait longer and longer from putting PvE content in. You can't do a PvP only game today. You can't. It will not go with the population. You and your friends might tolerate it, but the internet as a whole will not. They will not in an MMO of any scope. Even games like Rust have population drops. Like PvP-based MMORPGs, they're just not sustainable. That's why there's not one today. There are MMORPGs with PvP in it, but not PvP-centric. Unless it's a fan server, private server, what have you. So you can't do PvP MMORPGs. You can't. Not today. 20 years ago? Sure. Dark Age of Camelot, Lineage, Aeon? Sure. Even PvPvE is solid, but you have to have that PvE in there. I had less than 20 hit points. But yeah, you just can. Even overseas, they release games like Rift and Arcade overseas for the PvP aspect, and even that dies down because then they bring it over here for us to try and tackle it, and then we do it for a short amount of time, and then population falls off again. It happens every time. Over here in North America, you cannot do a PvP-centric game unless it's an FPS or an RTS. That's it. And it's just the general population. We're just not into it. 20 years ago, we didn't have an option because you could count on one hand how many games you had. Now you've got so many games, it's ridiculous. Yeah. That's it. Everybody wants a trophy. Again, that's why I'm behind Pantheon, guys. That's why I'm here. I'm here because these guys don't want that. You guys have to help them get the game out. So those of you that might complain about the game being too difficult, you need to do better. We need a game to work at. If the game comes out and it's quote-unquote lazy, you're going to play it for 3 months and then quit, and so is everybody else. Like, keep in mind, just to give you guys some perspective, Ashes of Creation has operated on a development team of about 250 people, okay? 250 people. Pantheon, for the last 2-3 years, has been operating off of 10 people. 10. And 1 or 2 of those were administration and community. So, you know, just to give you guys perspective. Now, if you took 200 people and put them behind Pantheon, dude, we'd have 3 continents by the end of next year. We'd have 3 continents, 30 zones, 9 races, factions, perception system. I mean, VR's never had a team as big as 250 people, ever. Even under the old regime. Mind you, Ashes had a much bigger scope with their PvP and you know, realm versus realm or faction versus faction, like all that stuff. I get it, but still, if you put half of those, if you put 100 people under Visionary Realms, we get a game next year. 3 continents. It just won't happen. Well, there's 50. I now have 2 level 50s. Yep, warrior number 2. I've already got him. You good? I promise you, chat, I'm the only individual that has 2 level 50 warriors right now. I guarantee you. Whatever you want to think of that, I don't know. But I've just hit a ridiculous achievement. The Muppets? What are we talking about? Yeah. The 2 vultures. Well, they've got vulture attitudes. Oh, okay. I see what you're talking. Yeah. You know, they're not half bad. Oh, you're right. They're all bad. Oh. Man, do you ever watch the Muppets? What is wrong with you? You ever see the Muppet Show? You don't forget Harold and Oswald or whatever their names are. Right, you remember them. Names weren't important. They rarely called each other by name, but they had two names like Oswald and Harold or something. Gonzo? Man, what is, dude, you're losing points with me, my friend. You're losing points. Gonzo, Fozzie Bear, Miss Piggy, Kermit the Frog, Swedish Chef, Animal, Dr. Teeth, Scooter, Skeeter. Don't you test, man, don't you test me. Mana bum ba na na na. Mana bum ba na ba. Mana bum ba na ba na banana 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 na 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 dun 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 dun. Banana bum ba na na na. That's the Manama song. This looks so weird. You guys are only getting whatever I'm saying. I just realized. You guys. Oh, dude. That's when it started. The show's like 50 years old. It's still going. There's a new Kermit dude, but it's still going. You're so fail. I'll be honest. I only watched the first season of Simpsons, and then I've watched a spattering of episodes over 30 years, and I don't know. I know characters, I don't know storylines. Do you remember Fraggle Rock? I do, Cole. I do remember the doozers and how they used to build things with doozer sticks. And Fraggles would eat them. Down in Fraggle Rock. Work your fears away. Worries for another day. Let the music play. Clap, clap. Down in Fraggle Rock. Don't test me. I'm telling you, don't test me. Farscape, I never got to see. So, around the time Farscape was on TV, I was involved in a lot of work. Like I was holding down 3 jobs at the time. I didn't have a lot of time. So Babylon 5, Farscape, I never got to watch. I've heard they're great. I've heard they're fantastic. I was just never home to watch them. The only things I got to watch when I was off was on Saturdays, and it would have been the afternoon adventure shows, like Hercules, Xena. And I'm talking the movies, the ones I wrote before the TV shows. I need to watch Farscape. No Babylon 5. I never got to see it. It looked cool. Don't get it twisted. I'm a huge sci-fi nerd. I was so mad when what was that show with Melissa O'Neill? Dark Matter. It was called Dark Matter a couple years ago, a few years ago. I was so disappointed when that was canceled. I think it was called Dark Matter. Is it Dark Matter? I think it's Dark Matter. But I mean, she landed on the rookie, so good for her. I just popped haste again subliminally. I wasn't thinking. Carrie's talking about her favorite porn actor. Babylon 5, Farscape, Eureka, Warehouse 13. Dude, I enjoyed Sanctuary. Andromeda, I enjoyed Andromeda. The Stargates. Dude, they're doing a new Stargate series, huh? Did you see that? They announced it a couple months ago. I'm looking forward to the Expanse game. The Expanse game is on its way out. I think it's due to come out this year. I think it's due to come out in the next few months, I think. I want to say it's 2026. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's this year. I was almost mad that the Expanse ended. They were just getting fired up, man. That happens. Yeah, it's fact. Yeah. It can actually cause you a headache because you don't have enough circulation above the neck. No. Has nothing to do with me. Firefly, dude, Firefly. So the thing with Firefly that made me quite annoyed with it was how Fox handled it. I don't know if you guys know or not, but if you guys look up the airing schedule to the TV show on Fox, and then you go and look at the actual DVD or Blu-ray and the episode lineup, you'll see that they don't match. So Joss Whedon was told in the beginning by Fox that he had 4 episodes to hook an audience. If he didn't hook an audience within 4 episodes, they weren't going to continue the series. So the TV series is actually run out of order. And the problem with that is it left a lot of questions with a lot of people. A lot of people who would sit and watch that were like, what's going on? I don't understand. Who's this person? Why are they blah, 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 whatever? And because there were so many questions asked about the show in the first 4 episodes, Fox pulled the show. Go ahead, look it up. I'll give you a minute. The way they have it set up on the DVD and Blu-ray is so all the lore gradually unfolds so that you get filled in every episode or every couple episodes, you'd be up to date. But because they ran it out of order on Fox, because of the big wigs at Fox, they didn't pull an audience. So Fox said, we're done. We're not continuing it. And anytime Nathan Fillion is asked about it, if you can find it, pay attention to the tone of his voice. Pay attention to the tone. You can hear his voice drop a little bit, and then he gets a little defensive every time. Just real quick, since we're talking about Firefly, if you guys are interested, Nathan Fillion and Alan Tudyk have a podcast called Once We Were Spacemen. They recorded it a little over a year ago, and they launched it like 2 months ago. They're on like episode 11, I think, right now. It's pretty good. Once We Were Spacemen. Yep. It's an hour-long podcast with the two of them. They talk about their life and how they've been friends, and Firefly and the Rookie, and projects, and Illegal Alien, and all the stuff. Or Resident Alien, I mean. Hang on, I'm dealing with a wolf. I sent the invite. He hasn't accepted. I can do 50 things at once. I am multitasking. I have 6 out at the moment with no responses as of yet, and the problem is when you do these and send off the auditions, you're not given an ETA, and there's no ETA listed as to when the project gets chosen. It's when the author decides to log in to see who's there, and then listen to the auditions to see if they can find the person they're looking for. I finished a book, I don't know, 3 weeks ago. It's just a small nobody book. I used a pseudonym for it. Nobody will ever hear about it, whatever. But nothing significant as of yet. I have people telling me. I don't understand it, but I have people telling me. And the thing is, I don't get embarrassed. I can talk about it. That's why I don't have, like, and on nights like tonight, I typically wouldn't ask you guys to be on stream or what have you, because, we have like an After Dark type thing, and my channel's not set up for that. But I can talk about anything under the sun. I can talk religion, politics, whatever. I don't get offended, butthurt. I just don't. I've dealt with people for 30 years. Like I I just don't. I don't have time to get worked up about that stuff. But I can talk about anything. That was a big problem. Like, I can't go over my work history because I can't talk about this while, like, on stream because it's not allowed. But I got to a point where I would talk to friends in public places with a whole lot of people, and I would just be open about it, and they would be unnerved, and then everybody else around us would be, like, embarrassed. And I didn't realize that I was talking about embarrassing because I just talk about everything. Fire out of order, changing time slots, Friday night. Yeah. They mismanaged that show so hard. That dude, every single character on that show was fantastic. Adam Baldwin was amazing as Jane. Are you kidding me? Like, dude, the Mutter song episode. Janestown? Come on. Phenomenal. I mean, Adam Baldwin was also phenomenal in Chuck. What was it called? Chuck? What was it called? Something Chuck? Well, sir, I watched every episode. How do I forget it? Something Chuck. Something Chuck. Anyways, he was the FBI agent on there. It was just Chuck? Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, man, Firefly was phenomenal. The whole setting, all the characters. They even had Crowley on there. Crowley's character on there was fantastic. Crowley from Supernatural. I forget the actor's name. Absolutely loved him. Hey Fairdoon, if you like Firefly, you should try the game Outer Worlds. I played the first one. I haven't played the second one yet, and I thought about picking it up during the holiday sale. But we played through Outer Worlds 1 a couple years ago. I hear Outer Worlds 2 is phenomenal above Outer Worlds 1. Like, there's so much in it. It's like a best case scenario for a sequel. Morena Baccarin. Yeah. Morena Baccarin, she's got a new show. Films in Canada. I think she plays a marshal or a sheriff or something. I think she's also in, isn't she in the Wrecking Crew movie? I think she's in the Wrecking Crew movie as well with Jason Momoa and dude from Spider-Man. Tom Holland's best bud. I forget his name. And Jewel State has her show, I think, that's been renewed for another season or two, or what is it, Family Practice or something? Is that what it's called? No. Do I have that right? I don't remember. I don't get to watch a lot of TV nowadays. I work, I come home, and I'm here. So some people might say, hey, Crush, you know what you should do? You should take some time and watch some TV. I'm like, yep, maybe I should. It's not going to happen, but maybe I should. There's some good stuff out there. I haven't seen any of the Yellowstones, including like the 1983 or 1883, 1923. I haven't seen Landman. I hear Shrinking is pretty awesome. I haven't seen Shrinking yet. I don't know what to do because I keep showing up here. I just like streaming too much. I think it's a problem. You're gonna give me your smolder? Perfect. Oh, dude, Longmire was fantastic. I love. That's another show. That's like Firefly. That's another show where I like the entire cast, and I hated the fact that it's no longer running. I'm not chasing. I'm not chasing. Did you accidentally type stuck by mistake and get put on that 5-minute retype? I bet it works. 100%. Yep. I tend to have that effect on people. Not today. Today I was playing a game called No Rest for the Wicked. No. There's still quite a bit for me to do. I got through the tutorial and I got into the first town and I ran around to get a layout of the town, and that's where I've stopped. I'll probably pick it up tomorrow though. I'll do that during the daytime, and then, you know. No, I was on the Swashbuckler last night. Well, last night and this morning, and I decided to go to the broker. Why? I mean, I see you with 85% health. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, I was gonna say you are drinking it. Yeah, that's probably what it was. But yeah, on the Swashbuckler today, this morning, I went to the broker to see about looking at spell books and armor and weapons. Just not to get anything definite, because I wasn't having any issue, but for when I had issue with progression, I'd be able to go and know exactly what to pick up. And the problem with the live server is that these live servers have been around for 20 years. So when I went to look for skills for my character, who has 38 plat on him, the cheapest skill for level 25 was 66,000 plat. So that's crazy. So then I went and logged in my dirge, which I had left like 15 years ago at level 90. So I logged on my dirge and started playing around with the dirge, and I said, you know what, let me go see what buffs I can get for the dirge, and maybe we'll just switch to the dirge instead of the Swashbuckler. The dirge had, I think, like 1,400 plat on it. I played it quite a bit back in the day. So anyways, I go to the broker, I go to type in the dirge level 90 spells. The cheapest spell there was 22 million plat. I said, this doesn't make sense. I'm done. So I think if I do continue with EQ2 at all, I'd have to re-roll, sign up, and roll on a progression server. So I don't know if we're going to do that. That might be a bit too much for me. But I'm going to start looking at these other games just to kill time. And it's really only the weekend because none of you guys, like, we're not around to run anything during the daytime. So I have nothing else going on. That's all. But when I realized how tanked the economy was, I'm like, it's not going to be worthwhile for me to keep playing. I might end up getting Final Fantasy 2. They're redoing. I just played Final Fantasy 1, their remastered pixel mastered version. Like they re-released a new version of Final Fantasy 1, but they used new graphics for it. Well, updated graphics for it. It's pretty cool. Anyways, I found out Final Fantasy 2 comes out, I think, on February 5th. So I might actually bite the bullet because I had a lot of fun playing the first one. I might just do the second one. Really, I played all of them. I even played Final Fantasy V in its Japanese form, in the original back in the day, and we had the really poor translated thing, so every third speech box or dialogue box might have had 70% proper English language used, and everything else you kind of had to try and piece it together. Dude, it was interesting. Excuse me. What's my next target? That's not Ironwell. That's Ironwell. There's no heals. There's no heals. I'm going. I'm running. Dude, I only run so fast. I mean, I'm not going to stay for absolute foolishness. Do we just have 2 Cinderfolk? Excuse me. Okay. I need to decide in the next show to watch, or maybe I should do some movies now. Have you seen Fallout? Fallout's awesome. Wonder Man just came out too. I'm gonna try and watch that. An Arby's sandwich with glue? What? Excuse me. Yeah, they can. Not even. Oh, hey, Hellgear. Sorry, I've been focused with the group. Huh? Nope, no, I still have 10%. Just feign death, man. Oh, for the love of... There we go. You've watched Wonder Man a couple of episodes. It's fun so far. Right on, right on. Or around the same time. I spent a number of years in the industry, so I got quite a bit of information. Yep. 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 I never told. Yep. Yep. Okay. Oh, you're right. Yep, good plan. All right, chat. I think the group is done for the evening, so I'm going to jump back over to the AMA. You guys are obviously more than welcome to hang out and listen to me probably whine and complain about a bunch of responses, but I'm going to try and go through the whole thing. If you're not hanging out to listen to me whine and complain about the AMA, have yourself a good evening or a good day, and I hope you guys enjoyed your time here. We'll be back at it again tomorrow, more than likely. I am supposed to have a pretty significant snowstorm again. We'll see what happens. I might have to go out a few times and shovel. Might have to put the stream on hold. We'll see. We'll see. That's okay. We're watching out for a severe snowstorm, so I don't want to commit myself. All right, let's get out of this and let's go back into the AMA. Excuse me. Okay, give me a second here, chat. I'm torn at them going down from 3 masteries to 2. I'm torn. I know EQ2 did it and they did a great job with it. I'm just concerned about going down to 2 paths in Pantheon. It's not really the same thing. They could very well be limited though. I'm not going to assume. Excuse me. Okay, there we go. Okay, let's see where we left off. Would you say the current information on PantheonMMO.com is up to date, reflecting the vision as well as the current state? I'm asking because we have discovered that a lot of us have seen different versions of the pages over time. Now we do not have a common understanding of vision and direction. None of the class descriptions match the current conditions, not even the class most currently revised. And is it still a zoneless 3 continents? Does the lore hold and the race is split on 3 Huh? So to manage discussions and interest groups as to what constitutes the current canon. Also to manage expectations of potential investors, players, it would be great if it reflected current state and vision. Yeah, I mean, that's a tough call. Well, let's see what they've got written. But that's a tough call because they just got their footing a couple months ago. They were off for holidays. They've been back now for, what, a month? Got to give them time. They more than likely, excuse me, they more than likely made decisions 6 months ago and said, listen, so the first thing they did was they said, we don't have the resources to focus on 3 continents right now. We're going to focus on 1, King's Reach. That's what they've been focused on for the last 14 months, whatever. They've had to adjust accordingly to keep people up to date with what they're doing. As they get into more development, bigger development, more people, more lore starts to come out, the stuff will be updated. Yeah, see, the lore on the website can still be considered canon. The class pages and other game mechanic information will get updated as part of everything coming from the update this spring. But all the lore is still going to be there. Nothing they do to the classes is going to change the lore of the game. Another question. I know it was briefly mentioned at some point, but when can we expect racial passives to be enabled? That'll be further down the line. That's what I was talking about before, chat, where like humans are going to have I think it's like a plus 10 point bonus to shield use. So as far as shield uses go, a human warrior might be pretty solid because they get that added bonus to shield. Now, will it still stay when they go to 1.0? I don't know, but that's how it is right now. And you can go on their website and see all the racial passives that they have listed. It's difficult to say for sure, but we will likely take a look at racial abilities all up later this year. In terms of when we activate those abilities, that still needs to be determined. Okay. When can casters expect some kind of robes that aren't brown? I just want robes, like big, ugly, multicolored robe. Go around and kill some stuff. You'll find some robes that aren't brown. Let's just say that plans are actively in motion, not just for robes, but for other armor types in the game as well. Wizard needs a little utility love. What's the status on condensed mana? Yeah, condensed mana. I always thought that was a cool idea because, like, summoners and necros had in EQ2. Summoners had shards, and necromancers had hearts, crystallized hearts, or whatever they were called, and they could summon, and it would give you a portion of mana, which was really nice. It was great on raids. Most classes have a subset of abilities that are hanging in the wind. Either they aren't currently in game or they've never worked quite right. Implementing and fixing these abilities, part of our spring update. Making sure the intended class kits are fleshed out up to level 50. Intended class kits. I wonder what that means. Does that mean they're hoping to have every class that's in the game right now fleshed out up to 50? Or just like the summoner and the wizard? As they're currently working on them. Or worked on them. Excited about the spring update and expanding zones. However, there is no specific mention of lore world perception on the roadmap. Is this portion of the game still a key tenet? If it is, as many of us still hope, why is there not a clearly communicated focus on this? So, perception, the perception system, right? It's the little purple triggers that pop up on your screen that have random quotes. And my understanding from what I've held on to for information is the way one of the ways perception can work. You could be in AVP running down Orc Valley, and a perception could trigger, and it says something like you think you hear crying or weeping or yelling or something. That perception trigger could flag your character so that all of a sudden you're somewhere else. Let's say you're over on Rainfall and there's orcs over there. Something might happen because you triggered that perception trigger back on AVP. It wasn't necessarily that when you get a perception trigger, it's going to be right then and there where you are. It was going to be something that was going to lead you somewheres. That was my initial understanding of what they were doing with the perception system. What they've done alongside that is they've added text cues in-game. If you run past a fair number of NPCs right now, specifically in towns, you'll see some NPCs will talk. They might not talk directly to you. Some might mention your name, which is actually pretty cool. But there are NPCs that will have conversations with each other. There are a couple of conversations you really need to pay attention to because they actually give you instructions to do something. I'm not going to tell you what it is. I'm not going to ruin it for you. But part of the whole perception thing is nothing's going to come up in your chat window and say, hey, this is a quest. You're going to have to watch what NPCs are saying and go, oh, that's interesting. What are they talking about? Oh, is that? Oh, I know where that is. Wait, they're talking about going there? Oh, maybe I should go there. That's all I'm saying. Nothing else. That's it. That's all I'm telling you. So they're putting stuff in the game that you have to pay attention to. You have to make up your own perceived idea of what they're talking about. That's part of the whole perception thing. Now, I believe what they had also discussed was they wanted it so that, let's say you're a warrior, right? I'm a warrior. Let's say I'm with a group, and let's say we're off in Silent Plains, and let's say we're fighting somewheres outside the Port of Raloon. We're fighting dogs outside the Port of Raloon, just in front of the Eastern Plains Zone. And we may get to a certain area where my chat window might pop up and say, you sense something, blah, 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 blah. And then it would lead me as a warrior, or give me as a warrior some kind of a hint to something I would have to figure out. Back when they first talked about perception, that's what my impression was of what they were planning to do. Now, I don't think that's going to happen. I do think it's still going to be the little purple pop-up things on the screen, but I do believe they're going to flag your character to access other stuff in other areas. I do believe that, 100%. But we still haven't seen enough of it yet. Joppa has been working on this stuff live on the last few streams. He's been updating dialogue trees. Tell the player in Demeth is one thing. Screen for brief moment features some region building around Demeth's residence near dusk. Yeah. We consider lore and verisimilitude as a core component of good content. In practical terms, new areas should arrive with a lot of this stuff already baked into them. Again, as I told you, because they brought on more people to their team and they brought like their script writers back on the team, they've got stuff there. Like when you see Joppa and he says he's going to the dev server or what have you, when you're watching his streams, they're playing they're playing a different version than we are. So they have a lot of stuff in there that obviously he's not showing us. Because he has said the last couple of weeks on every single stream, he said, I have to be careful with what I show you, or I have to be careful with what I get into. Because they have a bunch of stuff there that we don't know about. But because we don't know about, in ignorance, people are going on saying, where is it? Why don't we have it? Is it coming? It's not coming. It's not in the game right now. You don't have it. They have it. You just need to wait. So we'll be going back through older areas and updating them as needed whenever we can make the time. More quests and more interactive content related to lore and perception are planned, but that will take longer to show up. The immediate focus will be creating a rich backdrop, which is the geography. They need to get the geography in the game before anything else. People don't want that. They've done everything on Thronefast, or what they think is everything on on King's Reach. So now they want all the other lore and quests. You gotta wait till we get the content. We need the content, and then you can put in the writing, which includes the perception system and what have you. With Joppa mentioning that summoners would be pivoting away from elemental damage, leaving the wizard as the elemental king. Can we get some fire damage, cold damage, electric cloth out in the world? The thing would be cooler than to be like plus fire damage gloves. This may be the itemization update we're personally most excited about. Okay. I mean, they would have to do that anyways because the gear would have to be specialized for the mastery trees, right? You got to keep that in mind. The gear that Krushnek is wearing right now at level 50 will not be the same gear when mastery comes out if I choose to go warlord. Right? You got to remember, for those who don't know, my understanding is with the warlord or the DPS tree, I'm not going to be able to wear heavy armor. Everything Krush is wearing is plate, heavy armor. Well, not heavy plate, but it's considered heavy armor. I'd have to take that stuff off if I'm going to go down the warlord tree. I'm not. I'm going to go bastion. But I'm just saying, this stuff is all coming out because they have to have specific gear for the specific builds. I mentioned this earlier. I just wish more people would take the time to add 2 and 2 together to get 4, rather than just jump in and say the answer must be 5. Is the idea of player housing on a boat still something that could see the light of day? Housing in general is a gigantically massive game set. Right, look at EverQuest 2. Any chance we get instance dungeons or raids? They've already said. You won't get instant dungeons. You'll get the instant chamber to fight the raid boss. We will be instancing major boss encounters within dungeons. We will also be instancing the majority of our raid encounters, except open world contested. We are also considering a specific type of dungeon that could be instanced by design and reused throughout the world in a lore-appropriate way, like the crypts. Yeah, like the crypts. Beyond that single consideration, we are against instancing entire dungeon. This is fantastic, and this is how it should be. This is how it should be. Do not make this Dungeons & Dragons Online. Or even WoW or EQ at this point, because you can queue up for dungeons now, so... It is extremely unlikely that we will ever fully instance dungeons. However, we are planning to instance boss room. Right, same answer. For this summer, I can see quest system and quest journal improvements. Is parts of the perception system included in that, or does that come at a later date? That'll come at a later date. The improvements this summer will primarily be about how quests are displayed in your journal. For example, supporting things like quest chains where you can tell that quests are related to each other. Some perception elements, such as the lore pings and NPC dialogue. I just told you guys this 5 minutes ago. I just told you guys this. Did I not? I just told you guys this. So excited for that last injection of funding. Does VR have a plan for how to locate and spend that efficiently? Yes, grow the team. We're not able to discuss company financials. Yes, exactly. When they need somebody to come in to do something, they will hire somebody to come in and do something, whether it's a contract employee, full-time employee. Are there any future weapon types planned for the future besides instruments? Absolutely. To mention a few, rapiers, katanas, claws, glaives, whips, flails. I mean, katana's already in there if you count the sword at the graveyard. What's the stance on the magical lightning source around our characters we have at the moment instead of torches? What magical lightning source do people have? I don't have a magical lightning source. Oh, lighting. Not lightning. I think they mean lighting. What's the stance on the magical lighting source around our characters we have at the moment instead of torches? We don't have a lighting source around our character. If I take my torch off, it's dark. I have no light. What are they talking about? Do the mages have a light spell? The invisible spell and some other buffs feel very strong. Is it intended to be that powerful? No, invisibility is currently missing a few components. Yeah, don't they need the sense of smell to come into it? It needs more innate risk versus reward. That will come largely through dialing in its chance to drop early and randomly. It won't drop immediately. You'll get a message in your chat window. That's what EQ does. You feel yourself starting to appear. I know the message well. Any plans for more unique weapon and armor visuals? Yes, of course. They plan for lots. Is there a chance for future world drop items like rare armor weapons on regular enemies with super low drop chance? I like grinding, but if you grind for a while, there's no new items that could be dropped. Well, that's because they're doing it so that you have to explore. I've told you guys this before as well. They have it so that in Chicago, you find a helmet, but Los Angeles has your boots, but Boston has your gloves, but Miami has your chest piece. You're going to have to explore and go around the game world to try and find it. I can't get all my stuff in one area. Veywood, South Sol, and the Tower of the Reckless Magician. These were areas. This was part of the content that I'd seen like 8 years ago. Were noted to be moved to post-release in the past. What prompted the change with Veywood and South Sol being moved up? What is the status of the Tower of the Reckless Magician? It's in the old engine. It's not in the new engine. There's your answer. You announced Fairthale as well. Will you be reusing your prior work on this zone, which you have previously indicated was unworkable for performance reasons? If so, how did you solve those? They'll convert them. For your roadmap question, I'm not sure when the change would have happened, but in general, we need these zones to help make sure that there's a good breadth of content on the King's Reach continent. It's a little too early to talk about the tower, but we'll be able to say more about it when we get closer to the summer. For Fairthale, we're reusing as much as we can in terms of art assets. There are some art assets that we need to retexture or rebuild. Right, I've said this. Currently tanking, holding aggro and NPCs orange, con, or above is a miserable experience, as it should be. Come spring, this is meant to be somewhat intended level range for a full group to go after. No, it isn't. Is this situation going to feel better with new hit resist calculations meant to be solved through investing in mastery skill levels? This is a major area of game feel that we will be addressing come spring. Part of it will be handled through new hit resist. No, the best mobs to hit in a full group are going to be even con and yellow, not orange. Orange is pushing it. We will also be tweaking the way weapon and spell skill levels contribute, making higher skill more impactful towards accuracy. They've already said that. They want the weapon use to feel more intimate. They want you to feel powerful using a sword as opposed to a club, or a wand instead of a staff. Certain classes will have mastery options that will contribute as well. The goal is not to go overboard in allowing players to pull the world down to their level. Right, exactly. You have to strive to get there. We do want players, especially tanks, to feel some agency in improving their accuracy in these scenarios. Water zones are historically a disaster in MMORPGs. Says who? EQ and EQ2 do water zones perfectly fine. What plans do you have to make sure the water gameplay doesn't feel like I'm Sonic the Hedgehog with the music speeding up? At the heart of our underwater design philosophy is that it's okay for players to avoid it. In fact, if we build it properly, some players should stay away because it genuinely unnerves them. Subnautica. I'm telling you, Subnautica. Like climbing, underwater content in Pantheon exists to make the world feel vast, explorable, and intriguing. Yeah, I'm excited for the underwater content. They just better make sure I'm either able to find a rebreather or someone's able to put a water breathing spell on me. Mechanically, we're drawing strong inspiration from Subnautica. If you don't know Subnautica, I highly recommend looking up Subnautica gameplay. Just trust me. And pay attention to the water. Mechanically, swimming controls and movement polish need to be top tier. Depth should feel meaningful. We actually just finished Subnautica like a week ago. Underwater gameplay should not feel like overland gameplay. The secrets, resources, threats, and discoveries found below the surface will be distinct and purpose-built. We're also deliberately addressing the common pain points of underwater content, which would be breathing. You got it, Nostradamus. You got it. Haddon's earring, the fishbone earring? Yes, give it to us. Let me go after something to get water breathing. With the updates upcoming in spring, it'd be cool in Silent Plains, for one. Silent Plains is going to have a lot of water, right? Obviously, because Port of Rulon is going to be the ocean that down the road will take you to the other continents. However, with that said, when you get into Body of Dakar or Silent Plains, it'd be cool if you went to the Port of Rulon and you found an NPC that told you a story about rumors of an item that allowed fishermen to duck under the waves for an extended period of time, blah, 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 whatever. And, they say, and if I recall correctly, I believe this was happening and then some geographical area. And then that automatically clues you in to go look at some other geographical area where you find a book, a tome, something to click on, or another NPC, and that maybe leads you towards getting a water-breathing item. That would be cool. I'm all for it. 1000%. Put it in. Put it in. Let's go. With the updates coming in the spring, it was stated that some classes will struggle more than others to solo, as it should. To verify, every class will be able to solo in some capacity, though, and will not be limited to group content, correct? Unless you're going after gear. Have there been any discussion to relook at the way block is calculated and how shields work as well? Currently, it seems you are more likely to dodge or parry. Yep, I agree. That's true. It's because they butchered the block value. They cut all the shields by like 60%. I have the best shields in the game, and I tank the same with block as if I had a level 1 shield or level 10 shield. The level 15 quested shield, the map fragment shield, the consecrated shield, it has a similar block rating to the Draconic Offering plate, which drops in the bottom of Enclave. So they got to do something there. Now, I would hope they don't put half a dozen mastery update skills that specifically increase the block stat, because I feel like that would be a waste or moving block to too much of a necessity for the mastery. I would hope they would readjust the block values on shields, especially high-level shields having, let's say, 30% higher block value. Like, it's so difficult to get punished to proc, even on my Krushneks. I have 250 tanks now, right? 250 warriors. It gets difficult in situations to have punish come up as often as we need it to come up to help us hold aggro, also to help us do a bit of damage. Very difficult. So I'm all for this, but I feel like the block value of shields need to come up 30% on the high-end shields only. What level range will the new zone be once complete and launched? It's looking great. He must be talking about Body of Dakara. Has there been further discussion on the way looting will work? Bind on pickup would work for raid bosses or high-end content to an extent, but I feel adding the level requirement to here already helps to prevent Nope. I don't know. You got to have bind on pickup. You got to have bind on equip. You have to. You have to have no trade. Anything that's level restricted, people will find a way to get around it. And what they'll do is they'll plan out the fastest way to speed level something to a certain level and then get the gear. It'd still be a problem. Correct. Every class will be able to solo in some capacity, with some being significantly better and more efficient at it than others. The level of the NPC will also play a big role, some classes being able to solo NPCs that are much closer to their level, while other classes may need to focus on light blues. That'll be me, but I won't be soloing, so nope. Well, there probably will be some points where I'll solo just to show how effective soloing can be on a warrior, which is not going to be very good. Yes, actually, we were discussing that just this week. We will be making a few changes in the combat and progression update to help shields feel more meaningful for the classes that can use them. I hope so. Ain't nobody crying more than I am about this. This is something we're always discussing. We do want to make some improvements to our looting system this summer. This will likely include some quality of life features that help groups and raids when it happens. Will players have to sail to Body of Dakara and Broken Maw? Well, Broken Maw, yes, because Broken Maw will be on a different continent. I mean, they may add a Druid port or a Wizard port over there at some point. As an aside, will you graphically have waves in the game? For boat travel, which means they will have teleport spires or whatever locations. So, did I just close it? For boat travel, players will definitely be encouraged to use their own boats or rafts. Oh, so we're going to be able to get our own boats. That's interesting. Woodworking? Probably woodworking. Makes sense. A shipwright? Probably a shipwright. To reach some of these areas. For intercontinental travel, we are planning to have a ferry system to support newer players, but it will be much faster to use your own ship. Okay. All right, Chad, who's going to be woodwork? Who's going to be the shipwright? With the trinity of tank, heal, DPS. DPS is fun for most classes. Healing is an okay spot, and functional tanks are an issue. 2 of the 3 feel weak, broken. None are really fun to play. Who you kidding? The warrior is... Oh my goodness. Dude, the warrior's phenomenal. I only have 1 tank, level 50 paladin. I have a ton of fun. See? Just to get the wording correct, it is a quaternity, meaning 4. Tank, healing, CC, support, and DPS. FYI, oh my god, are people getting their panties in a twist over classifications? Or in this, so it's not a okay, yeah, okay. I enjoy my warrior and pally. Find tanking fun most of the time. The only thing I really dislike is NPCs spamming a billion nonsense abilities, making the visual clutter on one. Oh, okay. Can you give some so this here? Spamming a billion nonsense abilities, making the visual clutter on what I need to actually interrupt block of pain. That's not visual clutter in that area, because what you're looking at is their nameplate down here at the bottom right, and you're looking for their abilities that they're casting. You don't pay attention to up here at all. You look down here, and then when you see the spell you're looking to block, you block it. Now, unfortunately, there are some mobs where, for whatever reason, their spell list gets stuck. So you block the first ultimate nuke, and then all of a sudden another ultimate nuke goes off, and then that gets stopped, and then another one goes, and then another one, and then another one. I've seen it firsthand. I understand the pain. I wish they'd fix it or figure out what's going on and correct it. But there's no visual clutter for what spell to block. You just need to be looking in the right place. Can you give some examples of how the mastery system will work? Oh, we already know. I think the next update looks great. I know this question and answer is about the update. However, I'm curious if after this update you may be adding the other races' cities. Down the road, yes. Now, we're not really going to look at these because we already know we're going to get 3 continents, 9 cities, a bunch of zones. It's going to happen. How much more content is being added with the roadmap? What? Wait for the roadmap. The number one tenet of the game is content is king. Is that the tenet, the number one tenet of the game? Is that on their website? Can someone confirm that? How much will this roadmap grow the size of the world in terms of playable content, specifically playable content such as new zones, dungeons, 25 hit? What? We're only still going to have King. I don't know the purpose of this question. We're still only going to have King's Reach. Rainfall will more than likely be in the game, but we won't be able to get there. It's still going to be King's Reach. So we're getting Badi Dakara, which is the only zone I know of that's coming to King's Reach. So we're getting one zone, and I think there's 4 POIs, and there might be 2 towns. I think. I could be wrong. It might only be 1 town. This question doesn't include systems like mail or perception or class changes or quests. It's just focused on places to explore and things to fight. There's enough for you to do. The mail and other systems are very important to the game, but increasing the size of the world is critical to PRF's success. Again, we're getting 3 continents, 9 cities, and probably 40 zones. Guys, come on. How many endgame raids are being added with this roadmap? As far as I know, none. In-game content is critical to any chance at long-term success. No matter how good the leveling might be, there's not enough in-game content. It's like I'm not. We're going to skip those and go to this question. What is the target TTK for the new combat system for a balanced full group against a level appropriate mob? The fight should be 2 to 2.5. My understanding is the fight should be 2 to 2.5 times longer. Typically, it's going to be enough so that casters with dots or any class that has a damage over time ability, it'll feel more powerful, more useful. You'll end up ripping aggro whether you mean to or not. It'll definitely be a more challenging experience if the TTK goes off accordingly. Now, I'm sure they'll put it in under some setting and they'll take information from players and they'll probably watch stuff themselves and then readjust accordingly. They may say the TTK needs to be longer. They may say the TTK needs to be shorter. But I do believe when they first started talking about the TTK, they wanted it roughly around 2 to 2.5 times longer than it takes now. If it takes 20 seconds to kill something now, they want it to take 45. I think that was the example. But I could be wrong. I don't think I am, but it could be. What is the level range for each of the new starting zones? South Soul's not being added, right? Only Badi Dakara. These are coming later. Is the well pond being added as part of the Wild's End updates? If yes, what is the level range? We have an entire world to build. Our plan is to add as much of it by 1.0 as humanly possible. Our envisioned world for 1.0 encompasses at least 3 continents, 9... Did I not just say that? 3 continents, 9 starting cities, additional zones, and adventuring content for all 3 of those continents. We're not really in a position to put a number on this right now. We definitely want to have some endgame content, but we need to build out the lower level and mid-level first. Yes, you do. We do plan to add the well pond as soon as time permits. Due to the technical complexity, right, because it's underwater. Yeah, that'll come later. Will we have an in-game roadmap? Would it not make sense to make it a quest for the zone you are in? What? No. We can make potions and trinkets and whatnot. Why not have pen and paper draw a map? Nope. Nope. They have said many times in many formats they plan to have an in-game map. They have not settled on specifics, but one will exist. Pretty bummed that I had a legit question and got skipped. It actually didn't get skipped. They've said half a dozen times. Jabba himself has said that they're planning on putting some kind of map in, even if it's overland. I don't want it because you don't need it. If you've watched me play, I go everywhere. I never ask for directions. I know where everything is. It comes from playing the game, nothing else. I don't look at maps. Bard when? Not this year. Updated gear, design, class armor. Gear design this year. Class armor? Doubtful. If you want some advice, make the 1 to 20 enjoyable. It is enjoyable. What do you mean? Bard is a secret. Updated gear will be coming as fast as we can get it made. We really want our armor to look better than it does today. I think some of it looks fine. I'll tell you one thing. If you look at somebody fully dressed in a Black Rose Keep plate, that stuff looks awesome. They're looking like a samurai. It looks really cool. I think I have the full set, but my breastplate... Oh, no, I don't have the helm. But my breastplate and the gloves or the boots, I think, are in the bank because I have better. But the Black Rose Keep plate armor looks fantastic. With the introduction of Fairthale and Sohirith updates, what should players expect from the city experience in the summer? In addition, what do you both consider the core tenets to a good racial city experience for 1.0 launch? Make sure the guards hate half the races. Gotta have that faction unfriendliness. When Fairthale City releases, it will be the first of our fully fleshed out player cities. Oh, so it's going to be like Thronefast City. With the time frame of this AMA, I will hit a few of the highlights to answer your question. Player cities and Pantheon should be a massive narrative impact engine for players. Fairthale, for example, will be the place in the world unlike any other that will establish who and what the elves of the world are. It will establish cultural norms, ideas of daily life, speech and vernacular, customs, interests, and alignments. I mean, this does sound pretty epic. I don't know. I hear player cities, and I think about Star Wars Galaxies. And even in Star Wars Galaxies, player cities had rough spots. A lot. So I guess I'll have to wait and see what their idea of a player city is. Player cities are also intended to be the special hubs for new players that we all remember fondly from our classic... Okay, yeah, so Star Wars Galaxies. Expect a return to the glorious newbie yard. We have a few ideas on how to keep cities relevant and keep players coming back. Some of that secret sauce will need to wait. Right. Oh, this is it? Wow, that's it. We're through it. Oh, this is from Artois. Tenants as an inhabitants of a city, or tenants as in what we believe a city should have. Oh, tenants or tenants. Gotcha. As a tragic bard, these types of miscues are frequent in my travels. Tenants as in what you envision. Yeah, okay. Oh, I mean, do I think there's anything exciting in there? No. At least not for the spring update. But I already have I already have a really good understanding as to where they're hoping to be in the future. Like I said, I've said it on the stream many times. I've said it many times. Like, I pay attention to all this stuff. I just wish a lot of players paid attention to this stuff. They'd have their answers. We could have asked more serious questions, like when does the Barrow Dark get moved over to Rainfall? You know? When does Krushnek get access to Broken Maw? You know, the simple questions. Well, what'd you guys think? Anybody in chat haven't been over the AMA until this evening? What did you think of the AMA? Do you have any specific questions? Maybe I can answer them. I don't know about the siphon buff mechanic for Necros. I don't know if Necros really need to be able to buff people. Like, I understand in EQ Necros had Dead Man Floating. I get it, and it was a cool ability. But Necros, to me, in lore, have always been about themselves. They've never been pat you on the back, shake your hand. I will say, it'd be nice for them to look at quest rewards. But I guess they really probably can't do that until they get all the ground content in. They don't want to start giving weapons and armor as quest rewards, you know, with what's in game currently and what's to come. Mind you, notice nobody asked about White Thaw. Maybe I should start asking about White Thaw just out of the blue. When are we getting White Thaw? When is White Thaw coming? Is White Thaw when we get the gnomes? Or the Archai? I don't know. Was it? Oh, it's 1:45. Okay, chat. That's going to be it for me. I told you guys I was going to get around to the AMA at some point. We got around to it. Again, I wouldn't say it's too exciting. I knew the majority of what was in here already, but you know, I'm still looking forward to it. You're not going to see me get all giddy just yet. You're not. I need to see the mastery system for the warrior. I'm a little hesitant with them going 2 paths instead of 3, but I get it because they might not have viable third paths for some of the classes. So why would you give 2 paths to some and 3 paths to another? Take it down to 2 and, you know, like clerics, you'll have your heals, you'll have your DPS, your smites or what have you. Then you go to druids. What would druids offer? I mean, I guess druids would be heals, and then their secondary would be, I guess, DPS? Like nature DPS, I guess, nature damage. And then you go to a warrior, you've got Bastion and Warlord. You go to Dire Lord, and you would have what? What does a Dire Lord do first? Oh, I guess it'd be DPS. It'd probably be what? Dual wield? Do most Dire Lords dual wield, right? Not many Dire Lords. I haven't seen many Dire Lords that 2-hand. Can they even use 2-hand? I don't even know. I don't play a Dire Lord. Paladins, you've got them being tanks. You've got them being, well, for a paladin, do you put heals with the tanking? I guess you'd put heals with the tanking, and then DPS would be your Fury well, no, Fury's used, or Wrath is used for healing as well. That'll be interesting. Warrior's the only one I can think of that makes sense. And the Enchanter. Will they surprise Enchanters with Charm? Because Enchanter is going to have to be CC. And then what? Because you can't put pets in with crowd control. Well, I guess you kind of could, because you could count the Enchanter pet right now as a root. Right? The Enchanter pet is guaranteed to pull aggro on whatever it's sicked on for 30 seconds. Excuse me. Rogue traps are 30 seconds. Some roots are 30 seconds. So I guess you could classify that as CC. Where does an Enchanter's DPS come from? I have a level 13 Enchanter, but I feel like I only have 2 skills that do damage. And what would the monk be? One of my guildmates was in my ear earlier this evening and said that I guess they want the monk could go either an expert in feign death for pulling, or was it DPS? I think it might have been DPS or a master puller. All jokes aside. I don't know offhand. I don't know. Discussions for another time. Okay, chat. I gotta head out. Like I said, it's almost 1 a.m. I should get to bed. We have a winter storm coming tomorrow. I don't know how bad it's going to be. I might have to be out a few times during the day. I'm gonna play it by ear. If it's not too bad and it tapers down in the evening, we'll stream like normal. If it's gonna go all day and go into the evening, I don't know if maybe we'll do an early stream when it starts and then end a little early, or if we're going to be here, or for whatever reason, the storm may not happen at all. Fingers crossed. But all week they've been saying weather has changed all week, but tomorrow and Monday have stayed the same the entire week. So we'll have to see what happens. Anyhow, for those of you that are still here, thank you for hanging out. I hope you guys enjoyed your time here. We'll see how the next stream goes. If you're new to the channel, if you enjoyed your time and you think you might stop back again, hit the follow button, of course. You guys have yourselves a good night or a good day. And as always, I hope to see you guys in the next stream. Take care.